Mudflood Club.
Welcome to Mudding with BEAGS. This is episode 29, and we are live. And we got JJ back from the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and looks like she's not waterlogged too bad. How's it going, JJ?
Yeah, not waterlogged too bad. Yeah, I floated back. I made it.
Floated back.
Sea turtles, yar.
Yar.
But yeah,
Florida how was survived. It? Y'all survived?
Florida survives. It's been surviving for years, even though I'm a Michigander. Husband is a Floridian. An hour south of us, as the crow flies, is where the eye of the storm hit. Fort Myers and Cape Coral and that Sanibel Island. They lost their little bridge. Mostly because of erosion. But yeah, there's so much water from the storm inland that it's flooding all of the lakes and canals. And if you are sea level, you will flood. You need to get your ass out. We are 30 feet above sea level where we're at. So, but other than that, devastation happens and it is traumatic. So if you watch the mainstream news a bit too much, it'll put in your emotions.
Help us. Root for your lives. You're all gonna drown.
Yes. Moving down here, I did research to prepare myself to know what to expect. If you're not mentally, emotionally prepared for it, it will take advantage of you. So, yeah. As I had to put my parents in check about that. I moved here. I know what was going to happen. I know what to expect. It's okay in the sense of I was ready for it. However, which way it went down. So, on that note,
I'm glad you all made it without too much pain and suffering.
I will say 2 of the counties that are south never got evacuation notices. So Lee and Collier County never got evacuation. I can't say it. Evacuation. They never got notices, and they got the tail end of the storm, so they got hit hard, more with the floodwaters and wind. So there is more like the devastation of loss of life because they will not evacuate nursing homes and other facilities like that beforehand unless they get those evacuation notices.
Yeah.
So they're leaving a little bit of information out of mainstream news. But common sense, in the sense of putting the pieces together, unfortunately, is sitting there like, you got to be kidding me. So, I mean, nursing home places, they don't have the means, but if they did, if they would have gave but they didn't. So they did something very screwy there.
That's weird.
Anyway.
Let's give people in the chat here a little hello. We got the Messianic Q, got GT 1982 Mustang. We got Joe Cool running tech support behind JJ. We got James Sharp. We got Morning Glory. Sig Sauer. Hope I'm saying that right. New West Reset. How you doing, Frankie? I was running a little bit late tonight. I got to jibber-jawing with Cam behind the scenes, and I forgot the time. And then I looked at the time, and I'm like, oh, crap. I forgot the time. I'm running late. So then I went to go get everything set, and StreamYard was acting wonky, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. So I rebooted everything and came back. It was still wonky. And then I came on, and my audio wasn't working. Why wasn't my audio working, JJ?
It doesn't work if your speakers aren't on.
Oh, that's good to know. I learn something new every day.
That's what tech support is for. Buttons are
Tom
your toys, but it was a button.
I was already freaked out, and then you added the double freak, and I'm like, oh my God, what is going on here? My cam ain't working, my audio ain't working, ain't nothing working, and this is a
And I had no idea, and I just made it funner.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what we can get into. Okay. Let's make sure that we clear our minds and get rid of any Meltology that's gotten in your heads this week. So look in the camera right here, somewhere around here, and we're going to cure that for you. Okay, you don't remember shit. Good. Okay, now, I am going. This week I was watching a movie, and I had seen it a long time ago, back when it first came out, and it was really good. And then I went back and watched it again this week as I was working, and it was just as good the second time. And it really got me interested in some research and looking at a place that I had overlooked to an extent. And so what I've decided is basically I'm going to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and we're going to Google drop sometime, hopefully in the next week, an entire major city. I'm not going to tell y'all which one. Um, so I'm going to give you a little teaser as to the city that I'm going to. This is from the movie that I watched that sparked this idea to go Google drop in a major city. So if that doesn't wet your whistle, I don't know what will. So that'll be hopefully in the next week. I'm still trying to get my plan of action together. What I'm going to do is I'm making a game plan map of the entire city so that we can go through every street and look at every building on the Google and take a look at this old world that for certain reasons I have overlooked, and I'll explain that all in that live video. And the video could be quite long because I'm going to do an entire downtown core, but I think it's going to be really pretty damn cool. So I look forward to that. Hope you look forward to that. And we're going to get into doing some mudding now that I've got all my flapjaw gone and over with. And let me add a few. JJ, if you could make sure if you see any interesting comments or questions to store them in the little star section, you know how to do that. And for the mudding portion, let's not throw up any of the stuff on the screen so that people can see the screen. We talked about that before. That way, because I don't know where the hell I'm gonna be, so it's confused. I can't see it'd be different if I could see where that is, but I can't. So let's not do that, and we'll look at questions later. And yes, I do answer questions. I just do it later. I don't ride the the same trolley as everybody else, so I do things a little bit differently. Oh, let's play this. Give Big a little shine.
Hey, Bentley, look at me, man. It's okay. It's all right. She's not the one.
Okay.
There's other dogs in the park, okay?
Yeah.
And, hey, listen. You're living too fast anyways, man. Just do what I do. Live a little slower, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Stop and smell the poop, or whatever you dogs do.
Yeah, it's poop.
Stinking things. Hey, listen. Hey, chin up, Bentley. Bentley. Look at me when I'm talking to you, man. You are a handsome, good boy. You can eat any dog you want. Look at me. You are a good boy.
Okay, and
You are a good boy.
it's so funny, isn't it?
Oh my god! Did you hear some comments in some other videos where somebody did call you a bad dog?
Oh, yeah. I've heard that before.
I was like,
I've been called every dog name under the sun, but that's okay. Water off a duck's back. I mean, damn, if you can't
in the park.
I mean, come on, you got to do better than that. Oh my
I was
God!
at the dog park today. Funny enough, there were a lot of dogs there.
Yeah. Oh, and this week, you might have noticed in the opening Star Wars credits this week, I had two new Patreons, David Weiner and Ozbeast. So you got your name in lights. That's my way of saying thank you. And I got Ann Pearson up there for sending dinner last week, and I really appreciate that. So thank you to all three of you. It's just my little way of saying thank you. And I took out the Star Wars music because it is copyrighted, and I'm trying to wean myself off of some of this copyright material. So I'm kind of like a crackhead with the copyright material. So got to get my fix. But anyways, enough of that gibber jawing. I know y'all don't give a damn about any of this, so let's go ahead and get into doing some mudding and see what we can find. Oh, that's weird. Look, did they change the thing from share screen to present?
No idea.
That's really weird. I don't remember it saying that. Okay, whatever.
What am I looking at?
Down at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Present.
Oh, let me okay, we're full screen. Okay, sorry folks. I'm a little discombobulated.
That's my word.
Alrighty. So what we got here is we got the Grant Building in Fairly Proper District, Atlanta, Georgia. This is the 1930s. Okay. And this is one of those dang pictures where I couldn't get the full high res download, so I had to do it in sections, but that's okay. I got the sections to show you. Now along the front here and along the bottom here we have pavement light, and pavement light, as you know if you've watched my channel, is cover up for the mud flood. It's glass pavement. If you are don't know what I'm talking about, then go watch my video, Shedding New Light, or you might live in a mud flood city or I don't know, 3 or 4, 5, 6 other videos I've made on pavement light. And you can learn about that. But anyways, let's see what we can get here. And this is, for your information, a image that they have started to, I guess this would technically be vanilla sky, but you can see where they've started scratching off the glass plate negative here. The white part is the scratch off, and the gray is the original glass plate negative. And you can see they've X'd it out. So, and looks like they were gonna cut off the antenna, the Antiquitech antenna. And we got some better pictures of that. You can see it more clearly here. Ta-da! See the high res, you can see it much better. You got the cartouche that's been scrubbed. I can't really tell what that is there. Hard to say. It's interesting how this brick is different colors right here. That's pretty cool. But you can see, obviously, they've started to vanilla sky this. So that is another example of photo manipulation. And we have the pavement light you can see much better in the high res version. And they've done some sort of manipulation here. If you can tell, they've shaved it off or something. I'm not really sure if they just took off the negative right here, or if they painted over it or something weird. You can see there's a light pole right here, goes into nothing. And right here. But there's the pavement light right there. Ain't it pretty? And let's see. Got a big old doorway. Got Boss Man down here selling whatever he's selling. Okay. There's another close up. Get into that pavement light. Okay, and JJ went around and she found up some extra information on this, and I believe it was called the Prudential Building originally. I think there's some information we'll read about that. This is an older photo. Here's a postcard. Here's looks like a line drawing, and you have to wonder if this is what they used for that the original picture I showed you. Maybe that this was what they used to make that line drawing. I'm not sure. You got Fred down here. Fred's Horse to Build America, in case you're unaware and uninformed. And let's see. What'd you find here, JJ? Let's see. Got
Stuff. I find still. This is before the hurricane, so I have no recollection of anything.
Yeah, this is for a hurricane. I hadn't got you next week's pictures yet. I've been working the past couple days digging. I've been in building French drains, if you know what those are.
No. French drains?
Yeah, it's a way of draining the gutters from a house underneath the ground, so you don't see the gutter, so the water doesn't come out on the lawn. And I
We
what I
just
do is,
call them drain pipes.
yeah, well these are like an underground distribution of the water, dispersion of the water underneath the ground, so you don't see. It's just really, it's really the way to do it. But
Oh yeah,
it's kind of a pain in the ass to do, but it's
I'm more in a flood
little
zone
things
now
I
than
do.
ever, but I got more flooded in Michigan than I did down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got W Grant building. WD Grant. And make sure we're full screen, right? Making sure we're full screen.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know what that was.
Okay. All right. We're WD Grant building, also formerly known as the Prudential Building, is a historic building in Atlanta, Georgia, United States, located in fairly Poplar, district in downtown. I hadn't heard of that. The building was built in 1898. So there you go. And it's among the oldest steel structure buildings in the southeastern United States. The property was listed on national. Who cares? The building was completed in 1898 and is considered the second oldest steel structure building in the southeastern United States. Now that's interesting. The building is 10 stories and has an area of approximately 130,000 square feet. The building also has one floor beneath the ground and contains 4 elevators. The architecture, an example of the Chicago School, and features a curtain wall. And a curtain wall is, I don't know how to explain that in English. I know what it is, but I can't explain. Look up curtain wall on Google, and it'll give a better explanation than I can give. It's not real complicated. It's not real interesting, but it's an architectural term. So moving forward, Central Congregational Church in Atlanta, Georgia. This was taken in the 1920s. And we got a little fella walking uphill, got the mud flow this way, going down, 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 down. And this right here, I mean, come on, really? What you doing there, y'all? What you got going? What is this all about? And we got the Star Trek symbol. And let's see what else we're gonna find. This is one of those where I have to do the where I can't get the high res. I got to do it in different pictures. So
Joe
annoying.
Cool gave us the definition of curtain wall.
And what is it? Oh, did he put it up there?
Yeah, it's in chat. A curtain
Oh, okay,
wall.
I see. A curtain wall is an outer covering of the building in which the outer walls are non-structural, utilized only to keep the weather out and the occupants in. There you go. See,
Sounds about right.
I knew it was something interesting.
I sat here like, really? That's it? Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's not it's not that big. I don't really find it that important to what we're researching, but it's something to know. I mean, it's something to put in your utility belt, to know. Oh, by the way, this picture has been photo manipulated. We'll see evidence of that shortly. That looks like the negative cracked right there. So we're getting closer in, and I don't know if you guys can tell, but it has been painted on these lines here and on top. And it might have been painted here. It's definitely been painted here. I hope you guys can see this. Sometimes it's a little more, that's weird looking right there. But yeah, you can see the paint marks where they've vanilla skied it and then they've painted it to make it stand out more.
My computer wouldn't even let me zoom in that far. When you went to the top, it was like pencil drawing and
like that.
Yeah, I would try to zoom in on my computer. You sent them to me.
What program are you using?
Tech support.
That'll make a difference.
Photos. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, photos. Yeah, well
Photos.
it should have let you go in. So this is a postcard that you found. You can still see that weird whatever they got going there. What is that? I mean,
There's a garage for the limousines.
yeah, with a little wall.
You need fat tires. It's Florida.
Yeah. That's so weird. Oh, okay. That was all we found on that, right? Okay. All right. Here we go. Oh, okay. We got a map on this one, so keep me on track there. We got Children of the Confederacy Memorial Day Parade, Carnegie Library, Atlanta, Georgia, and we got Fred front and center with his clone of Fred to the other side there, and we got all these crazy nutty people up on this contraption somehow. Not real sure how they're all up there, but they're definitely up there.
They're photoshopped in.
Yeah. We got Boss Man back here. Got a Flat Earth asterisk right there. Got a Mudflood window there. There's that church. I didn't even realize that. Did you realize that?
No, I actually got baffled by the fact that the building behind them, not that one you're zooming in on, but the building behind them is not the library.
Right. I did catch that in what you gathered. Let's look at that. This is the Carnegie Library that they were talking about. Maybe they were in front. Maybe it was in front of them. You know what I mean? They were saying they were at the Carnegie Library.
Yeah, behind the photographer.
And all these Carnegie Libraries bullshit and damn narrative.
We have one here. It's closed.
Hey, Bernie. I see you.
About 900 square feet.
Okay, we got, looks like Mudflood windows there. Down here, Mudflood drop-ins. Got horseshit awnings, more Mudflood windows. Tourist fields. Got a diving board up here. Okay, let's see. What do you got here? Oh, yeah, this is weird. Let's see. This thing is like a strange... there's some history on this. We're going to read about this. This is from the Carnegie Library. They have demolished this sucker. So let's look into this. The Virgil inscription, many of the decoration for the Carnegie Library now reside in an Atlanta city property that served as dumping grounds. This reminds me of that movie, Time Machine. Do you remember that movie Time Machine, JJ? Where the modern version where they go forward in time, and then the guy goes and he finds all these ruins, and they learn the language through all the ruins like this.
It's been a while since I've seen it because I actually kind of went to a cool high school and we got to watch all that stuff.
Yeah.
The old ones were like the 70s and the modern one maybe. But yeah, it's been a while.
Wow.
But I got to watch that in high school. I would have never watched it otherwise.
Erected in the year of our Lord 1900. And this is always a red flag to me, is when they have the V as the U. Very strange. And got the Mudflood windows and drop-ins here, you can see. And let's see, eastern half of the north front, Carnegie Library, Atlanta, formerly at 126 Carnegie Way in downtown Atlanta. The Carnegie Trail starts where Fayetteville Road merges into Key Road in southeast Atlanta. So this trail starts there. Now, this is not, from my understanding, a public trail. That they don't want you going out here. But I could be wrong about that. But it seems like they talk about that here. Virgil decoration from the Carnegie Library taken down in 1977. The remains of the library are spread over Atlanta. I mean, why would you throw that away? What in the hell? Carnegie Library postcard from 1910. On February 8th, 1899, it was reported in the Atlanta Constitution that Andrew Carnegie would donate $100,000 to build a public library in Atlanta. On May 6, 1899, Carnegie donated the $100,000, and by July, the city government announced $5,000 per year will be put up to run the library, a requirement that came with Carnegie's donation. Now, that's interesting. In September 1899, the Atlanta Constitution reported the Board of Trustees for the library voted to put up $34,000 for the land at the corner of Forsyth and Church, worth $35,000. An Atlanta librarian convinced Carnegie to donate more cash, $25,000 in November 1899, and then even more cash, $20,000 in March 1901. By the end, Carnegie's donation to Atlanta totaled $145,000. I guess this is the interior of the Carnegie Library. Interior reading room circa 1903. The result was an impressive classic structure at 26 Carnegie Way. Church became Carnegie Way. Oh, okay. Church Street became, okay. In downtown Atlanta, that was finished by 1902. The Carnegie Library in Atlanta was designed by New York architects Ackerman and Ross. Bullshit. Firm namesake Albert Randolph Ross designed many Carnegie libraries throughout the United States. Bullshit. Before Carnegie Library in Atlanta, there was the Young Men's Library Association. The name says it all. Exclusion was the norm. Huh. While claiming to be open to the general public, only members of the association were allowed to check out books. Say what? While claiming to be open to the general public, only members of the association were allowed to check out books, and membership was restricted to white men only. That changed in 1873, while white women were allowed to check out materials. So they're saying that at a Carnegie Library you could not check out books unless you were part of the Young Men's Library Association, and you had to be white and male? Is that what I'm reading?
That sounds about right.
You're shitting me.
In 1800s? 19 whatever it was.
I mean, it sounds right, but I mean that right there is just like one more, like, nail in the coffin of the official narrative.
Right?
That's incredible. I'd never heard that. North front details of Carnegie Library, Atlanta. And got the Phoenician lady up there just chilling with Carnegie's big ass honking name up there, tourist field.
So cinnamon.
African Americans were always excluded from Carnegie Library in Atlanta. Carnegie did grant funds to build a black library, which didn't happen until July 25th, 1921, when the Auburn branch of the Carnegie Library Atlanta opened at 333 Auburn Avenue. You're shitting me. But the Central Branch historically excluded minorities. That changed in 1959 when a library card was requested for Irene Dobbs Jackson, the eldest daughter of John Wesley Dobbs and the mother of Maynard Jackson. Oh, I was thinking of something else. It was this action that made the library board grant access to all Atlanta citizens, including African Americans. So here's some more interior shots. Got Phoenician waves on the floor. Interior main entrance circa 1903. The library was remodeled in 1934 and renovated in 1950 and 1966 with funds from city bonds. In 1950, the name for the public library system was changed from the Carnegie Library to the Atlanta Public Library, and the downtown library became the Central Branch. The Carnegie Library was torn down in 1977 and replaced a replacement library. The structure we see today was built on the grounds. That building wasn't completed until 1980. So they tore this sucker down in 1977. Thank you, Creator, for getting rid of this piece of crap in front of me. It makes my day.
Oh, it's so insulting. It was dedicated or erected to the Lord, and then they tore it down.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It's creepy.
East Side. So who owns the remains of the Carnegie Library torn down in 1977? ? You would imagine it is the library system, which is controlled by Fulton County, but that is not the case. When the old library was torn down in 1977, the Central Branch and other branches in Atlanta made up the Atlanta Public Library System, which was governed by the city of Atlanta. But in 1983, 6 years after the Carnegie Library was torn down, the city of Atlanta's ownership of the library system was transferred via constitutional amendment to Fulton County. So here's some more shots of that area. just this beautiful old world stuff just rotting out in the woods somewhere.
Urban
Some
explorer.
viewers or some views of the trail out at Old Carnegie Library Stones. When they transferred ownership of the library system, it did not include the remnants of the Carnegie Library, which were deemed as high-end trash. Let that soak in. They are sitting in an old city dump. So currently, the library does not control them. They are owned by the city of Atlanta. According to the library officials, they recently searched their archives for information on the official disposition of the stonework facade at the time of the old library was torn down, looking for anything that indicated the library still owned the stones. Their records failed to show how the stones came to be preserved on the Carnegie Trail, which at the time was a dumping ground for the city near the old prison farm. And they got this thing now, which they have rebuilt. The Carnegie Education Pavilion, built from Atlanta's first public library. Did you know the Carnegie Education Pavilion, that aging marble monument at Baker Street and Peachtree Street in downtown Atlanta's Hardy Ivy Park, is made from remains of Atlanta's first public library? So this was, they went out there and they picked these pieces up and rebuilt this doodad in Atlanta to remember. Incredible.
They made it look like an arch.
Yeah. In 1996, the Corporation for Olympic Development in Atlanta commissioned Henry Jova to use the materials to design the Carnegie Education Pavilion pictured above. The monument showcases 4 names: Carnegie, Aesop, Dante, Milton, while the main inscription reads, "The Advancement of Learning." Well, let's advance our learning and find out why these old world stones are in the middle of the freaking woods. Old pediments from Carnegie Library. Library officials also tried to find out how permission was given for part of the stonework to be removed and used in 1977 for the Carnegie Education Pavilion at 310 Peachtree. But that trail ran cold because the person who led that effort has since died and his firm has closed. What will happen to Carnegie Library stones? Their fate is tied to the surrounding area and what the city of Atlanta will decide to do with the more than 400 acres that includes the old prison farm. Max Blah from Creative Loafing recently wrote a story on the uncertain fate of the old Atlanta prison farm that indicates the city could sell the property, swap the land with DeKalb, or even open a solar farm. A capital of the column from Carnegie Library. Jeez. Recently, dozens of columns were moved around by the city. Many were placed as barricades at the trail entrance. Wow. North front detail of column capitals. Oh, what the hell? Throughout the trail, you can find pieces from the Carnegie Library. Okay, here's some more data on Atlanta's Carnegie Library. The history of Atlanta's Carnegie Library is the story of a building, the story of people who used it, services, and the story of the systems that were built to maintain and take advantage of it. Unknown to most Atlanteans is that the public library system, seen as an everyday normal part of life in Atlanta, had its very beginnings in that building. The story of this old building is particularly difficult to grasp because it has been torn down and replaced with the new Atlanta Fulton Public Library on the same piece of land. In this report, I found it important to embrace the human element by discussing the works of individuals to create the Carnegie Library system, such as Ann Wallace and Andrew Carnegie. But I also did not wish to ignore the social and economic factors that affected it, such as the racial politics of Jim Crow South. The connections between an international system of Carnegie libraries and the specific Atlanta branches help to bring historical context and answer questions of continuity and perception. So this is the modern Carnegie Library. That's awesome. I love it. It's brutal. The roots of Atlanta First Public Library are, of course, very humble and small. During the aftermath of the Civil War and Atlanta's subsequent rebuilding, a group of prominent Atlanteans organized a private library system that used, depending on the years, rented office buildings or even the front rooms of some of its members. This Young Men's Library Association usually allowed the public to come view its books in their reading room, but only members could take books home. The first of these buildings was rented for the appallingly low amount of $5 a month on Alabama Street. Soon as Jameson states, the library had become firmly established as an integral part of the social and cultural life of the city. This social nature resembles those of other civic organizations that were so prominent in the late 19th and early 20th century, such as the Chamber of Commerce is today. The YMLA's civic organization nature puts it firmly in a category that generally excluded based on class, race, and gender, though they later allowed select women to become members, and the YMLA still excluded many working class and minority Atlanteans. These unfortunate people were not able to adequately educate themselves outside developing public school system. Huh, yeah. The story of the Carnegie Library building itself, however, originates within the philanthropy of Andrew Carnegie. Read bullshit, give away money, get money back tenfold. Carnegie, on one of America's wealthiest businessmen at the time. The initial donation of $100,000 was received in 1899 and was requested by Ann Wallace on behalf of the YMLA and the Public of Atlanta. As with all Carnegie's donations, the city of Atlanta promised to maintain the staff and library with at least $5,000 budget coming from public sources. The Atlanta Constitution article announcing donation talked of YMLA interacting with the mayor and the city council to accept the donations and help merge organization with the Carnegie Library. The acceptance of the donation seemed to be uncontested and seen as a natural progression of the city's public sphere, with the mayor predicting unanimous vote within the city council. Remarkably, Atlanta was the first city in the southeast to accept a Carnegie donation, following the example of many cities in the industrial Midwest, Washington, D.C., and New York City. Finally, the Carnegie Library opens its doors on March 4th, 1902. And Wallace seemed to be like a very interesting figure to me because she was one of the most prominent figures in the early Carnegie Library, as well as the first librarian. In this role, she went beyond the pale and did more than just manage books. She wrote one of the first histories of Atlanta Library up to 1908. While reading this, I was struck by the amount of time that she had to refer to herself, usually as Ann Wallace, the librarian. This wording to me reveals a certain pride in her profession and premonition the unique history of the public library system as something worth remembering long after her lifetime. She and some of her successors, like Alma Hill Jameson, are also notable because they were leaders and head figures of their public institutions in the time when powerful and influential women were often scorned and never the norm. In addition to her writings, she took several additional steps to secure the future of the library, which was constantly receiving and purchasing new books by receiving funds for branch expansion and additional buildings. One of the largest donations was again from Andrew Carnegie, who gave an additional $30,000 to build more branches of the library outside of downtown Atlanta. And there is bullshit narrative, dumb fuck Andrew Carnegie. When discussing an early 20th century public institution in the South, issues of race and racial discrimination are impossible to ignore. When the Carnegie Library in Atlanta first opened, there were very few institutions available for Black Atlanteans or Americans to gain access to books. As Barbara Mamie Adkins qualifies in her master's thesis to Atlanta University's Library Science School, the only places that let blacks borrow books in Atlanta were the African American universities in the city, such as Atlanta University. Continuing a tradition of separation and exclusion, when the Carnegie Library was built and opened, blacks were likewise denied access to its books and service. The efforts of the W.E.B. Du Bois and other black leaders to gain representation to the library board and be given the same privileges that you proposed giving to whites were initially resisted and ignored. It took the head librarian of the Carnegie Library to personally contact Carnegie in 1916, asking if there were funds available for such a branch to be built. During the 17-year time frame, several of the major southern cities opened up segregated branches for blacks, including another city within Georgia itself, Savannah. This resistance and representative of the city's common reluctance to maintain even a minimum Jim Crow standard of separate but equal. Oh, Jim Crow, what's some dumb shit? The Atlanta Carnegie Library creation through the philanthropy of Andrew Carnegie is not unique. The capitalist donations created a system of public libraries that city and state governments supported through their own public funds. Throughout the system, there was a myriad of laws and boards set up to deal with these new institutions. However, these new measures were unable to keep up with the work of librarians and the desires of the public. The majority of these libraries were vastly unfunded and their collections were unable to expand beyond the original building's walls. Atlanta's own public library system was in some ways exceptional, and in that meant multiple branches were soon opened up to meet the needs of citizens throughout Atlanta area. However, its annual budget was far smaller than Carnegie Corporation's employees recommended and needed. The Carnegie Public Library System through its donation of free libraries confirmed the public's dedication to education throughout America to go along with the developing public library system that were popping up around the same time. While most of the historical tradition has praised the philanthropy of Carnegie's donation to public libraries, others have criticized his efforts because of his connection to the labor struggle around the turn of the century. Uh, Saban Stevenson wrote of Carnegie's connection with rising capitalist and industrialist class that sought through the philanthropy to gain favor amongst the public. Stevenson and other radical scholars argue that Carnegie's public education endorsements have crowded out discussion of the labor movement's role in the education and general well-being of the working class. This view tends to focus on a discourse that has largely been ignored and forgotten because of a tendency towards monumental history that focuses on the individuals whose has been immortalized in brick and mortar. The Carnegie Library in Atlanta operated for decades and was the foundation for a system that now serves Fulton County's 920,000 residents with a book lending, adult education, youth programs as part of the larger education effort within the community. Unfortunately, the Board of Trustees and City Hall alike decided in the 1970s to replace the building. These two groups battled for their proposals to be enacted. The city of Atlanta preferred that the site of the Carnegie would be sold and another site on Peachtree would be bought and built upon to replace it. The Board of Trustees had a final say, however, and decided that the Carnegie Library would be demolished due to worries that the sale of the site would not be enough to finance buying a new site. Many of those worried about the historical preservation protested against the demolition of old libraries, such as William M. Griffin. In his article entitled "Save Carnegie," he advocated for the adaptation of the property with newer buildings added on to supplement what was already there. He cited the efforts of cities such as Boston and Houston to preserve their old libraries. For examples for Atlanta to follow. This is the Carnegie Library demolition as they're destroying the old world in front of our eyes. So this is a crime scene photo. And so Carnegie Library became no more and has been replaced by a building that is now being considered potentially replaceable. It is quite sad that the history within the walls of that building, once heralded as being beginning of a new dedication to public service, is seen as temporary and not worth preserving. It seems like the city of Atlanta has not considered itself applicable on the old, always aligning itself with the Atlanta spirit idea that sees destruction as a key to a thriving city. Buildings that do not rely on much interaction with the public sphere, such as the Flatiron building less than a block away, are more often than not renovated and considered historically significant. Perhaps Atlanta's public library will always be this opportunistic cyclic beast that sees to draw more business and people in through new buildings and shiny exteriors. Okay, so now we got you've got JJ, you've sent me here on Google, and I believe
Yeah.
we're looking as the original location, or are we looking at just the recreated
The
horseshit thing?
the archway, the build blocks
Yeah,
of what was left that they salvaged. That's where they stuck it. That's not the location.
that's not the original location.
No, I think it is a location.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, it was pre-hurricane, so
Baker
something about it
Street.
sounds familiar.
Oh, well, it is on Peachtree Street. So the
Yeah.
original building. What is that? Peachtree Towers? No. So we're looking. It would be on a where this. No. I don't think this is the original location because they say there's a library now there, and that's. I don't see a library. Oh, they got the Milton there. So that's a weird. I mean, that's this is the kind of shit I find fascinating. Is this is old world materials. It's not what it looked like, but these are literal old world materials right in front of our eyes, and we don't even know it.
People walk by, drive by that, don't even notice. Especially if the trees are in bloom, they're not going to see that.
No,
But
they're not going to pay
it's
no
4
attention to it.
gates. It's 4 entryways of arches. It's 4 gates. I'm like, that is just a weird memorial site for a library that once was. Really?
Let's see if I can get down in it.
A library that once was.
Yeah, you can get inside of it. They've added concrete to it.
Oh, they had to reinforce it.
Yep.
Or
But that is
structural
you're looking
stability.
at old world repurposed in this it's them putting it in front of our face and saying ha 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 screw you. That's what it is.
Supposed to be lights.
Yeah, I think so. That's what it looks like.
Oh, so it
Alrighty.
shines up through the roof.
Yep, it goes straight out.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Well, it is what it is. All right, well, let's move on. See what we got next. We got Coweta County Courthouse in downtown Newton, Georgia in the 1940s. Okie dokie. And we got a non-melted brick cobblestone road. And earlier today, I released a hot off the press breaking news. I found some melted brick cobblestone road in situ. So go check out that video. And while you ain't doing nothing, go and subscribe and check out a video on my new Stuff Beagle Light channel. Trying to get that channel going up and going. So go check that out. I'm getting ready to add another live stream, old Muddin with Biggs live episode 2 to that soon. It's processing now. Anyways, we got a clocks are basically on aisle 6 at Omega Mart, and you get 4 for the price of 1, and they're very expensive. And we got a cupola ether antenna. Can't see a whole lot in there. Okay, all right, what else we got? Okay, we got a close-up shot. See a little bit more. It looks like maybe the 4 ones on that. Look at those urns right there. Got some flat earth asterisks on it in case you need one of those. Possibly another one there, hard to tell. Phoenician shell. Alrighty, and you found some extra stuff here. This looks like a more modern picture. There's a cool building. Alrighty. There's the courthouse back in the background. This is like maybe the 40s, I'm guessing. Guessing on that one. This is an old postcard. So this is kind of a better picture of like the bottom portion. That's a big old courthouse. Got something up here in the niches. Where's that? I don't know. Where's that like hollow? Like where you can, is that a wind catcher? It could be a wind catcher. Okay, well, we got some data. Got the Coweta County Courthouse is a historic government building located at the Courthouse Square in U.S. city of Newan, Georgia. Okay, seat of Coweta County was constructed in 1904 and is located along the Broad Street to the south, Jefferson Street to the east, Washington Street to the north, and LaGrange Street to the west. It's a classical revival style building designed by architect blah 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 who gives shit. It has an iconic terrata style. Okay. Main entrance and Ionic die style? Ionic die style? What? Side entrances. What does that mean? All with full entablatures and pediments. It has stamped copper cornices. Oh, that's interesting. And dome. Its walls are dark brick laid in Flemish bond. The courthouse was renovated in 1975. Okay, next building we got here on our list is exterior of the First Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia in 1920s. And this is not one of them photos where I got to show you multiple photos to give you the high res, but that's okay. I went and dig it in the Atlanta archives, so I found some interesting stuff. These steps we did these steps. I mean, look at that. That don't even make sense. That don't even look right. Got Ether Finials, rose window. And if you hadn't been able to tell yet, got wind catcher up here. This one has been photo manipulated as well. They painted these right here, and there's a painted line there and there. And this has been painted, and that has been painted, and that right there has been painted. So that's another proof of photo manipulation. Next up, we got the First Baptist Church, 211 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. And let's see. Oh, is this the same? Yeah, this is the same church. So this is an overhead shot.
Across from it.
I thought this was weird. Okay. So this is
not that one, the one kitty corner from it.
Kitty corner.
Up.
Okay. Oh, is it that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not easy to see it. Okay.
No, it's not.
I see the tower now. It looks shorter, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe
when you're higher up, things look smaller and shorter because you're better than everybody else.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. What is this horse shit? Oh, this is the.
That's just where the details of where I got the photo, because it was probably 3 a.m. and I felt like I needed the resource credit of where I found the photo.
Oh, okay.
Because I think I felt like it could be a photo from anywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
I was doubting myself.
Oh, here's another one. This is so it's right here. It's a weird looking tower. I don't know. Look at those buildings. Jeez. That's a cool picture. I wish it was high res. So this is the demolition of that church in 1929. So wait a minute. Oh yeah. Okay. So and this one also is photo manipulated. I'll show you here on the high res close-ups, but they're demolishing. Look how thick those walls are. Look at that rose window just sitting there hanging in the air like that. That's crazy.
It's the Eye of Mordor.
Yeah. It's a wild picture. Let's see. Right here, you can see a painted line. And here, and here, and here, and here, and here are painted lines. There's a little bit of paint there, a little bit of paint there. I think I've got some more. Yeah, it's kind of getting in detail. You can see the paint a little bit better there. Right there. All right. So that puts us on to the next one. We got a map on this one. We got gates to Darlinghurst, Gale, ND, Darlinghurst, South Wales. Okay. All right. That means something to somebody.
It was a fun one to find this stuff. Oh, yeah. This is in Australia.
What the hell is that? A prison?
Dun, dun, dun. Once upon a time.
Is that a lion? Oh, it's definitely some of the British Crown horse shit. It's been vanilla skied. That is a weird looking structure.
It's still there. Well, most of it.
I don't know. That's just strange. So you got. Oh, it's in Sydney. I thought
It's
it
in
said it was
Australia.
in. I thought it said it was. What is this? I've never heard of this. Hell, I don't know. I'm not Australian. I don't know where these places are. The hell am I talking about? Hey, Ian Pearson, how you doing? I see you in the chat. Just so you know, go back and watch the first video. You've been added to the Star Wars credits, and thank you again for help sending dinner over the other night. I much appreciate it. And I see Drew Duncan's in the chat, and Frankie's still hanging with us. I wish I could see more of you guys on the thing when I look down, but I can't see but a little bit. That is just weirdly constructed to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just my eyes. Is this the same thing? What is no? This is
No.
Oh, okay. I got it. Now I got to go to my map.
Well,
Okay.
you didn't read the sign above the door.
What sign above what door? National Art School? Is that what I'm reading?
Mm-hmm. It's an art school.
An art school.
An art school.
National Arts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It used to be a prison.
Well, maybe that'll help them draw things.
Like,
Well, then what are you showing me this for? What is this horse shit?
that's the back to down. No, not zoom in. Float
Not-
above.
Not zoom in.
Okay. Grab the screen. Drag it up. That's down.
Wait, what?
Keep going. There it is.
That's it. That's the thing.
That's the National Art School that used to be the prison. It's got its own wall and all the buildings.
Where's that door thingy? Is that
Right
it?
there. They
Oh, they moved it. They removed it.
no, they thinned it out. So that picture you were looking at, I had to grab that from somewhere else because that's the entrance that it should be. I was all around this. There's nothing too interesting
So
more
this
than
is
that.
the old
entryway.
prison wall.
Dorm rooms. Now
Okay.
prison rooms.
They got flat earth asterisks on the windows. Make sure we got that going on. That could be old filled in pavement light right there.
For the dungeons.
possible.
Was that a DeLorean?
Where?
Back. Gotta go back to spots. Turn around. I don't know where it was. Oh, yeah.
that's
That almost looked
not
like a DeLorean.
A DeLorean. Oh my goodness, have mercy.
It was
on
a corner of my eye, and then you moved forward.
Oh my goodness.
It's
What's
an
this
art-
little dude?
I have no idea.
He's a cute little fella.
Yeah. People just walk by.
Oh, look at this. Oh my.
It's not part of the show.
What are you
Stop
talking about?
looking. Stop looking at it.
But it's pretty.
It's on the
It's got
outside of the
little
wall.
windows down there.
It's on the outside of the wall. You can't look at it.
It's not.
All right, fine.
It's not melted yet.
So what? Oh, what is this? Oh my!
That's the courthouse. It's on the outside of the wall, but it's kind of attached to the
Ooh,
wall.
pretty. That's on the inside. That's on the. That's part of the wall.
It's part of the wall. Because it's part of the wall, you can look at it.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's the courthouse, and then they would walk them to the jail. Right behind it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
It's not inside the wall.
It's near the wall.
No touchy.
It's approximately in the
No touchy.
location of the
Bad
nearest
dog.
pot. Ooh, at the fencing.
I'm gonna go sit in the corner.
Look at that. What's that? I don't like that building. That building's ugly. Let's go over here. How? Look at that's an odd looking thing. Okay, that wall's very strange looking.
That was a security camera. That's not odd.
No, I was looking at the writing on the walls. Did you see that? Every one of these has writing on them. Look at them
Just looks like
close.
burnt marks.
They're what?
Burnt marks.
Hey, there's your DeLorean.
Beep beep. Hey, utility trucks are probably the original DeLorean.
Ah, what happened? Ah, no.
Oh, it moves on you because it
Ooh,
doesn't
what's that?
line up with the street and the sidewalk.
Where'd that go? Where'd it go? Ooh,
Oh,
look at that.
that's Australia.
Oh man, it's not gonna let me get to it.
No, it confused the sidewalk with the street, so you had to
Where's
just.
that place I was supposed to be looking at? Oh, right here. Can I get down in there? What? Oh, what's that?
Yeah, you can drop the guy in there, I believe. Let it
I don't know. Maybe.
load.
Nope. Come on. Oh, what? That's wrong.
Especially for an art school.
You can't go anywhere in there.
I guess not. I thought I did. Maybe it was just around it.
Oh wow.
Shit.
Well, that's not appropriate.
Yeah, that's not appropriate.
You ain't letting me go.
Well, they won't even let you go down the back streets either.
That sucks. Okay.
Because if you
Alrighty.
in
Well,
the doorway, you can see that
Ooh.
cylinder building.
look at that.
There's more pictures on Google. When you click on the art, the name of the school, you can see more photos.
Yeah.
That's outside the wall.
There's walls right here.
I have more doors going to get you.
There's definitely walls. Ooh.
No, just hills to sled down on.
They don't have ice in New Zealand or Australia. Where the hell I am?
You don't need
Down under.
snow or ice to sled.
Oh, look at that. See, look at that. I knew I could smell one.
Is it that porn you were talking about?
Look at that. Yeah, mudflood porn.
Mudflood porn. You're drooling. Do you have your cup? Would you like a bib or a
Jeez.
cup?
Okay, all right. I give. Okay, we'll move it on. Next up, we have we got a map on this one. Newly constructed federal post office in Savannah, Georgia. That's a post office for the Donkey Express. I've got better high resolutions of this, just so you know. That's a wind catcher at their antennas on top. And let's go up to high res, and looky, what we have found. Ooh ah. Damn, that looks like right out of Europe. That's pretty. What you got going on the bottom here, Mudflood Winders? Yep. Jeez. More Mudflood Winders going on down there. Post Office, Savannah, Georgia. Postcard.
Oh, this is the good one. I found some goodies on this one.
That is just amazing to be a post office. Where do you even stick the mail? Where's the mail slot?
Where do you put the stamp?
Where do you park the horse to do the pickup? I don't understand. Okay, so what am I looking at? What is
Just
this?
crediting where I found it, I guess.
Yeah, who cares? Copyright. Who gives a damn? Okay. So this is a postcard. That is I wonder if it had a copper roof originally. Now this is artist, they could choose whatever to paint these, but painting the roof green is interesting. Makes me wonder. Look at all them Mudflood winners on the bottom.
It compliments your eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, that building has gained weight. Look.
Right?
What's up with that? Huh. Well, ain't that interesting?
Weight Watchers commercial.
Yeah. So we got a postcard. Okay, another postcard. Yeah, this building has doubled in size, tripled in size, some shit. More postcards. So now it's bigger. Oh, that's interesting. It's got Mudflood windows on the addition. Where have I seen that before? I've seen that before. What is this?
There's a couple pictures.
Okay.
Is this the Google drop?
Yeah, these are pictures from Google. What a weird structure. It looks like they're modernizing it. And it's got a hole in the floor.
That was that sneak peek I sent you 2 weeks ago.
So they've got, that's weird.
That's where they park the trucks, the loading dock. That would be a sinkhole.
That's a sinkhole?
Yes.
Oh, I thought they were remodeling it.
Nope.
It's a remodel now.
Yeah, I gotta figure it out now.
That is funny. I bet a truck fell through that. I bet a heavy. They had a truck, and it.
Go find the security cameras. Yeah, they found the stamps. They're really heavy.
That is crazy. Brick underground. We know we don't build brick underground. That's just retarded. That's something Meltology people would do. Let's build brick buildings underground because that makes sense. We had a leak and everything. Look.
From the sun, it's like,
I see.
That is just a weird building. This is obviously the new part. And they have made it look like the old part. Good. Wait a minute. Okay. You ain't gonna see that yet because I think, don't we have some? Is this it right here? Yeah, this is it. This is it. Yeah. So this is the building. So the new part. Okay, this is the old part here. And then okay, I see what they've done. This is new and this is new and all this is new. Let's go get down there.
Is it new? It looks pretty
well,
good.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not new. Help. What'd I do? Oh, okay.
Stretched it too far.
I got an idea. I is an expert. Watch this. Bada bang, bada boom. How do you like them apples?
Those buttons are fun toys.
How do you like that? How do you like that? And that.
You've been listening to Blackpink.
No, I have not been listening to Blackpink. Nope.
K-pop. That's their number one song. How you?
The only time, matter of fact, that I listen to Blackpink is the time that you sent it to me, and I will never be the same ever again. Mudflood drop in. What the hell is a Blackpink? Is what I want to know.
It's a sacred feminism.
That's no. That's not no. That's like saying Britney Spears is sacred feminism. That's what I mean.
She was.
She was a slave for you.
Wow.
Slave.
Look at this Mudflood dropping. I mean, come on. Ooh, what we got here?
Oops. Did it again.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Look. Oh my goodness.
See, I didn't know you could do that with Google. Switch the year.
Well, that's what I'm trying to show you, is that there's all these neat little tools they give us, and we got to use the man's tools against him. Look at that.
I get
Good
that.
grief.
I just didn't know how to do it.
Yeah, that's a great tool. I love that tool. I have found some crazy stuff by doing that. There's that weird shield thing, doodad. I can't get nobody to tell me what it is. Let's see what this
Shield.
looks like through the years. Let's see.
That's
Go
not a
to here.
cartouche.
Well, it's a cartouche, but what it symbolizes, that I don't know what they call it.
Oh.
There's a name for it. I hadn't figured out what it is yet.
A different symbol on it.
Let's go to 2018 and see what that looks like. And when you change the year on this stuff, you can see all kinds of different stuff that wasn't there. See, I bet one of these cars. Oh, look at there. I bet one of these cars fell through. You know, that the weight right there, since it was so we know there's a basement there. That's confirmed. Phoenician Wave. That's a beautiful building. It's a weird building. It's very interesting. You make a good point when you say, I say, that originally it was added on to, and you say, or was it? And that is a good point. I'd have to
That's
do
my
more looking
sarcastic
into
self.
that.
Because the postcards show a very thin version of it, but a postcard is still a drawing, still a photo, still manipulated.
Yeah.
Just like maps and
What was here?
anything, really.
What was this right here? Because let's look and see 2007.
It was VIP parking.
Because they got rid of something right there. See that right there? What is that?
The building. Just very ugly.
Well, it is now, but is that facaded? Is that an ugly facade? Look at that. It's got columns. Is there something underneath that they got
you
rid of?
waste all that money to build something so ugly?
What I'm saying is, what if that is an old world building underneath that?
Go back to the other building. What is that rusted light pole? Is that art? You have this pretty little doodad in front of these ugly twin buildings.
I would look up these right here. I bet you a nickel these are old world right here, and they're brutalist facaded. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about them. I'm just saying that I can see very easily that these are brutalist facaded.
Did you see that? They're melting.
Yeah, melting. Yeah.
Their cheap materials are melting.
Gonna kick in my PTSD. Okay, we got a map on this one. This is a print of rebuilt market house in Louisville, Georgia, 1940s. And obviously it's been photo manipulated, and you can see all the X marks are saying get rid of what was back there in the background. And you got these lovely ladies sitting there doing whatever these lovely ladies do in their spare time. And what are they doing here? I don't know. I just don't know. But this is another example of how they photo manipulate in the old times. And here's some information JJ found. Market House. Let's see if I can read this. The Market House was built between 1795 and 1798 as a publicly owned multi-purpose trading house. Louisville newspapers record sales of large tracts, household goods, town lots, and slaves by sheriffs, tax collectors, and marshals, and people of the community at the Market House. This square became the hub of the transportation routes that centered on Louisville when the state capital was located here in 1794 to 1807. Although portions of the structure have been replaced, the Market House has never lost its distinctive style. Inside the Market House hangs a bell that was cast in France for a New Orleans convent in 1792. The ship carrying the bell was sacked by pirates, and the bell was sold in Savannah. It was given to the state capitol, but was used in the market house as a community warning signal. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So this is an old image of it. Huh. Well, how odd is that? And look what okay, if you imagine, wait a minute, what are those ladies? Okay, look at those stairs right there. And you see those stairs right there. And look, this building was behind that. So they vanilla skied that building out. It was built at the crossing of two trails. The open air building dates back to the late 1700s. In the center hangs a bell that was used to warn Indian attacks. Chosen by friends of historic downtown Louisville as its symbol, the old market house at the intersection of Broad and Mulberry Streets is the oldest standing and most widely recognized structure in downtown Louisville. Once it was reputed to have been built in 1758, decades before the city was founded. Wait. Okay, so they built it decades before they even found. Okay, that makes no sense. At the intersection of ancient Indian trails, but more current research suggests it was actually built during the 1790s after Louisville's founding. Okay, yeah, can you make up the official narrative mind, assholes? Lovingly restored during the 1990s. We were lovingly restored the place where we sold the slaves. Great. The current structure still includes original timbers. The old now those are worth some money. Now we ought to get out there with a chainsaw and get them timbers out of there. The old market house building is not without controversy. Well, no shit. Widely believed for generations to have functioned as a slave market before the emancipation, the old market house, commonly known as the Old Slave Market, has long stood as a symbol of the institution of slavery. Recent research, however, casts doubt on this understanding and suggests that the old market house may have a much more benign history as an ordinary commercial market. Well, gosh, can you just get your official narratives straight? That's all I ask. In this 1934 photograph, the old market house, borrowed from the Library of Congress, built in America. Historic American Building Survey collection also includes a rare shot of the east side of the Abbott and Stone Mercantile Building before the back of the building was subdivided and altered for use by the city of Louisville as a city offices, fire station, and jail in 1937. Also notice on the left side of the photograph the spire of the old First Baptist Church, which was later demolished. Well, good. We got rid of the old church, too. Let's see. Old Market, Louisville, Georgia. Old Market is a historic open-air structure in the middle of Louisville, Georgia. It was built around 1795 during the period when this town was the capital of Georgia. The structure was built as a public market, but was also sometimes used as a slave market. Amid the George Floyd protest in 2020, the City Council of Louisville voted to have the structure removed from the town. Thank you, George Floyd. What another horseshit narrative. And we got the old market is four-sided, 24 feet each, open-air shed with pyramid-shaped roof. Pyramid symbology. There is a steeple at the top containing a bell. 4 heavy wooden timbers supported on each side. A new roof and cement floor were added to the structure in the 1950s, and timbers which are now badly rotted were reinforced with iron. The structure sits midway on a mall in the middle of Broad Street at the intersection of Mulberry Streets. Is currently surrounded by a low brick wall and shrubbery, all of recent origin. Market was built sometime between 1795 1798, based on extant newspapers of the time and other historical records. It was originally constructed as a market house to be used for official sales, such as property and furniture. However, it was known to be used to sell slaves and has commonly been called the slave market in recent years. A few sources suggest that recent research cast doubt on the contention that it was used to sell slaves. However, none of the sources provide supporting citations to any such research, so the suggestion is questionable. The whole fucking narrative is questionable. In June 2020, amid the George Floyd protest, petition circulated Louisville to have the old market removed from town, which quickly gained 4,000 signatures. Town population is 2,500, about 30% of which black. What the fuck? On June 13th, 2020, a protest took place in town attended by hundreds of people, and one of their demands was that the market had to go. On August 11, 2020, the City Council of Louisville voted 4-1 to remove the structure of the town's downtown area. The exact disposition of it has not been determined. Okay, moving on. We got a map on this one. Peachtree Governor's Mansion, Leighton House, Richard's Abbott House. That is beauty right there. That is pretty.
It's 3 separate houses, I believe, but they kind of like drag down the names. So the mansion, the what is it called? Mayor Mansion is the first house.
This one?
Yes. Funny enough, that's when I typed everything in separately. That one came up as the governor. I can't really read it through the number thing in the web.
That's a governor's mansion.
That's the governor's mansion. Then the middle one, and I believe on the other side is the Richard Abbott house.
So this is the Richard Abbott house.
And
all 3 of them. I mean, this one looks like it's massive, but not real cool looking.
I know, right? And it's the only one still there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the whole neighborhood's actually gone.
Well, I'm glad we got rid of these 2. They're too ugly. This one's much nicer.
I know. They look like sorcery witch houses.
Okay, we got a map, so let's go see what you got. You got okay, what am I looking at?
I don't know, zoom out.
Oh, this is the okay, this is for the market.
Oh.
What am I looking at? This is where it was? Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it today.
Mm-hmm. Turn around.
Oh, there's that building.
Nope. You weren't supposed to go there. You were supposed to turn around and see a different building.
But it's so pretty.
There's a pretty, pretty one. If you go back.
I'm back.
Ugh. Down there.
Down here?
Mm-hmm. Turn. To the left.
That one?
That's the right.
That one?
It's a car. No, too far. You're getting really cold. Ice cold. It is interesting, but no. Look for the columns or pillars. There you go.
Ah. Oh, it's a little bank.
It's a bank, but it's right next to the slave trade post. Very interesting little town. There's nothing else there except for what's on the street. Pretty much.
Brick building. Let's see if we can. Oh, it's not gonna let me down, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Ah, whoa.
Right there.
Looky there.
There's them back alleys.
Oh yeah, the back alleys are awesome. I love them.
Back alley field trip.
You find some of the best evidence back on these alleys. That. Let's go back up this way, see what we find.
Can you search for Paula Dean's house?
Oh my God. She made.
Wow.
She's got this recipe called the apple butter pecan pie or something like that.
Oh, it's got butter. That's her thing.
And it's apple butter pumpkin
Pecan.
pie or something. Anyways, it's apple butter pumpkin pie, I think, and it's got praline pecans on top. Oh my! I made it one time, and I'm oh my!
You almost got sent to the hospital.
You
had to give it away. You had to throw it on the floor. It was so good.
It did not make it through whatever it was for Thanksgiving. It didn't make it. It did not make it at all.
Because you ate it all in the closet, didn't you?
No, I didn't eat it all. I can't say I ate it all, but I made 2 of them, and neither of them made it. I mean, they were both.
It was a double-decker heart attack.
Oh my gosh, that was hard to make because I couldn't make the pralines were hard to make for me. I would not made them before, This is that building they were talking about with the firehouse. Okay, so I think we've looked at this one. Let's move on. But yeah, that apple butter, I think it's apple butter. You can still get the recipe, apple butter pumpkin pie, and then you got to add the praline
Are you taking notes?
pecans on top, and that oh
Are you
my,
taking notes?
I can't take. Oh man, you just don't even know.
Apple butter pumpkin pie. Who's not ready? Holler I.
It now, if you look up the recipe now, if I'm not mistaken, it only gives the recipe for the apple butter pumpkin pie. You have to go to find another recipe to get the pralines, but originally it had both in one.
I'm
But
sure somebody's got her like original books. You can
maybe
find
I
the
don't even know
history.
where I got it from. I just know that it sounded good and I made it, and it was oh my goodness.
I don't
Is it the pecan or
bake.
the pumpkin?
I don't know. You would have to just do a little research and find out.
Okay, we got United States Custom House and Post Office, Forsyth and Marietta Streets in Atlanta, Georgia. And as you can tell, we have mud flood windows that are going to blow, and you're going to fall in. Don't fall, little dude. Going to fall in the mud flood windows, and I don't know what they got going here. This is just odd. We got a pulley
Photoshopped.
system over here.
Just Photoshop. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Got a dude standing on the roof for no apparent reason. Got a wind catcher. Got horse shit awnings. I think I don't got any close. I don't got any better ones of that one. Okay. Let's see. We got some extra data JJ found. This is just a construction photo. Yeah. Yep.
It's just an
Construction photo.
artistic rendering of construction.
Pretty much. More.
I questioned a lot of the shadows.
Anytime I see these crappy crane things on top, I start questioning.
Vanilla sky. I should
Okay,
just
so that was the last of that, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, next up we got big guns firing from U.S. battleship 1940, and this is obviously a photo manipulated picture, and I've got close-ups of this, and you can see how they've painted the smoke and some of the barrel and some of the gun here and some of the little dudes and a lot of paint on this, and they've painted this right here, little guns. You can see how they've painted in here and right here, over here, right here, right here, here, some over here. All this whole black here is painted. And we got view of Old Fulton County Jail, known as Fulton Tower, Atlanta, Georgia, 1910. That's weird how that did. That must have not been fully uploaded when I copied that picture or something. That's weird. I don't know. I think I got extra pictures.
I just realized we were looking at the 3 houses and you never went to the map.
Oh yeah, 'cause when I went to the map, it went to the wrong one. You're right. Okay.
It was like, there it is.
So this should be it right here.
Those are the houses with the governor's mansion and the
Sorry about
Abbott,
that.
something or other. That's
This
the
is
only one sitting there.
It's a
The
beautiful area.
Linden. Now they're calling it the governor's mansion, but the old photos they didn't call it the governor's mansion because the 2 houses on that whole block of the street that went right in front of the house, it's all gone. That's all
This
this
obviously has a lower level.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get how. Let's see if it'll let us down there. Doubt
Only
it.
in the front street. That's private property. You can't come in.
Nothing.
No white privilege card for you.
They suck. Oh my gosh, it's so far away.
Mm-hmm. Compared to the picture, the street used to go right down the front of it.
Oh, they won't even let me on the private drive. Oh, you assholes.
Access denied.
I thought that I could go. Oh, yeah.
Mm-mm.
What? What is this? No. What is that? Okay.
That's a tractor.
Well, man, they suck. Oh well.
But anyway, yeah, all the houses are gone. That front street, everything.
Are there any other weird houses around here?
Do you have to ask?
That's interesting.
It's outside the wall.
You never know. Could be something. What is this? Never know. There might be something. Looks like some money sitting here some around these people. What? What is that? What is seriously? Come on. What kind of asshole writes his name in the lawn? Good
I
one.
bet you did it last week
Come
with the
on.
lawnmower. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you ask Ann Pearsons to look something up?
I don't know.
Oh, she's asking Frankie or us, do you all remember what Beaks wanted me to check out? Was it the beginning of the show when she hopped on? You said
Oh
something.
yeah. And make sure you go back and watch the beginning of the show. The credits. I added you to the Star Wars opening the credits. Your name's on there, and I want to thank you for sending dinner last week. So your name's up in
There
lights.
you go.
Thanks to Ann and her husband for that. I appreciate that very much. Sorry, I thought I might have actually told her to check out
I
something.
know, right?
That's
You
what I
you
was
told
thinking.
me, yeah, she was like 2 weeks ago, and I mean, she was looking stuff up for
Yeah,
you.
she
So
was
who
looking.
knows?
I think she was going to try to look for that audio clip I've been looking for, but I still have not found all the audio clips I need. I'm still looking. So this is another view of this is in the 1930s. Last one, this was in 1910. This is in 1930. So this is one you found, I think. But look at that wind catcher. That is a weird looking structure.
It looks like you're supposed to smush it down like some kind of old toy.
It's very odd. It's Moorish looking kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really odd. It's a jail? Fulton County Jail. That's strange. That's really weird. I don't know. Look at that. It's just strange. Looks like it's been vanilla skied. That's the wind catcher. That is just weird looking. I don't know. What a strange structure. I mean, I don't even know. It's very Moorish. Got the Moorish towers back here, too. There's Fred Horse Build America. So this is a sketch of it. I don't know. That's very odd. So this is a bit, kind of a wider shot. That's a very odd structure. I have to give them that. Whoever supposedly designed that. It almost looks like that's not the whole structure, that they tore stuff down. I don't know. Let's move on. We got remains of copper iron works furnace stack 1930s. And this is just very strange. But one thing I thought was really weird about this photo is it's photo manipulated, and they have painted the entire inside of here. I don't know if you can see that, but those are paint marks, and then they've painted right here too. I don't know how well this is showing up, but that is paint right there.
It's showing up good
Is
because
it?
yeah, you can tell when you zoom in like that. It's
You
been
can't see it there. This is the high res close up, and
yeah,
why
can
would
see
you
it.
do that? I mean, it's very
Charcoal smudge.
odd. I don't know. Okay, moving on. This is damage to Spring and Maple Streets after 1936 tornado, Gainesville, Georgia. And this has been photo manipulated as well. So this is After a tornado, you got mudflood windows, you got big old arches, and they have photo manipulated. I've got some better closer up shots, I think. I guess that's the high school back in the background. But you can see they've painted this here for some unknown odd reason. Here's a train wreck in Southern Railroad, number 7, Engineer McDonough, Georgia, something 1900. Some kind of train wreck. And this is photo manipulated as well. When you back in the background, you've got they've painted it out and like they like cut out the top of the bridge. And I mean, I think I got more. No, that's the only one of those I got, but that's I don't have any close-ups, but that you can see the paint that they did there. Why, I don't know.
Frankie's very upset.
So what?
Frankie's very upset.
Oh, he likes turning
The train.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, Frankie. Yeah. Got Drew Duncan in the chat. Let's see. Whitehall Street north towards 5 Points in Atlanta, Georgia, 1875. And this is photo manipulated as well. And I think I've got close-ups of this one. I know you guys like the photo manipulated stuff, so I found a bunch of that stuff, and I just wanted to share a bunch of it with you just to, get y'all riled up and, ready to strike.
It definitely helps you question everything.
Yeah. See, this is right up in here. They've painted all this, and this whole background here is painted. You can see that water tower's painted, that church is painted in. They're not even there. They've painted that in. They've painted the top of that building there. So that's, more photo manipulated. They've awesome painted this in. It's crazy. And this is pre when they added in supposedly the viaducts. So now, you'd have this hole here would be covered up. Whitehall Street from Alabama Street with Old Trinity Church in Atlanta, Georgia. And this is 1892, and this is a photo manipulated image as well. And you can see Fred has been photo manipulated. Why would you do that to Fred? I don't know.
He almost looks like a goat.
Yeah, he don't even look right. He got two pointy ears. This is Boss Man. He's painted in. These fellas look kind of manipulated. That looks kind of manipulated. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell what all is manipulated, but it's definitely manipulated. There's no question. At the finials up here. So and you can see that this line, this little box here is where they've blocked it out. I think that's what they call it, where they say, okay, the original picture was this big, but then they blocked out a certain portion of the picture and then they painted. Very strange. Here's a little bit closer. I don't think it really details. There's a clock. Clocks are expensive. Okay, we got the old courtyard at Lisbon Penitentiary under construction in Lisboa, Portugal. And obviously it's been vanilla skied. You can see the evidence of that. There's that's a problem on the negative. You can see the cracking in the negative. Portholes here and here. It's a very weird structure. And this is here's your ground level here, and then look at all this underground. I mean, what you got going there? And then why do we got ladies coming down here to the job site? I mean, I'll tell you this right now. No offense to the ladies, but I'm sitting there trying to dig my ditches for my French drains today, and I had the customer comes out and she stands right in my work zone, and then the neighbor comes out and she stands right in my work zone, and she's got her baby with me, and they start having a conversation right in my work zone. And finally, after about 10 minutes of this, I looked at him. I said, why are y'all in my work zone? Get out of my work zone. And they're like, oh, we're sorry. I'm like, what the hell?
Some women need a lot of attention, and they'll stand right in the middle of what you're doing. It's like a cat.
I mean, they were in the way to where I couldn't even shovel the dirt because they were in the middle of the everything. And I'm like,
Yeah, because they're like, hey, you haven't given me any attention.
I guess, I don't know.
Like a cat that gets in the middle of your work and everything.
Incredible.
Like a Garfield. But yes,
Incredible.
females are funny. Even though it's not.
And I've done a lot of work for this lady, and she started joking with me, and then she was picking on me about being in my work zone, and then I said, "Do you want the thunder or the lightning?" And I held up both my fists. And she says, "You don't want to mess with me, son."
That's funny.
She's
Ray's here.
Crack me up, but I mean, yeah, good grief. I mean, anyways, we got vintage Christmas in New York City, 1910s, and all I want for Christmas is my pavement lights. You got two different kinds. You got, these are the oblongs, I call them, and these are the rounds. And you can see all the interesting Christmas goodies. And the ladies in uniform, men in the uniform. Hudson Tunnels, that's part of the Hudson's terminal building. And we got Walnut Street and 7th Street built for the Philadelphia something or another. It's cut off. I can't redress it. All the pictures, as usual, are in the description. You can go and look them up for yourself. And we're adding all the extra stuff now to that, so you can, all the stuff that JJ finds, we'll put in that too. So that'll be in there as well in case you want to do a little more research or interested or give a damn or whatever. It's there. Go do your own thinking. Got Mudflood windows. Interesting light right there. More Mudflood windows right here. We got a actual, looks like a muddy road. I don't know. That's a weird looking, it's been vanilla skied. And there's those weird trees. I find these all the time where they've climbed up the top of a tree and cut the tops of the trees out, all the limbs out.
That's what it looks like after a hurricane.
It's a very weird thing.
It is.
I mean, I find these like a lot, like abnormally a lot. Like, not like, oh, they had a tree that got a disease. No. I find in this time frame, I find trees exactly like this where they've climbed the tree. See, they had to climb the trees back then. Back then you couldn't they didn't have cranes and stuff to like get up in the tree to cut the tree down. They had to climb up the tree, and they'd saw off the limbs so they would be bare. And I see that a lot, and it's enough that it's strange to me. Then again, maybe it's nothing. This is Keller's Hotel, Albany, New York, 1908. And Fred is over here to the right. You can't see him. He's hiding. Got Mudflood Winters there and there. Got Boater Hat Man. And got a clock up here. Clocks are expensive. Ladies in uniform. Let's see. Look how big those windows are. Horseshack awnings. Got to have those. Got something going on right there. Boss man sitting right there watching everybody and everything. Got ladies in uniform. Got a raised platform here. It's probably got pavement light in it. Can't confirm nor deny. That is prism glass, which is a red flag for looking for pavement light. Anytime you see prism glass, look down, because the same companies made both products. And there, didn't even realize this one. This one's been photo manipulated right here. right there, you can see they scratched out the power lines right here, 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 here. It's faded out here. It's hard to see or out of focus there, but they have scratched it out there. So that's photo manipulated picture. I didn't even have that one labeled. This one's been vanilla skied and not very well. You can see the crappy job they did right here and right here, and they can right here, all that you can see it's been vanilla skied. 100% confirmation vanilla skying right there. No doubt, no question, proof positive. Same in here. They've cut out in between the sign. These are portholes, part of the wind catcher. And I think that's about it. So we got more vanilla sky over here. You can see the difference between the darker here and the lighter here. And you can see the jagginess of the vanilla sky that wasn't done very well. And then same over here. 100% conversation. That is a photo manipulated picture. 100%. Looks like they did a little manipulation there too. So I need to get that one in my photo manipulated folder. Baltimore, Maryland, circa 1906, looking up North Charles Street from Washington. And it's cut off. I can't read the rest of it. That's okay. You get the idea. And looks like got some arches down right there. That's really nice brickwork right there. I like it. Big old clocks back in the background. Smokestacks that aren't smokestacks. There's a big old ether antenna. Oh, in case y'all don't know, Simon Dan decided to put his head up his ass and give Billy Philly 22 some shit this week. So, there is no such thing as bad press. But that Simon Dan, he's about as dumb as a box of bricks. So go check out that video and go watch a Billy Philly video. He's getting better all the time. And we've got an ether finial right here. And one thing I've noticed is Billy Philly's doing a lot of research into construction terms, and he's getting real educated on that stuff. And I just really think that's really cool. And he's doing some boots on the ground stuff that I've asked him to go look at. And once he gets that done, we're going to have Billy Philly on the channel with his lovely wife, Nicole. And we're going to do a little, we'll probably do an early live stream or a recorded live stream. I think he said he wanted to do a recording. Either way, we'll figure it out, but it won't be on the live show because they go to bed early. So there's Fred and Wilma. They're doing the Horse and That Built America. And anyways, go check out Billy Philly channel Billy Philly 22 channel. And that's a pretty looking building. Old world with coins. Looking at all the pretty buildings. Very nice. Very nice.
Frankie said Billy Philly gained some subs from that hit piece.
Well, that's what I told him. I said there is no press. There is no bad press. He was all bent out of shape about it. Like it hurt his feelings. Like this guy was being a dick, and
it's just like an energy vampire. It distracts you and pulls you to the side for a minute unexpectedly.
Yeah, I mean,
Billy Philly,
the guy
didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't. Now I said, look, take it as constructive criticism and do it better. Make it so he didn't have anything to say.
Someone's always got something to say. You can't please everybody, but some people will sit there and act like, well, you have a small group of follower viewers, and then they come in to get all the attention like a spoiled brat.
Billy Phillies is new to this, and he's just finding his sea legs, and
I think they're doing a great job.
Guy, he's all only looking for content for his crappy ass show. He's
Yeah.
got a ton of subs, and he does these bullshit videos, and that's what the sheep will like. They like bullshit videos. That's
It's
why
like-
these new Tartaria TikTok videos are doing so well, because people are stupid. But that's okay. They'll go out and they'll do these dumbass Tartaria videos, and they'll lead the sheeple to the real researchers
Yeah,
like myself
usually
and
like when
Cable
you're
and
trying to debunk
Martin and
something,
all these other guys. So whatever.
you end up finding more truth and a large community of supporters.
Exactly. I mean, let him do it. Fine. It's all good. This is Boston, Massachusetts, 1895 main entrance to the Boston Public Library. And we got some interesting stuff on the flow. Weirdness. I think it's a zodiac. Kind of hard to tell. There's that weird symbol right on the floor of the Boston Library. Very strange.
What was it?
Look,
Sorry.
right there.
You move really fast. Is it like two bodies next to a? Yeah, it looks like a shield.
Yeah.
Okay, because that was on the side of the building and that other picture.
Yeah, and I see it all the time. It's what is
You
the
do?
name of that symbol?
I've never seen it.
I show it like constantly. It's just this thing that pops up on cartouches, and I cannot find the name of it, the architectural name of it. That's a griffin right there. You got a Tartarian griffin right there. I can't read the word. Emerson, maybe? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. I don't know. That's just amazing architecture inside there. This is Burlington, Vermont, circa 1911, Church Street north from Bank Street. And what we're gonna find? We got a hitching post there. Okie dokie. Got the dentist office. Let's see what we're gonna find. Got boss man back here. Pooper scooper man. Keep your pooper scooper watcher, follower, dude, person, lady, whatever. Etherfinial. Tiny little bell. Clocks are expensive. There's Fred way back in the background doing what Fred does. Does everything. Got the trolley lines. Get your cigars. Okie dokie. Got lady in uniform. You got something undergroundy here, and here. Can't tell what, but there's definitely something underground there, no doubt. 100%. All right, moving on. We got Charleston, South Carolina, circa 1910, Meeting Street from St. Michael's Church. And what we're going to find. Post. So that's the newspaper, I guess. Probably a wind catcher there. Bum, bum, bum. Do. There's Fred's Horse Build America. Hey, Maggot, how you doing? I love that name, Maggot. Got a wind catcher there. Got a flat earth asterisk there. Crappy awning. Very important to have. They like these domes here. Okay, we got beach and ladies bathing place, Margate, England, circa 1890s to 1900. And got a couple fellers in the water here, and this is a thing that a weird this is a picture that's been painted and turned into probably a postcard or something. There was just a weird thing they did back then is they would they it was considered not a good thing for ladies to be seen on the beach in their swimwear, which is the exact polar opposite of what we have today. And they would get the ladies in these contraptions and they would roll them, they would walk backwards into the water. I think they walked them backwards. And they the ladies would get out and swim. They'd walk down these ramps out in the water and they would swim, and then nobody would be able to see them from the beach in their swimwear. I don't know. Basically, it's a way to make money because this is some crazy ass shit. I don't know. Jared Boosters did a video on this a while back, but this reminded me of that video that he did a while back. It was interesting. So, anyways, hi Jared, and we got a bathhouse on Nantasket Beach, Massachusetts, in 1905. And we got the Reservoir Dogs here. And we got flat earth asterisks all over the place in case you need them, knowing where you are. I think it's a symbol of the flat earth. That's my opinion. And we got ether fencing there on that. Very strange construction there. Got Payne's Cap Boss Man there. And of course a muddy road. And we got a map on this Main Street, Maniac Island, circa 1905. And we got the female Sherlock Holmes there. And we've got wood sidewalks, which is always a sketchy thing. I think there's stuff under those sidewalks whenever I see those. That is a very strange facade. I don't know what's going on with that facade. It's very weird. Got the crescent moon with a star. Very interesting. And of course, Fred's back here doing what Fred does. Got ether antennas here. Ladies in uniform, Persian rugs. That's pretty how that's done. Look at that electrical transformer. I was literally up on a roof the other day. Well, not on the roof, but I climbed up to the roof on a ladder, and I was working on fixing a gutter. And you know those where they clip the lines at the house right before it goes in, where you got the piece coming out of off the house to where the power line goes up to the house, and it's got the your two legs and your ground, and then they tie them together and then tape them together. Anyways, I was up on working on this gutter and I felt something poke me in the back, and I was like, God, that's uncomfortable. And then I got done with what I was doing. I started to get down. I looked over to see what was poking me in the back, and it was one of the legs of the power. It was just sticking in my back, literally touching me. I did not even, I knew it was there, but I didn't think I was that close to it. Luckily it was taped, but yeah, that happened. And we got a map for this one. So that will be this. Okay, what am I looking at, Miss JJ?
Well, that's called a marina.
Okay.
And are we in Mackinac? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
You have
right.
to go to, I believe, the White House. It looks like White House area. Is that where? Oh no. Okay, the brown house roof next to. Yes, zoom in there and drop in on the street. I had a brain fart. That's why I was like, "You're looking at a marina."
There's Fred.
And nope, go look down the street. The other way.
Looking at the horsies.
Okay, take your time.
He's watching Fred.
Go to the intersection. Probably one more, and then nope, that to the left. There's your photo.
Oh, that's that building. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's not much on Mackinac, except for this grand hotel everybody talks about. But you couldn't get me out there because I don't do boats.
Huh.
Now they call them ferries, but these are like powered jet ski ferries because the waves out there could be pretty gnarly, and
Yeah.
I would just be thrown up the whole time. So
they just run everybody around on these horses and carts and stuff.
there are no vehicles on the island.
No, they're not even allowed.
You can do bicycles and you can walk.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
no vehicles allowed except for emergencies, and even still, you're pretty screwed if something happens to you.
Huh.
Because they might bring in a chopper. Now, this is Mackinac. This is off to the side of the Mackinac Bridge that connects the lower Michigan to the upper peninsula, the UP, the Upers. This island is off to the east.
Northeast.
And there's not much.
What was this thing back here I was seeing? Where'd it go?
There's forts on there.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
There's
What's
a couple
this about?
forts, but mostly made of wood, mostly like hiding a lot of stuff. There's a couple forts on one island, but yeah, lots of trees,
Oh.
lots of cliffs.
So it's
using the M word.
it's not. I thought it was a star fort at first, but it's not. It's
I'm pretty sure it used to be because
oh, here we go.
there's other things that stand out on the whole island. I was looking at it a couple
Got
weeks
that
ago.
weird angled wall that could have been a star fort.
Oh yeah, it's weird because you get a lot of snow. I mean, they get pummeled with snow and ice. Frankie would know because he's Canadian. He's still higher up on that longitude, latitude, whichever one goes west to east. Coffee needs to kick in, but they have to close the bridge down when it's too windy, when there's too much ice and snow. So the island gets hit, and this is fresh water, but the waves can be like 20, 30 feet, like you're in the Baltic Sea. It's crazy.
Huh.
So
Was there anything else interesting on here that right here that was interesting?
Over
Arch
on the other
Rock.
side of the island,
What's Arch Rock?
I don't know, a rock that has an arch. But on the other side of the island, no, that's the British Landing. Go there. You should be able to drop down on the street next to that blue little icon. Down in the intersection. Yeah, go to the restroom. Intersection.
That?
Yep. They left one cannon to defend the island. And over there's a story on the green board. Oh yeah, it's very it's very believable.
Oh my god!
But-
I would have really enjoyed being on the official narrative writing team because
Right?
I mean,
There's the airport.
that had to have been fun.
There's the airport,
They have an airport.
but no vehicles.
Devil's Kitchen. Ooh, what do we got there? Check that
Jake
out.
Ramsey, probably. There you go. Uh-oh.
Alrighty.
There's that M word cliffs. I'm gonna call them cliffs and not mountains.
Oh yeah. This is
That's an aperture. I
yeah.
think
We
it's
got to
called.
check this for melted building. Let's see if we can find a
Don't you
brick
see the
wall or
lines?
something.
Do you see the lines?
The
That's melted
lines.
layers.
This. Yeah, there's the melted brick lines right there. We found those.
Hot like fire. Drop it like it's hot.
Oh my God, help me. Okay, I tell you what. Let's take a break
It's
because
a devil's kitchen.
the cheese Wawas is scratching my leg, wanting to go take him a patrol. So let me get us a break ready here. If I can find my page to look at for breaks.
Yeah, the blizzards are crazy.
Let's see. I need a break video. Let's see. What are y'all in the mood for? Anyone?
Black
Anyone?
pink, black pink, black pink.
Blackpink. Okay, so for Blackpink, we'll do
K-pop.
Duality by Slipknot.
There you go. See?
All right, kids, I'll be back in a bit. Jake, honey, be sure to work on your science fair project. It's due tomorrow.
Okay, Mom.
Okay, gang, have a great band practice. But remember, no Slipknot.
I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. But it's made of all the things I have to take. But it never ends. It works its way inside. The pain goes on. I've screamed until my veins collapse. I've realized my time elapsed. Now all I do is live with so much fate. I've wished for this, I've asked a lot. I've left behind this little thank you. Gonna kill the union, no great. I've gotta say, but I've gotta say, no swear I'll go away. But I can't promise you enjoy the noise. I guess I'll save the best for last. My future seems like one big mess. You left me with no choice. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. If the pain goes on, I'm not gonna make it. Pull me back together and take away the pain I know. Drag me to the darkness and then just leave me alone. Tell me that reality is better than a dream. But I found out the hard way, nothing's what it seems. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. If the pain goes on, I'm not gonna make it. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. But it's made of all the things I have to take. But it never ends. It works its way inside. If the pain goes on, I'm not gonna make it.
Slipknot again?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All righty. Me and Roscoe picked up train, had us a cookie, and got me some coffee. And
20-second delay.
20-second delay. No.
What?
No 20-second delay.
On my tech support side.
Oh.
He's over there. I splashed
Tech
water on my
support, huh?
face.
I'll blame it on tech support this week. I see. Let me see. I just want to throw in while we're at it, and
Did you what?
I was gonna throw this little something in here while we're at it. I think it was last week or the week before last or sometime recently. That
What is that?
Dingleberry, our melted reality. Got to give the meltologist a little credit here. He was doing boots on the ground. He ran across this right here, and he's sitting there going, "Oh, I can't know what is that. Well, I can't figure out what it is. I don't know." And he was just getting all, all up, up in arms, trying to figure out what was going on with this thing. And
He was really
all
excited.
it is a railroad track that's embedded in, concrete. Just so you know, I mean, I thought I might help him out there and help him pull his head out of his ass. And
It does look iron oxidized.
So, and you were showing me this. Let's see. Let me get this presented so you can see it. You were showing me this a week or two ago or something.
Definitely like 2 weeks ago. The mud flooded windows.
And I've showed this building in the MUDDIN shows before, Independence Hall in Philadelphia, but it's mud flooded. But I just think it was interesting. It's interesting to know that they show a mud flooded building on the back of the $100 bill.
Yeah, this was on Facebook's Tartarian group. Somebody shared it, and then I sent it to you because you're not on Facebook.
No, I don't.
And
I don't play with the devil's toy.
Yeah.
See. Oh.
The devil's toys.
So there's that. I just thought that was just. I already knew that, but it's. I had not. I had looked at the building, real photographs, and looked at it in different ways, but never in that way. And I thought that was interesting. I like the different perspectives to see it's on the back of the $100 bill. I mean, that's really interesting.
I thought it was interesting because we don't hold cash money anymore. Everything is digitalized. So you're being more like, I want to say desensitized and stripped away of, it's not just being demolished in front of you because you can't walk into the library anymore, but even the art pieces, so to speak, money, currency, the truth in plain sight, they're stripping things away from you.
And I'll share this too. I don't know exactly the story. There was a girl recently that got killed, Kylie Rodini. I might be saying that wrong, but there seems to be some controversy about this one. And this just struck me as interesting that they did this picture, and they were talking about this picture on something I ran across, and it just, to me, it struck me as interesting because it's a flat Earth asterisk is what it is,
right?
And so I just wanted to share that. I didn't know if anybody had seen that perspective, and they were going on and on about how this is. They were saying in the video I was watching that this is, a symbol in the Indian dot not feather mythologies and in their religions, and I'm just sitting there thinking, well, that is the flat Earth asterisk. I mean, that's it, you see this symbol everywhere, and I just thought that was just something to share. And then also, I ran across this comment. This was talking about talking about me. It says, "How the fuck does he know what other people are capable of when they're high? Fuck him." and basically this is me talking about how I just don't agree with doing research live on your
What
channel
they're
and
capable of
being high
doing
as hell.
when they're
And the
high
question
and
here is, how would I know
falling
what
asleep
people are
on their own
capable of
show.
when they're high? And what I'm going to tell you is that I used to get high as hell, so I am capable of knowing what people are capable of when they're high, because I used to get fucking high, and I fucking know what I'm talking about. So there's
I
that.
never, I will say, I've never gotten high or fucking high. I've never smoked it or anything to that degree. I've had a happy brownie or a cookie once, and I wasn't able to think straight.
Oh hell,
So there's no way I was
no.
going to do research.
No, yeah.
I
Those
was
are awesome, though.
paranoid. I was freaking out, and then I
Yeah,
needed to
they're
recover.
potent.
The only research I was doing was finding the next Munchie Crunch of I was
Yeah.
fucking hungry. So a
Pretty
low
much.
level of even saying people's tolerances are different, but to say, like you said, some people I guess need help opening their minds to do research afterwards. Like,
Now, I want to be, I don't know how I have made this, I have been very clear about this, but people are so high, they don't understand what I'm saying. So let me try once more to be very clear. I don't care if you get high all you want to. That's not what I'm saying. I don't care if you're getting high and doing research. I don't care. That's not my business. What I am concerned with is people that are in our community that are the YouTube or whatever, they're live in the public, and they're smoking drugs, RSO or weed. Weed is a drug, people, and they're getting high on camera while they're doing the presentations. And to me personally, I think it makes the entire community look like a bunch of fucking idiots. And I am part of the community.
when you get carried away with
like
it,
an idiot.
when they get carried away with it on live stream, like you're boasting about it.
I don't care if you're boasting about it or if you're just sitting there smoking.
No, for how
when you look at the
high
mainstream, you don't see them getting high on camera. Now, I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying that they don't look like a bunch of chumps getting high and having a party. We need to be professionals. And you ain't being a professional if you're getting high on camera and showing your research. That's not professional.
I still look at it like a ball and chain. You're more connected to the system thinking you're free when you're not, because you need something.
Do you really think that
supposedly
they're legalizing marijuana and other drugs because why do you think they're doing that? Think about that.
Why was it always illegal to begin with? Because fight the man, right?
Well, they had the lots of reasons they made it illegal, but why are they doing it? Why are they legalizing it now? They want you high.
It's all dog and pony show.
They want to make that money.
They wanted you to break the rules to get in trouble, and now they want you so fucking intoxicated with whatever substance. They want you so intoxicated.
They want you on coma. They want you like.
No, it's legalized, and there's shops everywhere, and this stuff is so GMO'd. This is not your great grandpa's weed.
No.
This stuff.
This ain't Willie Nelson's weed.
Oh.
No.
It's not just laced. There is something to what they do to the seed to even get it to grow. This is.
I mean, look, I am fully aware that a lot of you people that are watching this video right now are high as a kite. I got it. I get it. It's none of my business. And
I get it for medical reasons.
I'm not saying it's not okay.
I just can't stand like people's immaturity of getting carried away with it and acting like a fool and saying that they've got their shit together.
We need to be professionals, and it's not professional to get up on screen and do drugs. Okay. It's not professional. And you make the entire community look bad. And I'm asking you to fucking stop it because you look like fucking dumbasses. And by association, you're making me look like a dumbass, and I don't fucking appreciate it. Fucking stop it.
It's a thin line of.
That's all I'm asking. And I don't think it's too much to ask. Let's get back into the looking at the pictures, guys. I could go on about that, but I don't think I need to.
We now bring you back to our scheduled program.
We now pull our head over her ass. And we got South Salina Street, Syracuse, New York, 1905. And what are we going to find? I'm going to find a big old stone in the middle of the road. For what reason? We got ladies in uniform, and she is cool. She is the epitome of cool. That could be pavement lady kind of things over there. There's Boss Man right there in his little bowler hat. I want me a bowler hat, like a real deal bowler hat. I have to ask Santa that for Christmas. I don't want a knockoff. I don't want a cheap one. I want a real one. I don't know. I just think it'd be cool. And we got a barbershop pole, which is red flag to me. You got Fred over here doing what Fred does. Got a little doo-doo in the street, in case you're a pooper scooper watcher. Got arc light. Got ether finials back here. Got ladies in uniform. Man, he is just pimped out. Bunch of carpet draper stoves. Man. Make sure we're full screen for me, JJ. I didn't check.
We're good.
Cool.
We're not intoxicated.
This looks like it's been changed to me right here. That doesn't look right. That they have removed something there.
I believe I have photo or something on this one.
I don't have it. I don't think so. I don't have any note for that. I don't. We'll see here in a second, but I don't think you do.
Whoa, that's different.
Talking about that top there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that it's like a Phoenician. I thought it was a Phoenician shell at first. Then I got closer to it and I realized it was different. But I don't know. I hadn't seen that one before.
What's that? Oh, is it the trump or the spade shape on the cards?
Spade.
That's what it looks like.
Spade, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Stoneball finial. Okay. I don't think there's any more data. No, I don't have anything else there, JJ. Excursion steamer Fortune in Wetzlar Lock. Salute. Santa Maria, Michigan, 1905. What the hell kind of name is that? Excuse me. He just looks like he's been through the American education system.
Were you asking how to say Sault Ste. Marie?
Okay.
Salt?
Yeah, that's better than I did.
Like salt?
It's Sault Ste. Marie.
But I'm just saying the play on unenunciations. When you say it fast, Sault Ste. Marie. It's Sioux. It's salt. I believe it's native name.
Why don't they just spell it like it sounds?
Salt.
Why don't we do that way?
Well, I'm dyslexic, so I always said salt.
There's the captain. Check that thing out. Some kind of ether business up there. Got the eagle representing the phoenix there. Let's see. I like these kind of trees. I forget. Poplar tree? I don't remember what those are called. Those are cool. Oh, maybe they're not poplar. I don't know what they're. They're cool. Okay. That's enough of that. Elks Place, New Orleans, Louisiana, the old criminal court building and parish prison.
Frankie's correcting me as well. It's called Sioux, but they don't spell it that way because it's a native tribe name. Yeah, they changed the spelling of it. It's just wonky because whatever. They changed the narrative.
Okay. So I'm not at fault here. So that's Fred. Fred is the horse that built America. I guess we're stacking brick here. Zip it, Skippy. I ain't got time for it. You know we're in the middle of the show. Just eat your food in peace and shut up. Thank you. Sorry, folks. Yeah, okay. We got some kind of weird crane business there, and got some weird little doodad there. And got the Elks Lodge, I guess, and we got some weird, very strange Mudflood winters there. And it's been vanilla skied. Got Aunt Jemima up there. Man, I want some pancakes now. Okay, and this is just, man, look at that thing. Good grief. Etherfinial up there. Clocks are expensive. And damn, now I'm gonna have to go get me some pancakes. Now this is just out of hand here. Got the black reservoir dogs there. That thing looked like he would tear you up. Got wind catcher. Okie dokie. I don't know what's going
Hey,
on
Beags, do you know anything about
Hey.
lodges?
there.
Hey.
No, very little. I would say that they do have a connection to the controllers and to the cover up, but I don't know much about the connection. I've spent more time on the Freemasons and the Order of Oddfellows.
I had never heard of it. And after I was looking at these photos, like 3 days later, we were driving around our neighborhood and I found an Elks Lodge 5 minutes from where we're at. And I'm like,
Right.
are you kidding me? I just saw this in a photo. I didn't know this was a thing.
Well, see, that's the thing about the mind, is that sometimes we don't see things until we learn them. That's why now you can, once you see the Mudflood, you can see it everywhere, even though it's been there the whole time.
What about other connections? I recently binged Stranger Things, and I'm sitting there watching, and I think it's the second episode in. They had to rewire the phone call so it wasn't coming from where she was in California. And he looks at her and says, "You are now making a phone call from Durham, North Carolina." And I'm sitting there going, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like, and that wasn't the only thing that popped up in the show that I'm sitting there going, I would have never picked up on anything in connection to sitting here going, all because I'm hanging out with Beags.
That's weird.
Stranger things are happening.
Well, see, that is how that's a great example of how the universe works, is that if you allow the universe to talk to you, to speak to you, to guide you, the universe will show you everything you need. It'll point you in the right direction. It'll play the right song on the radio. It'll show you the right video on YouTube. It'll show you the right image, the right idea, the right word. It'll lead you where you want to go, where you need to go. If you're listening. If you're not listening, you're not. It's going to sound like a bunch of. You're not going to get nothing. That's just the way the universe works. What else we got? We got Holland Hotel, Fishkill on Hudson, New York, circa 1907. And you got to love the muddy roads. And this little fella, he's just adorable. And then we got Winters down here on ground level. Makes perfect sense. Looks like we're going to play a little baseball maybe. Got Boss Man there. Got Fred, of course. You got the trolley back there. Arc light. What else we can see? Y'all. Hotel, ether finials. There's an ether antenna. Dog tooth right there. Okay, that's about the gistio of that one. We got Allen House, Hartford, Connecticut, 1908. And we got Boater Hat Fellows. Got Boss Man here. Got pretty wrought ironwork over on the side there. Very nice. Got Fred here. Fred's Horse Build America. Got really crappy awnings because that's what we can do. You got a trap door right here to the underground. case you did or did not see that, you got a old world fire hydrant. I believe the fire hydrant systems were old world in my opinion. And that's a cool symbol there. Ladies in uniform, got pavement light right here on a platform. And can't tell what kind of road that is, but you got more platforms, possibly pavement light in them. Anytime you see the platforms, I'd look for pavement light. I love these old world lights right here. These are cool. That's the Allen House. Very cool, very cool. I wonder if that's a rose wind there. It's been facaded. Got a, let's see. It's like an old world light there. And I think got ether antennas, ether fencing there, ether finial there, ether antenna with finial. Oh, buttons aren't toys. Okay, we're gonna move on anyways. And okay, so this is you got some data here, JJ. Let's see. That's that same building in 1960s. Okay, Atlantic Avenue looking north, Barrett Building in foreground. Okie dokie. This is, okay, we got a map on this one. Atlantic Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey, 1908-ish. And we got Fred back here doing what Fred does. Fred delivers all this stuff. Got Boss Man right here with his handlebar mustache. Got the lovebirds here. And we got a dog. That's rare to see. And what we're going to find. Okay. Dude's decked out. Okay, arc light. Oh, that's a neat building right there. Another arc light. A world light there. At their antenna. Got 4 clocks. Clocks are expensive. And got the 4 ones. Got a bell up in the cupola. This is a wind catcher. They could open these windows and allow different amounts of air in there. Got the diamond symbology on the smokestack. That's not a smokestack. Got horseshit awnings. And okay, so we're going to go and we're going to look at a map. Okay, we don't want this. We want this. Okay, here we are. What am I looking at? Okay.
Streets is here.
Hi, Streets. How you doing, Caleb?
Oi, oi.
Everybody go sub Caleb's channel and leave a comment telling him he needs to go out and do some boots on the ground because he hasn't given us a video in so long that we're jonesing. It's been a while. Time to get off your back end and go take some video.
Well, ask him if you can see their basements.
Yeah. Can I see your basement, miss?
He did it in such an adorable way, though. It was like,
yeah.
I'm sitting there going like,
what I'd like to see is
wow.
the lady's face when he says that.
I know. My face too. When I'm sitting there going, did he just
say that?
he didn't even offer to buy him dinner or breakfast. That was when I was first listening to it. I was like,
oh,
whoa.
Good stuff. Stoneball finial. What am I looking at here? Is this the building that I was?
I don't know. We were talking about streets, looking at basements.
I think this is the building I was just looking at, ain't it? It looks like it, sort of.
It's an interesting building.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Probably. It looks familiar with the arches.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it might have changed some, but it does look like the same building. Let's see if we can. Well, I was going to see if I can
Where
get
we at?
behind
New
it.
Jersey. New Jersey had a lot of interesting. There you go. Back alley.
Yes, New
Back alley.
Jersey does have a lot of interesting stuff.
Just on one street for a couple
I bet
blocks.
that was a steam plant right there. I don't know. I have a feeling because you had that chimney, which the steam plants had chimneys. I don't know, just a guess. An uneducated guess, as they say. I wish you could get a doctorate in old world architecture.
Free narrative or controlled.
Oh, free narrative, of course, but I mean,
Then you can just write that up yourself, print it out, stick it on your wall.
all right, Chihuahua, you scratch my leg one more time, and you and me gonna go outside and go rounds, and I guarantee you, one of us is not coming back. Mess with me.
You're buffering.
Who's buffering?
On YouTube.
Oh, we're buffering
We are.
Yes.
on YouTube.
There's nothing there on YouTube.
We are disconnected, buffering.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, he just mentioned it, so probably for a minute now.
Huh.
Because he's 20 seconds behind looking at
Who's saying that?
my tech support. He watches the show live and monitors chats with me,
Yeah.
and then he's 20 seconds behind us talking.
Huh. What does that mean?
I don't know.
So is it doing anything now?
What
I'm
Frankie
re-
says it's good on his end.
Okay, I
I
refreshed.
just saw it.
Refresh your page. I refreshed my page, and you're there. Okay, it's fine now.
Oh, now we're good.
Okay, it caught up.
Okay.
Okay.
We're good now.
Wow. All good. Everyone's good to go.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll get back into it. We got Phoenician shells and Fleur de Lis on this one with the copper. I was just looking at this building down the road from that other building and just seeing what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That was weird.
Well, yeah.
I couldn't tell what was going on my end because I need 2 damn monitors is what I need because this damn laptop bullshit is. What happens is when I don't move this laptop for a long time, it basically kind of goes into a I ain't gonna do nothing mode for a minute when you touch me, and so when I go to like
So it's a female laptop.
yeah yeah female yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, let I think we've done enough damage there. We got is this what I just looked at? Yeah, this is what I
Yeah.
just okay, so that was
chopped
that building they chopped off the top. That's what
That's why it looked off.
yeah, that's why it looked weird. See that they do these things. It kills me how they change these things. Okay, we're going to north view of United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., circa 1908. And we got a procession of ladies in uniform. Basically, I don't know what they're up to, but they're probably not very happy up on the Senate floor. And we got
Handmaid's Tale.
Fred.
Doesn't
That
that look
thing
like a scene from Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It really does. I don't have Hulu now. I can't watch the new season. Now I want to see it. Damn it. Okay. That's just massive. That thing is just why do you need all that? I know you got some extra stuff on this. I think let's see. We're kind of.
That's that so-called first dome. because it's
That-
more like an egg instead of like flayed out, I believe.
That's ugly.
Maybe that's why they destroyed it.
It's really weird looking. Huh. I guess this is, what is this? That's odd.
The newer one. Maybe there's 3. Depends on how they draw it.
Yeah.
It looks like something in Rome.
Yes, it does.
Can you find the owl?
Yeah, the owl is it isn't the owl right here?
Yeah, the eyeballs, the right there in the trees. Kind of with the pecker stick. The pecker.
1846.
The beak sticking out is the top of the dome.
It's just such a massive structure. It's unbelievable.
Does it still look that big? I haven't been there since I was 5.
I don't know. I'm probably not going to read all this just due to time, y'all. This is the wiki page. Massive dome completed around 1866. I've gone and underlined all this. I was going to read this, but I'm kind of running behind. So we're gonna blast through here, and I'll just let you see what I've underlined that I thought was worth reading. But you can go and read this on your own time. It would take me just too long to read this. So
I think we've all done a report on the nation's capital at one time or another.
I thought this was interesting. You got the right here. It's got the IV for the Roman numerals on the clock.
Ooh,
This is the Apotheosis of Washington. This is basically, it's not a very good picture, but this is a representation of Washington becoming George Washington becoming a god. That's what Apotheosis means,
I've heard that before.
and that's on the roof of the Capitol. So that's
Inside the dome.
inside the dome, yeah. So that's very, very strange. Now, I actually learned that from the book The Lost Symbol by Dan Brown. When I was reading that is an excellent book if you've never read it. If that puts all his other books to
Lost
shame.
what?
The Lost Symbol. It's so much better than Da Vinci Code and all his other stuff.
Oh, I like symbols.
But you'll really like The Lost Symbol. It's really a good read. I really enjoyed that book. I've read it quite a few times, and definitely my favorite Dan Brown book. Now you have to take Dan Brown with a grain of salt. You got to do your own thinking and research, but he puts a lot of truth in there, so you can learn a lot from his books. We got Lunch Hour on the Docks, Jacksonville, Florida, circa 1910. And what do we got going on the docks? Got his little beanie hat. All righty. I got a cupola up here, wind catcher. All righty. This is another picture that JJ found. This is 1910 to 1920, probably the same time, I would imagine. That looks weird to me. I don't know.
That's what looks weird. You see the house back there? Look at the bottom. Like they're lifting it because of flooding issues.
This house?
Yeah, look how lifted and slanted. The sidewalk makes it more. That's the sidewalk because it's I get flooding issues because it's Florida, but there's more going on.
Jacksonville is a weird place. There's a dog.
Joe Cool almost spit out his apple pie when you said that.
Did you know that apple pie and cheese was an original American breakfast dish? This is a trunking tower right here for communications.
I like how you just put that out there and then you're like, hey, look. Apple
this?
pie
We got
and
a-
cheese.
How do you eat cheese
Post-
with apple pie? Oh my God.
That's that. Wind
Yeah, I
catcher.
don't. It's just an back in like revolutionary times. That was a American staple breakfast was a apple
Cheese
pie
was-
and cheese.
When?
Back in the like revolutionary period, like that
You know
that
how
era. back
rare
then.
cheese was?
Well, yeah, I mean yeah, but
So it was a delicacy.
It
Put
was-
when you could afford to put cheese on anything, you did it.
Yeah.
I'm like, cheese back then?
this is a postcard of that area, I guess.
Do you see the tower?
Yeah, that's that tower. I
This
guess
is
it's
the
looking
other
from a
side of the street.
right, different direction. Yeah, that's odd right there.
Frankie's like, cheese shouldn't be on apple pie. Just saying. Well, you're talking like over 250 some years ago. So
Now, I will say I've actually had it because I ate it that way because it was it sounded. I wanted to try it just to see what it was like, and it was good. The combination,
what kind of cheese?
cheddar, real. It's got to be real cheddar, not that
White?
crap they sell at the store.
White or yellow? Vermont or Wisconsin?
Yellow.
You've never seen yellow cheddar?
That's what I said. Yellow.
Oh, you've never seen white cheddar?
Yeah, I've seen white cheddar, but that's for that. Who eats that? This is America.
I won't answer that.
That's a trunking tower right there. In case you need that, that's an old world building. In case you didn't know what that was right there. Fred's back there doing what Fred does. This is the papers headquarters where the Astor building at the corner of Bay and Hogan from 1900 to 1911. Building was completed in 1878 and was financed by William Astor.
Did you say trunking tower?
Yeah, it's a trunking tower. What they would do is they would run the main line for, say, a telegraph cable or a phone cable to this tower here, this pole, and it will have this round line or this round circle, and then they could trunk off of this tower to other buildings. It was a way to distribute from a central point to other areas. But it had this round piece here, so it made it real convenient to take a cable in any direction. But it's called a trunking tower.
Okay. I learned something new.
Oh, good. That's the whole point of this show.
That's why I
fucking new.
interrupted and asked. I'm like, what? Carry on.
I think that's really the whole point of the show is that we learn a little something new. I hope to learn something. I hope y'all learn something. Anyways, we got we got a map on this Detroit, Michigan, 1900. Smith Vendel Grocers. And that's the Smith Vendel family with their interesting little aprons and their bowler hats.
I'm gonna let you know the chat is just talking about that apple pie and cheese crap. Like,
still,
you started something. Just so you know, I think you
Okay.
need to do a spin-off channel called Apple Pie and Cheese Stuffed Beagle Style.
Okay. All right. I would have never expected that would get them riled up, but okay.
They're having debate about the cheese, whether it's yellow cheddar or cheddar ice cream and cheese.
I
apple
spend all
pie.
this time trying to get them riled up about mud flood research, and I get them riled up about a damn piece of cheese and
When
an
you
apple
offend the American food, you can't get any more. American food is so blasphemous, anyways.
pie.
I mean, and then we're looking at poultry baking in the sun.
Wow. And
I
what the
mean,
hell's going on the left over here with this?
oh, I
Ah,
found information.
what is that?
I found information. You have to go open the folder.
That's odd.
I know. That's why I
Good.
found information.
I mean, that just looks so like unsanitary to me, but what do I know?
You think that's unsanitary? I'm
Gee.
looking at the horses doing the modesty for the women, and the horses are shitting in the water where the women get to swim.
Huh? This is another picture you found. I still can't tell what that is over
No,
there.
salt does not go on watermelon.
I've heard that.
My mom does that.
I haven't tried that, but I have heard that. So this is butcher shop location. What is this?
This
I
is
am
a story.
I am the great granddaughter of Yendel in the partnership of this picture. My grandfather assumed the partnership from his father. My grandfather lived as a child from age 3 in 1883 above the butcher shop. Given the ages of Smith and Yendel families, I am thinking this picture is from 1890s, and the two boys are my grandfather and his brother, but can't be sure. He wrote his memories of the neighborhood and working in the shop, which I have been transcribing. He states that the shop was on Woodbridge near First Street, and that he began writing down his memories in his 70s when they flattened the area to build Cobo Arena. Interesting. I would like to know how the identification of this building as being on Jefferson Avenue came to be, since it doesn't match with the information I have. Huh.
It's a couple blocks off, but yeah.
Well,
When you go to the map and
I know the answer to that question, but it's a very complicated answer. There's so many things that are wrong in the mapping and the changing of street names and moving of streets and
yeah. Well,
demolishing.
especially the Cobo Arena isn't even there anymore. It's already been revamped and renamed. But the area itself is still an arena, but yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. I saw WrestleMania something.
This is at the bottom right. We see what I assume to be a bunch of dead pigs on their backs, but I am not sure what I see at the far lower left. A wooden Indian in front of a tobacco store? ? Lady Liberty crossed with a turkey. What?
Yeah. New West Frankie said it's a cigar store Indian.
That's what I
But
thought it was, but it
yeah.
kind of looks like Lady Liberty.
I know it's a mixture of things, and I do remember from a movie those cigar Indians outside the stores because of the tobacco leaves. What
Oh yeah, yeah.
cigarettes used to be, I guess, healthier to smoke.
Yeah, yeah. Before they started adding the chemicals in to make you freaking addicted to them. Yeah.
I don't know. When you inhale smoke into your lungs, what are you really doing to yourself?
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
gotta be careful. As careful can be. So
Sure,
there's a Google drop, I believe.
So this is it, I guess. What am I looking at?
So don't move too much. You did it. The GM Renaissance, I think you have to go to the left. It's kind of cockeyed. I thought I was down on the street. Sure, I think it's two blocks. It doesn't take you down on the street for the address.
Like
That's,
that?
nah, that's not the right spot on Jefferson.
What am I looking for?
A small building that looks like just go to the left. I think. Did you get turned around? Okay, we gotta look. See the river? You need to turn around. Look at the river. There's the river. Now go left. Is that it? I think it's just like 2 blocks over. I think Steve's Soul Food. I think that's the little area. Crap. Why didn't it save it right? But anyway, there's a little doohickey stores that. Oh, that's interesting.
That. So you're thinking maybe this? Oh wait. Oh, the store's not here anymore, right? They got Mudflood Winters there. This is old world stuff.
Oh, there's a bunch of crap in Detroit.
Oh yeah, Detroit's a haven for. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, I went too far.
I want to go back and look at where was that stuff that I saw a minute ago?
What was the stuff?
Not that, but that's
Oh,
interesting. There was wait a minute. It was right this stuff looked interesting.
it's either a high school turned into an apartment or a church turned into an apartment. In Pontiac, Michigan, they took an old world church and turned it into a nightclub. And then back into a church. Mm-hmm. And it's still there. But I remember being inside of it, and there was so many hallways and stairs that it went down, probably 2 stories below. Do you remember, babe?
I need to adjust my thingy here. There we go.
So it
Sorry.
was 4 stories up, but it was 2 stories down in the ground too.
There's some underground there. That's a pretty building. I like it. That's what I wanted to come and see was this stuff over here. Looked kind of interesting.
Wow, yeah.
I can't really get too close.
But those big tall buildings over there, GM and all of that crap, they flattened got rid of a lot of old world.
Yeah,
And built
I
it.
can't even imagine what Detroit looked like originally. Must have been incredible.
Well, it's on the river, like the old maps where it talks about Chicago and Detroit and like New Jersey almost. They're big. They're located, I won't say big hubs of city.
Says Mudflood Winters right there.
Yep. Tiny little house, apartment, business.
It's a holdout. That's what that is. Well, okay, let's move on. That was cool. Okie dokie. We got another map. This is Detroit, Michigan, circa 1905, Cincinnati, Hamilton, and Dayton Railroad office. And we got a weird looking dude here. Very weird. Okay. And got some kind of underground windows right there. Got a couple newsies, couple more newsies. Diamond symbology. Got some more underground windows there. Got some kind of Ghost Freddy action going on there. Let's see. It's just incredible how all that detail. Amazing. says I got a map on this one too. Phoenician shell.
I believe I did find the crossroads.
This is old painting, maybe, or color. Oh, it's the same picture colorized. How about that? Okay. That's different. Okay, so now we got, okay, this is the, oh wait,
It's only a couple. It's on the other side of those tall buildings, but it's the same street as the other picture.
over
Where are you
here.
going? No, the intersection right there, the blue icon.
That?
It is, zoom in on the upper right side, like street drop, on the crosswalk. Right there. Yep, street drop. BS building to the right. When you're done spinning, not that one. That one.
That?
Nope.
That.
That's brown. Can you not see the white one that
I got one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white ones. Which one are you talking about? Narrow that down for me.
to the left? Right there.
That one.
Yes.
What am I looking at?
That's
The
where the
World
newsboys
Trade
are
Center?
standing. That's where the newsboys are standing. The newsies.
Oh, that's what you, yeah, okay, all right. I thought you were like trying to show me a whole world building. I'm looking at this thing. Well, that ain't it.
No. I just found the crossroads and said, look, they got rid of all that ugly shit and put up uglier shit. Although that building, that brown building in the back, that's an interesting building.
Yeah, that's pretty right there.
Oh no, you should go around the other either side block and see the crap on the exterior alone.
Whoa.
I think I showed you that like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, it does look familiar for a
If
little
we keep
bit.
going down this street, there's a lot of interesting buildings, but this one really stood out for, I think you even called it maybe Art Deco. Is that what it is?
It's also got like a Native American vibe to it.
Oh yeah, you should see the lobby.
Got a Thunderbird there.
Oh yep. The
Wow.
lobby inside is crazy. It's colorful, more colorful.
Yeah, this is Art Deco. I don't know. It's interesting.
Mhm.
Ooh, what's that? Ooh.
Oh, this street, this street has, if you keep going to the right, but yeah, there's buildings and then it just kind of fades out as you get higher
I
up.
mean, here, this is like, this reminds me of like going, like back in my younger days, I go to the strip club and the guy on my buddy would say, look at this one. And I'd be looking at the one in front of me and they're looking at the one over to the right.
Look at this one. I'm good.
I'm good.
Those were there.
I'm good. I'm real good. It's all,
Yeah.
everything's working great. Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of the Ford company, the old train station in Detroit is being remodeled,
Yeah.
reconstructed, revitalized to be the new Ford building. It's been sitting there for like 20 years. And it
Wow.
was, parts of it was featured in the first Transformer movie.
I think I know the building you're talking
But-
about.
I sent you that one too.
I think I've looked at that building before for other reasons.
Probably. It's
I think I did it not on the show, but just in I was looking for other reasons. I forget why. There's a flat Earth asterisk up there on the top of that one.
yeah. Anywho, don't forget about your list.
My list.
The rest of Detroit is not on the list. This is outside the wall.
Oh.
You're almost done with your list.
But I mean, look how pretty they are.
It's
I
so
mean-
fun to walk away.
Again, we have the strip club analogy. I mean, you can't just go in the strip club and look at the one stripper. I mean, you might as well just go and look at the whole room.
Blackpink.
Just saying.
Blackpink.
Look at that. I mean, that is straight up triple X.
That is twerking like Miley.
What is going? Look, damn. Love it.
Why don't you use your time warp button up there and see the transformation of Detroit?
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I give. Okay.
Is it?
We got a map on this one. Street Northwest in Washington, D.C., circa 1906. Got Fred right here. Fred's the horse that built America, and this guy's got a double date. And got pavement light right here. Crappy awnings. Kind of green manny looking there and there. Interesting. That's different. That coin right there. Reminds me of the Florida Lee. Sanitary plumbing as opposed to unsanitary plumbing. Okie dokie. Big old columns, arc light. Oh, that's a cool car. That'd make a neat rat rod right there. Got an underground drop in right there underneath the stairs. There's your awning business. In case you need those awnings. Very cool. Got their antennas. Okay, and we got a map. Let's see if there's any other. Okay, you got a postcard. Hold on. This is F Street as well. Little postcard. Not big on the color scheme to this one. Oh, is this the last? Okay, we got This is F. This is where you said the picture was.
It should be. Yep. Looks the intersection.
Porthole. Okay. Oh. Okay. Where did I go to Amazon? I don't want to go shopping right now.
Oh, you clicked on an icon.
Oh.
Because those icons are everywhere. So, is this the right street?
I don't know. Looks good to me.
There you go. You gotta zoom down that way because there's a building with massive columns, pillars.
Ooh, pretty.
Your picture that you can see if the trees weren't in the way.
1887 on that one.
I'm sure that's an eye.
Ooh. Ah. Look at that.
It's like a brownie.
That's cool. I ain't gonna let me get down there. Oh well. National Union Building.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool stuff. Oh, there's our buddies. Well,
Gryffindor.
yep, little Griffin. Got the Sonic symbol right there. Yeah, you gotta love those fellows. Okay. What was I going to look at down here? You were rambling about something.
The building to
That narrative. Building to the left.
of the street.
Left to the street.
Right. Looks like a temple from Greece.
This one?
There you go. Yes. From your picture, because there's no trees. From your original picture, you can see that building sticking out. all the way at the other intersection that you started at.
Ah. Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff.
That's a centerfold.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh, look at that. Oh. Yeah, that'll get the old world juices flowing right there. Yep. And this is in Washington, D.C.
The Columbus Square. Sure.
Wow.
Many temples to worship something.
Gosh, look at that. I'm just taking a look around, see what we see. Never know, might find something interesting. Man, I got stuck in something there. It wasn't going. I'm just going down the block here, seeing if I can find. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff right there. Uh-huh. My goodness, they don't tell you about that in school. Simon Dan, explain that for me. I love how that you got these dipshit with these channels, and they do these videos where they're like, somebody say, "Look, Mudflood windows in there," and then they'll come on with this smart ass attitude. Yes, that's to let the light in below the buildings, and they the way they say it is like so sarcastically, like they actually know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't realize how stupid they sound when they say it.
Well, they're probably intoxicated.
You're drunk on the official narrative.
Whatever the influence.
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, everybody needs a hobby, even if it's a. When you pick a lost cause, you really commit.
I'll tell you.
Sometimes.
Well, let's see what else I got on my notesy book here. Let's see. Okie dokie. Oh, I wanted to share this. This video. I'm gonna play a clip. I've sped it up. Pay attention. This is gonna go quick. But this is a location. All I'm gonna tell you about is a location in England. It's under. They go under the street, and when they get under the street, they go on into the sidewalk, a door, and then they go under the street, and this is what they find under the street. And this is I'm not gonna give the location because it there's really good reasons not to give the location for this, but it is a very fascinating look. This is under a street in England, and this is going to go real fast. I've sped this up so you can slow this down and watch this if you want. And this is them dropping in underneath the street. Now they're walking towards the street. They were under the sidewalk, or they were in the sidewalk. Now they're under the street, and they're going to just keep going under into the middle of the street. And it's got these huge arched rooms under there that are bricked up, but they're going to get, as they get deeper in here, you're going to start seeing windows and doors. So this is just really amazing footage. This is all under an England street. Why? Why, oh why? Look on the left. You see those windows right there? See that? That's under the street. Why? Very cool. So you can slow this down and take a look. I'm leaving out the information on this one for very good reasons. They found things in this when they did this video that they shouldn't have seen. So, for the protection of the urbexers, we're going to leave that one be. So that I want to share that with you, and I hope you enjoyed that. Let's see what else I got. Okay. I'm gonna share. Let's see. I've got. Just want to go over a couple different types of things. Let's see. I'm gonna share this and see what we can learn here. This is just something I thought we should learn about. This is called cast iron architecture. Cast iron architecture is the use of cast iron in buildings and objects, ranging from bridges and markets to warehouses, balconies, and fences. Refinements developed during the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th century made cast iron relatively cheap and suitable for a range of uses. And by the mid 19th century, it was common as a structural material and sometimes for entire buildings, and particularly for elaborately patterned architectural elements such as fences, balconies, until it fell out of fashion after 1900 as a decorative material and was replaced by modern steel and concrete for structural purposes. Structural use. Cast iron is not a good structural material for handling tension or bending moments because of its brittleness and relatively low tensile strength compared to steel and wrought iron. However, cast iron does have a good compressive strength and was successfully used for structural components that were largely in compression in well-designed bridges and buildings. In a few instances, bridges and buildings built with cast iron failed when misused. Cast iron was used as early as the 9th century in pagoda construction in Tang Dynasty, China. Text written by the Japanese Buddhist monk Inen described in detail cast iron pagodas and statues widespread in China at the time. Persecution of Buddhism in China led to the destruction of many of these structures. The later Song Dynasty also built cast iron pagodas, exploiting its ability to be both structural and to be cast in any shape, such as in imitation of timber and tiles of standard pagoda. The 22-meter iron pagoda at the Yuguan Temple, Jade Springs Temple, Dangyang Hubei, was built during the Song Dynasty in 1061 and is the most outstanding example to survive. Cast iron pagodas were then superseded by even more elaborate bronze ones, but cast iron continued to be used for decorative items such as bowls and statues. In Europe, it was in late 18th century Britain that new production methods first allowed the cast iron to be produced cheaply enough in large enough quantities to regularly be used in large building projects. New production methods included using steam engine powered blast air, which allowed higher blast furnace temperatures, which in turn allowed the use of more limestone to be added within the iron ore charge. The higher furnace temperature made the slag produced with the additional lime to flow more freely. The calcium and magnesium in the lime helped tie up sulfur, which allowed the use of coke for fuel. The higher furnace temperatures also increased the furnace capacity. Cast iron columns for buildings had the advantage of being extremely slender compared with masonry columns capable of supporting similar weight. That saved space in factories, and so after the 5-story 1795 Ditherlington flax mill with its internal structure of cast iron proved the concept, it became ubiquitous with the multi-level mills of northern England and then across Europe and the United States, helping to fuel the Industrial Revolution. Its usefulness for multi-story buildings ensured it remained popular for all kinds of industrial and commercial structures, as well as supports for balconies and theaters and even in churches, up until it was finally replaced by steel in about 1900. Cast iron was also taken up by some architects in the early 19th century, where smaller products or larger spans were required and where wrought iron was too expensive, notably in the Royal Pavilion in Brighton, designed by John Nash and built between 1816 and 1823, where cast iron columns were used within the walls as well as cast iron beams to enable the construction of the decorative domes. The columns in the kitchens were disguised as palm trees. Okay, as soon as improvements in techniques led to their finer castings, designers exploited the decorative possibilities. As early as the 1775, noted architect Robert Adam joined with the Scottish Cairn Company Ironworks to produce balcony railings in intimidation of wrought iron, such as the railing for the Delphi in London. Okay, I've not pronounced that. A pattern was still produced into the 1830s. Another very early large-scale example is the delicate fence of the Summer Garden in St. Petersburg, designed by George von Velten, built between 1771 and 1784, which also intimidated wrought iron and is considered the pinnacle of cast iron design in the city. Other well-known architects were early adopters of the material. John Nash employed cast iron as part of the structure of his landmark 1820s Royal Pavilion in Brighton, and German architect Carl Friedrich Schlegel, something like that, was an enthusiastic early adopter of using cast iron for memorials such as the 20-meter tall Gothic Revival Kreuzberg Memorial 1821 and the delightful nautical seahorses and mermaids in the balustrade of the 1820s Castle Bridge in Berlin. In St. Petersburg, cast iron was used on many bridges, sometimes as supporting structure, but especially for the decorative railings and sculptural implements, including the chain suspension 1826 Bank Bridge with its distinctive cast iron griffin sculptures and elaborate balustrades. The 1840 Pavinsky Bridge, pronounce it wrong probably. The 1842 Ankonov's Bridge, some shit. A copy of the Berlin Castle Bridge and the more seahorses on the 1843-1850 Annunciation Bridge, prefabricated and transportable buildings, since it could be used as for all structural members that would be cast in foundry and then transported to site for erection. It was soon realized it could just as easily be transported anywhere in the world. The Commissioner's House of the Royal Navy Dockyard, Burma, designed the Edward Hole and built in the 1820s, is considered to be the first residence that used cast iron structure for the vedras and floor and roof framing, and provided the concept of prefabrication and transportation long distances. Designers and foundries in the UK and France went on to produce all kinds of prefabricated cast iron structures and items for shipping to their colonies. From decorative elements to structural components to entire buildings. During the Victorian Gold Rush in Australia, the 1850s, hundreds of various types of prefabricated structures were shipped out from England in timber or cast wrought iron, or a combination, often with corrugated iron for the walls and roof. They included houses, stores, 3 complete churches, and a theater. The most elaborate surviving structure is the completely cast iron Corio Villa in Geelong. Markets were a type of structure that lent themselves to prefabrication and shipping, such as the structure of the Mercado Central in Santiago, Chile, which was shipped out from Glasgow firm Laidlaw and Sons in 1869. The iron market in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, fabricated in Paris, was reputedly intended as a railway station for Cairo in 1891, but was purchased by the Haitian government instead. Watson Hotel in Mumbai was prefabricated in England and built in 1867, 1869, using brick infill panels in a heavy and decorative cast iron frame, and is the oldest completely cast iron frame building as opposed to market or shed in the world. Possibly the largest prefabricated cast iron structure is the Bulgarian Saint Stephenson Church, Stephen Church in Istanbul, shipped out from Vienna in the late 1890s. New Orleans French Quarter has the most famous and elaborate examples of the greatest concentration, with light, lacy, often multi-level porches on over 400 buildings, transforming the area. Wow, some jackass is really giving hell out down the road. Porches over 400 buildings, transforming the area from the 1850s to the 1880s. A few similar porches can be found in Savannah's historic district and the Churchill and Jackson Ward neighborhoods in Richmond, though here it is mostly used for stair, porch, and balcony railings. Numerous foundries in all three cities produced unique ornamental structural designs in cast iron. In Australia, similar porches of usually only one or two levels, known as verandas, decorated with cast iron lace, became standard feature in shading the fronts of nearly every house, terrace, house, pub, and shop in the 1850s into the 1900s. Foundries in most cities and within 42 in Melbourne alone and many country towns began reproducing important designs from 1850 and then developing their own, sometimes featuring Australian fauna such as cockatoos and koalas, but most featured following classical derived or vine-like patterns after a period of 1850s or 1950s to 60s when cast iron verandas were routinely demolished. Since the late 1970s, they made a revival, and numerous foundries still provide historic patterns to order. Decorative and cast iron used in similar way can be found in other former British colonies, including South Africa, Malaysia, and India. Cast iron facades in the 1840s, the cheapness of and malleability of cast iron led to James Burgudus of New York City to develop the idea of building using cast iron for complete decorative facades, which were far cheaper than traditional carved stone, but could be painted to give the appearance of stone. His first was put up in 1848, quickly followed by many more, and he promoted the idea in a pamphlet, Cast Iron Buildings, their construction and advantages, 1858. The idea was taken up by other notable pioneer Daniel D. Badger, whose ironworks in the East Village turned out some of the most dramatic iron buildings this country has ever seen, most notably the E.V. Hogwalt building. What the fuck? In 1857, particularly popular for warehouse industrial buildings, but also for department stores. The streets of the Soho and Tribeca areas of New York and what is now known as the Old City area of Philadelphia were soon lined with elaborate Renaissance Revival style facades. Warehouse districts in smaller U.S. cities soon also saw many examples, but most had been demolished. The West Main District, Louisville, Kentucky, has the most surviving examples, with about 10 in every 3-block stretch. The Skidmore Old Town Historic District in Portland, Oregon, also features a number of examples remaining from once extensive district. In Europe, cast iron architecture was never popular except in the growing industrial city of Glasgow, Scotland, where a few survive, such as the 1872 Cad Oro building. Greenhouses, exhibitions, and markets. Cast iron also became the standard support structure for the construction of large greenhouses. English architect and gardener Joseph Paxton experimented with frameworks of timber, cast iron, and glass in the 1820s to 1830s, designing even larger structures, often prefabricated, culminating in the monumental Crystal Palace Exhibition Hall in London's 1851. The success of the concept spawned many intimidators as both exhibition halls and greenhouses, which were almost universally constructed of cast iron, sometimes in combination with wrought iron in the 19th century. Palm House at the Belfast Botanic Gardens, completed in 1840, is an early surviving example. Cast iron was particularly useful to provide the entire structure of market halls with a solid roof and open sides or highlighted windows. And by the end of the 19th century, nearly every new market in Europe and most in Latin America were cast iron. Some vast and elaborate, such as 1850s Les Halles in Paris, demolished. An interesting application is for a winter garden with a solid roof but extensive glass walls, such as the spa colonnade in the spa town of some shit in the Czech Republic, built in 1859, which features an elaborate roof structure and extensive neo-Baroque decorations in a facade, all cast iron. Baroque. Cast iron was quickly adopted to allow even wider glass roofs to the then new idea of glass roofed shopping arcades in Paris in the first decades of the 19th century. The idea spread across Europe and the United States in even grander structures, and the largest examples had vast arched roofs in cast iron, such as the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele in Milan, roof domes and atriums. Cast iron was used for construction in large domes early in 1881. The huge dome of the Bourse de Commerce in Paris, originally the corn market and clad in copper, later replaced with glass. The central 4-story circular hall and towering glass dome of the long demolished 1849 coal exchange was an early and spectacular use of material as both structural and architecture. The most famous example is the United States Capitol Dome, built in 1856 to 66, made entirely of cast iron. The dome was designed by architect Thomas Upsick Walter and erected by New York iron foundry James Fowler Kirkland and Company. The dome consists of nearly 9 million pounds of cast iron. In the 1872 George Peabody Library in Baltimore is a similarly elaborate atrium with glass roof, where all structural members are also decorative and made of cast iron. The lofty glass roof in the Milan's Galleria, built in 1865 to 77, is both a dome and glass roofed sloping shopping arcade, the grandest ever built. Later glass roofs, such as that of the Grand Palace in Paris, employed wrought iron or steel. Cast iron lent itself to creating thinner supports in churches. An early example in 1837, when architect Louis Auguste Boileau, some shit, supported the interior of the Église Saint Eugene Saint Cecil, something like that. In Paris, the slim cast iron columns and ribbed vaulting imitating the Gothic style, but thinner than stone would have allowed. Two famous examples of cast iron as both support and decoration of the roof for slender columns are the great mid-19th century libraries of Paris, the doubled arched roof of the Belleroque Saint some shit reading room, built 1843 to 51 by architect Henry Labroust, who also designed an even more elegant multi-domed reading room for the National de France, some shit, built in 1861 to 1868. Street furniture, park items, cast iron, a durable material that could take on any shape, was also popular from the mid-19th century for street furniture, not only park and building fences, often with elaborate gates, but also fountains, street lamps, bollards, tree ornaments, okay. And guards, as well as the UK red post box. And in Paris, it was used for the elaborate advertising columns, newspaper kiosk, and pizzas the city is known for, though almost all are now contemporary reproductions in other materials. In the late 1870s, philanthropist Charles Wallace funded the installation of numerous ornament drinking fountains across Paris, and over 100 Wallace fountains are still in use. Decorative street lamps in cast iron were used all over the world, from gas lamps in the second half of the 19th century to the electric ones in the first decades of the 20th. A collection of examples used in California in the 1920s and 30s now form a display outside the Los Angeles County Museum of Art called Urban Light. When underground trains were established in the 1890s through 1900s, the stairs located in pavements were often housed in elaborate cast iron structures. Notably, the long demolished New York City subway entrances. One survives at City Hall Station outside New York City Hall, and the famous Art Nouveau Paris Metro entrances by Hector Gamad. For the same reason, cast iron was also popular for structures within parks, gardens, both public and private, as well as on public promenades used for fencing, seating, lamps, posts, large fountains and drinking fountains, statues, decorative bridges, covered walkways, gazebos, and bandstands. The 1850 Morsico kiosk in Mexico City is particularly elaborate. Example of the latter, though this may be wrought rather than cast iron. The 1870s Victoria Embankment of London features particularly ornate examples with entwined dolphins supporting elaborate lampposts and benches with sphinxes and camels as end panels. Okay, and here's some pictures, blah, blah, blah. And I've got some pictures here of this cast iron work that they're talking about. I thought I would just share. Got Phoenician shell and wave. Got some Phoenician dudes hanging out here. Very weird shit. Got a little gazebo here. We think gazebos are important. This symbol I keep seeing for some reason, this raised little nub thing. I don't know. This thing's just badass right here. I don't know. This thing's just crazy. I've got old pictures of this. And this is the outside of this building would be cast iron. So that's pretty cool. Here's some like New Orleans kind of cast iron stuff. Here's some railing inside of a building. Oh, sorry. This is an iron church, which is pretty wild. Some kind of tower, King Frederick August Tower. So that's interesting. Some kind of old world crazy ass cast iron building. Nice little flat earth asterisk in case you need that, in case you want to know where you are. Here's this is Soho, Green Street, New York City. This is like, you know, the Soho Tribeca area. You'll see a lot of this still there. Regatta Hotel, St. Louis cast iron building, and this facade is cast iron. It looks like stone, but it's cast iron. You got the eagle resting on the ball. So that is that. I hope you enjoyed that. I know that was long-winded, but I think that's an important part of our research. Sometimes you got to, you know, go in and really go through something. There's a lot of information there. I highly suggest you go back and look into that further. Let's see. I want to go and look at let's see. Let me look at my thingy here. Okay. What you got?
The dudes hanging out on the fence that were like half man with the horse legs and the fishtail.
Yeah.
Is that a zodiac sign or a constellation? It looked really familiar. Trying to look it up, whether it's Capricorn or Sagittarius.
Capricorn has a fish.
It doesn't sound familiar to me.
It has that.
It looked familiar. I'm staring at it.
Not that combination, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. It's like
see, here's the thing, and I guess this is a great point, great time to interject my thought here. I studied astrology back when I first woke up, and I put it aside after studying it because the timeline is all screwed up, and so all this astrology that people study is not right. So it's useless. So that's my personal opinion about astrology. I know a lot of you out there are believing in astrology, but my personal opinion is that not that astrology back in the day was not right and useful and could be important, but today, where we have our timeline all fucked up, no, I do not put any effort into astrology anymore. If it's it's good to study the old astrology and understand kind of where it came from and what the workings of it, but to actually use astrology in any way, shape, or form today, I think is useless. But that's my opinion. You can have your own opinion about that. Okay, let's go on. We're gonna let's see, we're gonna do a little quick hound dog and see what we can find. And I'm gonna present this here. And what we got is we got the Font Hill House. Font Hill, also known as Font Hill Castle, was a home in home of the American archaeologist and tilemaker Henry Chapman Mercer in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. Despite sometimes being referred to as Font Hill Castle, it is a large house and not a castle. And that's a picture of it. I'm going to show you more pictures of it. Font Hill Castle was home of the archaeologist and tilemaker Henry Chapman Mercer, built between 1908 and 1912. It is it is an early example of poured in place concrete and features 44 rooms of over 200 windows, 18 fireplaces, 10 bathrooms, and 1 powder room. The interior was originally painted in pastel colors, but age and sunlight have all but eradicated any hint of the former hues. One room in the terrace pavilion, built on the side of the former home's barn, has a restored paint job so visitors can view the home's former glory. The castle contains built-in furniture and is embellished with decorative tiles made by Mercer at the height of the arts and crafts movement. The castle was filled with an extensive collection of ceramics embedded in the concrete of the house, as well as other artifacts from his world travels, including cuneiform tablets discovered in Mesopotamia, dating back to over 2300 BCE. The home also contains around 1,000 prints from Mercer's extensive collection, as well as over 6,000 books, almost all of which were annotated by Mercer himself. The castle was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1972 and was later introduced in the National Historic Landmark District along the Moravian Pottery and Tile Works and Mercer Museum. These 3 structures are the only poured-in-place concrete structures built by Mercer. The Moravian Pottery and Tile Works is located on the same property as Font Hill Castle, and Mercer Museum is located about a mile away. Okay, and we got some pictures of the inside here. And I just think this is just a wonderful find. I don't have all the answers here. I find these things in my research, and sometimes, the answers aren't clear as to why, we find these things. But nonetheless, I find this fascinating. So take it for what it's worth. If you find it interesting, do more research. And I just am sharing just a little something I found. It's just, look, there's a lot of treasures in our world that we, don't know about. And so I think that
This looks like something from a Harry Potter movie.
yeah, it does. Yeah. It's a very strange place. I've never seen anything like
Like
it.
a movie set.
This right here reminds me, for some weird reason, of a restaurant called Daryl's. If you people in the South know what I'm talking about.
Nope. I haven't been down here long enough. Do you know Daryl's?
Well, what?
He may not Florida's. Yeah, they
Florida's not southern. It's just
Yeah,
south. It's south of
the
southern.
South ends at the Georgia-Florida line because they stopped selling sweet tea. That's just the way it is.
They don't stop selling sweet tea.
Yes, they do.
They drink it
Oh, heck
by
no.
the gallons down here.
No, they-
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
all right down here, sweet tea.
Yeah,
I'm not a sweet tea fan of any kind of tea, really.
that's blasphemy, but that's okay.
It's an allergy, okay?
It's
Allergy? Did you call sweet tea an allergy?
No, I have allergy issues with certain herbs and shit that's like tea's
Okay.
mostly made out of. So
Okay. Because talking shit about iced tea, sweet tea in the South is fighting words. That's what started the
oh
Civil
Yeah.
War.
yeah, no pitchforks needed here. I'm all for it. I just can't
Okay.
drink it. So
That's
I'm
what the South rose about. That was the whole.
yeah, they threw it in the river.
It's got these weird, this weird section here. I thought was interesting.
Bernie's back on. He's like, how did I know you'd still be streaming?
Hey, Bernie.
It's because we're not at the 5-hour marker yet to say we're done. That
It's
is
just a weird little place. I don't know. I'm just sharing it with
very
you.
interesting.
You take it for what it's worth and see what you can find. Yeah, is it Mudflood related? I don't know. It's in the time frame. Anything for 1943, I consider something to look into. This is before that time period, so
Very mosaic, like eclectic.
it reminds me of like all kinds of different artists too. Like I'm seeing MC Escher here.
Maybe it's a melting pot of the different resets.
I think we should ban the word melting.
I said melting pot.
Just
You know
trying to
what?
set off my PTSD.
Chocolate melts and it's delicious.
I like chocolate, but I can put I don't have to. I rarely eat chocolate. It's never been a like I have to have it or anything. I don't know. I've just
No, you just need your cheese on an apple pie. That's gotta melt too, by the way.
I don't understand what are people all riled up about the cheese. This is on the back side, so this
Like
is
they were excited about it.
odd. Has nobody ever heard that? Is that something? Am I telling you something you've never heard? Is this?
Yeah.
I mean, I found that doing research on early American history. The Lord knows where I read about that.
It was a bazinga.
I don't know. I mean, I thought that was. It's so it's hard to know what you've learned that other people haven't learned. So sometimes I'll say stuff like that, and people are like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like,
Mhm.
"Well, yeah, and I'll tell more about it." And then I think that's some of that Mesopotamia Stella there. I don't know. This is just a weird. Okay, so that's all I got on that. I just wanted to share that. I thought that was.
No, I'm still fuzzy.
Oh wait. Oh wait. Hold on. I do have.
Hold your horses.
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on, Fred.
Wait a minute. You just hold your horses. I do have I got a.
Where was the location at?
I'm gonna go there.
Oh, okay.
I got it's right here in Pennsylvania. This is the overhead of it. It's in 2D, but I think it'll let me Google drop. Okay. So this is on Google.
This is in the middle of nowhere.
That's kind of weird right there. It gives you a different. Oh wow, there's a whole nother building back here. I didn't see that before. Check that out. And look at that. That's kind of interesting. Can we get it? Oh yeah. It's got Mudflood windows. I mean, is that, what does that mean? I don't know. I mean, let's see if we can get to the back of the building because I didn't have a lot of images of that. Maybe. Let's try that. Okay. Oh, no, that's the front. I don't know why it took me to the. Let's see. Let's try that. Wait a minute. Okay, that doesn't even make any sense. Went inside the building. That's super weird. What in the world? I don't know. It's just something weird. Okay. Oh, y'all want to know where this is? This is does that help? It's north of Philadelphia.
In the middle of nowhere.
Doylestown.
Doyle.
And it's north of Doylestown. Right there. Font Hill Castle, Font Hill Park. And it's so go check it out if you find it interesting, go check it out. I'm just sharing. If you think it's stupid, then get over it. Okay. And what else I got? I know I got there's something else to show. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's look at this. This is something else that I ran across that was interesting. Oh, y'all can't see it yet. Guess that would help. Okay. This is called a masonry heater. And I see these a lot of times in I watch a lot of Urbex videos. And I think these are old world tech. And they're very weird things. Let me see if I can find. Okay, there's a picture. Let me look up masonry heater. Let's see. And let's look it up on Google. Okay, now we need to get. Okay, that's not. We need let's see, old. Yeah, here we go. These things are really very strange. They could be very elaborate. I'm not seeing a whole. There might be a better way to look these up, but I see these a lot in these old buildings, old homes, and they're just very interesting to me. I don't like.
That's
Here's a good
beyond
one.
interesting. They're like a conundrum to look at nowadays. They look like weird china cabinets.
Yeah, I mean they just don't. They kind of don't make sense to me. Like there's more to it. You know?
Fire pit.
Yeah, I mean, what if they're like they were they say they burned like wood in them, but I mean, what if they burned radium in them or something? Or
I don't think anything burned.
I don't know. I mean, or heated. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, heated friction. Like
another weird thing is I've seen them a couple times where, and I can't prove this because I'm not on site, but it seems to me that when I see these, that they don't have a ventilation for the output of the smoke. Now,
yeah, what's the setup behind the?
well, that's the thing. I don't know.
Corner.
And I have actually, I've actually got a video. I meant to test it if I could show it, but I didn't get to it. But I saw one the other day that made me want to look at this again.
Swab testing.
Because it had one of these things that was sitting in a niche in an old mansion, and it had a pipe going up, and it terminated into nothing. There was nothing. It just went into open air inside the niche, and it was like this right here. Imagine this right here, and then it had a pipe going up straight up the top, and up it right at this area here. Let me get this a little bigger so you can see it. Right at the area here. Imagine a 6-inch pipe coming straight up out of the top of this thing. The niche was bigger, and then it was open at the top.
It didn't it didn't pipe into anything, which I was like, wait, what
They
the?
almost
And
look
that
like
made me go look up
massive
these things
urns.
because I was like, that is really weird that it would have no ventilation at all.
Portals? Is it a Stargate?
I don't think it's Stargate, but I mean,
Well, some of them are bigger and smaller, but I'm just sitting here going like, they call what do they call a heater? They just call it a heater. But like you said, you can't set anything on fire because everything screams fire hazard if you're gonna heat it with a fire.
yeah, I don't know the answer here. These things are badass right here. These things are, oh my God, those are
It was like
cool.
a little rocket ship.
Okay, let me read the information that's on them, and maybe we can gain some interesting. They get weirder as you learn about them. A masonry heater, also called masonry stove, is a device for warming an interior space through radiant heating. That's interesting. By capturing the heat from periodic burning of fuel, usually wood. Okay, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And then radiating the heat at a fairly constant temperature for a long period. Masonry heaters covered in tile are called cockle stoves. Also, tile stoves or ceramic stoves. The technology has existed in different forms from back into the Neoglacial or Neolithic periods. Archaeological digs have revealed excavations of ancient inhabitants utilizing hot smoke from fires in their subterranean dwellings to radiate into the living spaces. These early forms have evolved into modern systems. That's interesting that they use these in subterranean dwellings. And, if from this research, it's a possibility that we came from subterranean dwellings. Evidence found from 5000 BC of massive blocks of masonry used to retain heat foreshadowed early forms of fire hearths that were used as multifunctional heating sources. Later evolutions came in the Roman hypocaust and Austro-German cockle stoves, Kachufen, some literally tile oven or stove oven using the smoke and exhaust of a single fire. In Eastern and Northern Europe and North Asia, these stoves evolved in many different forms and names. For example, the Russian stove, something, the Finnish stove, this tile oven, or something bowl oven for the metal clad version, and the Swedish stove in Swedish tile stove, associated with Carl Johan Krosteff, some shit. The Chinese developed the same principle into their Kang bed stove. A masonry heater is defined by HSTM International as a vented heating system of predominantly masonry construction having a mass of at least 800 kilograms, 1,760 pounds. Well, that's weird. Excluding the chimney and masonry heater base. In particular, a masonry heater is designed specifically to capture and store a substantial portion of the heat energy from a solid fuel fire in the mass of the masonry heater through internal heat exchange flue channels enable a charge of solid fuel mixed with an adequate amount of air to burn rapidly and more completely at high temperatures in order to reduce emissions of unburned hydrocarbons and constructed a sufficient mass and surface area such that under normal operating conditions, the external surface temperature of the masonry heater, except in the region immediately surrounding the fuel loading door, does not exceed 100 degrees Celsius, 230 degrees Fahrenheit. Characteristics: the stove is made of masonry such as brick, fire brick, soapstone, tile, stone, stucco, or a combination of materials rather than steel or cast iron. It usually requires special support to bear its weight. It consists of a firebox, a heat exchange channels, or partitions that provide additional surface area. These absorb heat from the hot exhaust gases before the gases exit into the chimney. When not being fired, the connection from the masonry heater to the chimney sometimes has a damper to prevent heat from escaping up the chimney. The heat is then radiated from the masonry. Masonry takes longer to heat than metal, but once warm, the heater will radiate this heat over a much longer period of time at a much lower temperature than a metal stove would use. The metal is hot only when there is a fire burning inside the stove and for a short time thereafter. Seating and even beds can be built adjoining the masonry stove. This is possible because the heater's exterior surfaces are cool enough to touch safely. The characteristic of a slow heat release can make a masonry heater a more convenient option for heating a house than a metal wood stove. Heat stress is a major concern during construction of masonry heaters. Differences in temperature inside the masonry core of the heater can result in different expansion. A skilled heater mason knows uh, for uh, how to provide for the stress when designing and constructing the heater, thereby preventing uneven expansion from causing cracking in the exterior. There are two general ways this concern is addressed. One is to incorporate a gap between the inner core of the heater and its outer skin. The other is to build a more monolithic design with post-tensioned aspects to mechanically or compensate for expansion and contraction. The speed with which a stove, masonry, or otherwise achieves the right temperature is determined by the specific thickness and characteristics of the materials used in its construction. Very responsive metal heaters uh, warm up faster and are good for quicker adjustments to indoor temperatures. Less responsive heaters take longer to warm, but they're better suited for long periods of cold weather because they store and provide heat over a long period. The German cockle stove is a relatively large home heater surrounded with ceramic tile, which has existed for at least 5 centuries. During the Renaissance period in Germany, the builders of such stoves were part of a distinct trade and were called Hofenmeister. A cockle stove uses a maze-like passage created out of firebrick to release gases and smoke from the wood fire slowly, allowing the firebrick to retain as much heat as possible from the gases and smoke. The ceramic tile surrounding the stove also acts as insulation to retain heat. Such stoves were carefully designed so that the minimum amount of heat would escape, only as much as needed to warm the flue to maintain a proper air draft. The fire brick used in the construction holds 80% more heat than ferrous metals such as cast iron, while its heat conductivity is 1/45th of that of iron or steel. A cockle stove is efficient enough to warm a house for up to 6 to 12 hours after the fire has stopped burning. The Russian stove. Russian stove, another typical masonry heater, evolved in Russia in the late 15th century after the brick flue was added to the traditional black fireplace, which lacked the smokestack and vented directly into the room. Okay. The addition of the flue allowed for better heat utilization by passing smoke and gases through the brick labyrinth called knees or bins before allowing it into the smokestack. The large thermal mass of those bins capture the heat slowly, releasing it afterwards. The typical Russian stove is a large, generally cupboard mass of masonry, usually weighing around 1 to 2 tons, built in the center of a traditional izba log hut covered in stucco and carefully whitewashed. Most Russian stoves consist of a massive firebrick hearth, often large enough for a grown man to fit into, with a flue continuing into a maze-like heat exchanger built of a normal brick, usually with a built-in stove for cooking, which sometimes used a secondary fireplace to quickly cook foods without heating the whole affair. All covered with an outer brick shell, normally with a pedestal for kitchen work and beds built into it. The stove is usually constructed by one of the house's walls or in the larger multi-room houses into one of the walls, in which case the room without the fireplace and thus the smoke, but heated the brick side of the stove was called light one and used as a living room, while the other was used as a kitchen. The small spaces left behind the stove and under its log foundation were called behind the stove and under the stove and used as dry, warm storage. The Finnish stove, traditional Finnish stoves closely following the round Swedish tile heater in appearance, typically constructed from brick. In the late 19th century, the idea of using sheet metal rings instead of tile called on in Finland. First mentioned of using metal to cover the heater can be found in Swedish patent application dating 1878. The metal-clad heater did not catch on in Sweden, but it became the most popular masonry heater type in Finland. The metal was typically left bare and was constructed from galvanized sheet metal. It could also be painted. The metal head clad masonry heater is known as the Finnish and in Swedish speaking regions. Clay mortar instead of cement was used in the construction of chimney exit was often placed at the base of the heater so that the heater could be freely standing due to movement from the thermal expansion and contraction. Advantages of covering the heater in sheet metal include the near elimination of smoke leaks into the room. This in turn allows the heater to be fired more often and hotter than its tiled counterpart, which could develop cracks and leak smoke if handled in a similar way. The metal surface is also easy to keep clean. The rings are reusable, and once the masonry heater was worn out, could be torn down and rebuilt with new bricks. The whatever is still in production in Finland. Modern developments might include glass doors, secondary combustion, flow of gases via the introduction of fresh air above the flames help meet modern standards. The heater might be built from different materials other than traditional brick. Brick is still used, but in modern heaters, the firebox itself is made of high temperature fire brick, and rest on the heater is made from the cheaper bricks. In traditional heaters, the inside of the firebox was often covered in clay mortar for protection. Since masonry heaters burn hot and fast, they can accept any dry split wood, usually 3 to 5 inches, 18 to 13 centimeters in diameter. These heaters are sometimes effectively fired using grass, straw, and hay. It is common in Eastern Europe to modify these heaters so that they are connected to the gas network and are fueled with gas. Some modern models incorporated electric heating elements connected to a thermostat. The electric heating is required to prevent the building from freezing damage should it be left unattended for long periods during the winter. And there's some pictures of it. Here's this is just okay. Historic curiosity history of tiled stove. Although the tiled stove was a phenomenon, it has very long history. Is mainly during the 18th century and is widely used as a heat source in Swedish homes. The earlier stove consumed a lot of wood and was not very heat efficient. The 18th century, therefore, Swedish state was concerned by the large fuel consumption, and it was decided to investigate the possibility of more efficient stove. The two gentlemen, Carl Johan Kronsdorff and Fabian Reed, got the assignment, and in 1767, the modern tile stove was invented. They could then present a drawing with meandering smoke channels, dampers, and hatches, design and retain the heat considerably longer than the previous models, which emitted much of the heat directly through the chimney. In the modern stove, almost all heat is extracted from the smoke to the point that the single fire can keep a room warm for 10 to 12 hours. Although the construction since the 18th century remains almost the same, the style and decoration of the tiled stove changed over time in line with the prevailing architectural style. In the Burgoy's homes during the 1880s, the stove was often adapted according to the room in which it was placed. During this period, the tile stoves were often built in dark tile with relief patterns. The similar models were white, smooth, with ornate crown. During 1910, tile stove is the most common heating source in the newly built homes or houses. In response to the earlier styles, the late jugging style came, and the tile stoves were often made entirely white and shiny with various decorative elements such as reliefs on price and crown. Classic Art Nouveau motifs taken from plant kingdoms such as cones, oak leaves, and sunflowers are common. During this period, 1900 1920, the tile stoves were often decorated with flower loops on parts of the oven. It has also became common to create copies of 18th century ovens. For example, the tiles could be glazed with tinted tin glazes to get more defective handmade look. During the national romance, both round and flat tile ovens are designed in single color tile in green or blue with relief. The box shaped tile stove with tapered upper is novelty of the period. Since central heating is introduced in cities, the stove will not be necessary in the same way. Instead, it was now common to build open fireplaces, which are often placed in halls and living rooms. The contemporary fireplace has straight lines, stovetop, and covered with tile or marble. Different shapes of seashells are common as decorative element. And Phoenician. And okay. And so I'm not going to show that. I'm not going to show the video. That is if you want to go check out that, if you want to see one of these in situ, go watch Abandoned Death Mansion. He passed away and his family left him saddest home. That'll be on YouTube, and that's one of the urbexers going to check that out. So that's about all I got for that. Got anything?
Those are pretty nifty, cool looking things, but the story doesn't set well with burning anything in it. I think Bernie needs to investigate a single source heat that would radiate.
Yeah, they don't. That story doesn't jive to me. I think it's old world tech that we found.
Mm-hmm. And then I love the part where he says the two men got the assignment, and in one sentence somehow said they created something better without explaining how, but not even going, this is what's wrong with this version and here's how we fixed it. Like, where's the inner working diagrams and blueprints and engineering paperwork? Like, where's the prints?
Mhm.
Where's the legit stuff of saying it's now just a statue and it's really pretty.
I find it, there's so many red flags on that. The thing about the smoke, like where I have a wood stove, okay?
Yeah.
And I will tell you from personal experience that I've had situations where I've had it happen twice, okay, where I learned that the first time I ever lit the stove, I had not done it before. I had not done a wood stove before. And I started off with a little tiny, very tiny little fire. Okay. I made a little tiny little patch of fire, and I thought that I would just build it up from there. And what I learned very quickly from doing that is that you do not start a small fire. You get it going as fast and as hot as you can very quickly, because what happens is if you don't have enough heat to create that suction to take that smoke up, it comes back. And literally the first time I ever lit the thing, I filled the entire place with smoke. And it happened another time where it just the wood I had wasn't right. It's my point is that if that smoke came inside as opposed to going outside, it is a nightmare. I mean,
Yeah. We had a wood burning stove in the cabin that is now my parents' retirement home. It was a small hunting cabin with it used to be a cast iron wood burning stove, and for some reason it was a great idea to get rid of it and get one of those updated versions that apparently were more efficient. Still the same idea of You had to put wood in it. You had to get it going so that you didn't freeze through the night.
Mhm.
And if it wasn't siphoning out the pipe through the chimney, and it was funny because the oven was in the middle of the cabin, but the pipe went up 4 feet and then across the ceiling to the actual chimney.
Right.
And only my dad did the fire. And I remember the cast iron though, because it had a platform on it. You could cook on it.
Yeah.
And we did have the electric oven though, but my younger years of like 5 or 7, you could not stand near this thing because the whole every inch of it, except for I think it was sitting on a certain kind of wood platform that the legs were sitting on, just radiated heat. But it was a smoke fire wood. There was smoke, heat from it.
Mhm.
But it was worse with the newer, updated one. I mean, you could get a little closer to it, but you still couldn't touch it. It burned. But the cast iron one, a lot cooler looking, and you could cook on it.
Yeah.
But that thing was so hot inside this small cabin that you actually would crack the windows open.
Yeah, I can't light mine until it gets it's got to be 45 degrees inside, or it just burns me up. And the colder the better, because it will burn you up. Like I've got to put a fan on in order to, like, when it's not cold enough, I've got to have a fan on me, because otherwise I'll just suffocate. It's just too much. Let's take a quick break and let me get something to drink, and we'll come back and look at questions, I think, because I haven't looked at any of that tonight. Let's see. I don't know what I just did. Okay, don't do that. Whatever you did, John, Mr. Beagle. Okay. Let's see. What can we wake him up with? Let's finish. Let's let Starcrawler finish up the third part of that video that I didn't show before.
Smell of death is all around. In the night when the cold wind blows,
again! Say woof again!
Okay, we are back. And we got to let Fred have his.
The first rule of Flat Club is you don't talk about Flat Club.
And
please, no. Don't let Mudflooders be flat earthers as well. Please.
See if you can read this.
And in case your ears are fucked, get the fuck out!
Well, okay then.
Alrighty, so
Psych.
Let's see. Comments. Let's see what
I might have starred and.
Let's see. GT's asking what is Meltology. Meltology is okay. There's two different things going on here. There is there's this theory that in one of the resets that there was let's say an electromagnetic, possibly some sort of event that where they the realm we live in was heated, and the old buildings, some of the old buildings, not all of them, but in certain places were melted, that the grid of the system overheated and the buildings melted, and now we can find remnants of these buildings in certain locations. And then Meltology is a bunch of dumbass high people looking online at pictures and saying that everything under the fucking sun, including icebergs and cemetery plots and cobblestone roads and every damn building under the sun and everything they look at is melted. And that's Meltology. So there's actual research and there's dumbasses researching. So that's Meltology. And let's see, Biggs, hopefully.
Once more with feeling. I know you can do it.
Okay. Now you're gonna make me do it. Hold on. I don't know if I can. Oh, I can do it. Yes, I can do it. Now you're gonna make me do it. Okay. And Cam's gonna die when he sees this. Okay. Cam sent me this the other day.
Was it your face?
Me and Cam have been we've been having fun chatting back and forth recently.
The beaver face.
So Cam sent me this the other day. Oh wait a minute, that's the. Well, damn! Hold on.
There it is.
There you go.
I said it looked like a beaver face. Reminds me of a dorkfish from.
So, there you go.
Blue collar comedy. I'm a dorkfish.
So he thought that would be a funny. I said, "You're gonna set off my damn PTSD doing that," which made him laugh. But anyways, that's a little something. Okay, so now GT19 Moot 2 Mustang is saying, "Biggs, hopefully you got pics of that building that got demolished. Also, you said you figured out the flat Earth asterisks. It was probably just the British flag." No, God, that's still on my. I've got to do a little bit of digging on that. But yes, I have figured out what the architectural term is for that. But I want to bring more to it than just say, here's the architectural term. So I need to do. It's just something I hadn't got to. I've got it on the list of stuff to do. But yes, I do have that name, and the credit on that will go that the person that found that is Billy Philly 22. So he found it, sent it to me, and so now I've just got to do additional research to help us understand that. But I actually do have the architectural term for that, which I have looked for a long time, which I didn't have, which is why I called it the flat Earth asterisk, because the only thing I could find that even made really any sense to me was the 8-point asterisk, and So that's why I call it the flat Earth. Well, I call it the 8-point asterisk, and then I think I want to say Streets of Tartaria called it the flat Earth asterisk. I might be wrong about that. I think he called it the flat Earth asterisk, talking about what I was talking about, and I liked that term better, so I started using that. So I hijacked it from Caleb at Streets of Tartaria. James Sharp, well, I imagine that first Florida summer was tough on Michigan.
Nope.
No?
Nope, because I was ready for it. I wanted it.
I
was
can
done
understand
with the cold. And it's already like hanging around the 80s consistently. Like, it's kind of chilly.
Hopefully JJ and her stuff is all good. What?
Yeah, we didn't get flooded. We were lucky. Thankfully.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hurricanes,
Her
BEAGS.
stuff. I'm like, what's
personal questions, you know. I started for me. But people just asking a little bit of personal stuff, I'm fine with going, oh, we'll talk about it later. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, Morning Glory. Some news stories have a sheriff saying looting started almost immediately, and it will worse people become more desperate.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they always say that. Oh yeah, they love that
hurricane. Yeah.
Joe Cool. The U.S. had 1,689 public libraries built thanks to Carnegie grants. Of those, about 750 are still functioning as libraries today. That whole narrative is just absolutely ridiculous.
This guy loved libraries.
Yeah. Carnegie loved libraries. Yeah. Okay. Maggots, them trees cut like that is called stag horning, usually done when they move a tree.
You remember what he's talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Figured you would, because it was only tree photo. You were like, it's weird. It's
So
really
now I
weird.
got to go look that up. Stag horning. What? What is it? Stag horning. I gotta
Which
look
makes
it up.
sense because they look like horns because they're cutting all of the branches short.
All I'm getting is okay. Wait a minute now. Let me read that again. Staghorn. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all what came up. Y'all just tell me what you think.
He probably got
Joe Cool looked it up too.
Yep. Yeah. Teeth and freaking.
You probably need to put in landscaping stag horning.
I'm just going by the information that was provided to me.
Tree cut landscaping. There's a middle school called stag horning. Oh my god.
Okay. Pruning. Let's add that. Why not?
That's different.
Okay, so now we're getting a little somewhere.
That's dead. Or it's just winter, but yeah.
It looks like when the deer use their antlers up against the tree.
That's scraping off the bark.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
So yeah, okay. When you cut a tree down, it looks like horns or antlers, called stag antlers.
It looks like antlers.
Okay, so I guess I'll have to go look at more information.
We learned something new again.
Okay, but here's the better question. Say that is what that is. Why did they do that? Like, why am I seeing that all over in the same period?
Well,
Why am I seeing?
They say usually done when moving a tree. They either relocated it or they're going to relocate it.
Here's another really weird thing I find is I'll find a picture where it has that feature, that stag horning, let's call it that, where they've cut these limbs off, and then they'll have the colorized postcard version where they've painted it and they've added in the leaves and the branches.
They put that cheese on that pie.
So what's going on there? I don't know.
That's what staghorning is when you put cheese on an apple pie.
I don't know what the thing is with the cheese and the pie, but there is a tunnel on Mackinac Island that was filled back in the 1970s because people smoking pot. That's funny. How about that?
I thought it was so funny.
Frankie's action. The Shriners, Elks, Oddfellows are the same as in they are entities. What the hell am I reading here? Entries into free. Oh, my eyes are getting tired. I thought it said entities into Freemasonry. What the hell's he know? Okay. Maggots, New West reset. They say the what is split is a split faction from the Masons. What in the hell are you talking about? I am getting tired, I guess. It's been a long day because what the hell is that word? Is that a word?
That's a word.
That's not a word. I know a word. That ain't a word. That's
I know
French.
cheese
I don't
doesn't
speak
go on
French. I
pie.
speak English, and I eat cheese on my pie.
No. Cheese is
Universe
not
data
on pie.
mind has to be clear for it to happen.
When we were talking about
an interesting,
that Stranger Thing reference because they released the series back in like May.
See, I've never seen Stranger Things, so I don't know a damn thing about it.
It was like May and then July, and they brought
Millie
it up.
Bobby Brown was on the show. I know that.
Yeah. But I think you would actually. I think you would like the show itself has a lot of nostalgic. The time that it sets in is they're like 12 years old in 1984. That's where it takes. Yeah, you're old.
Now you get in the 80s. Now you got to do the 80s properly. Now it's got to be done right. I am a sucker for 80s anything.
That's where this show takes place in the 80s. These are middle school aged kids.
Like last night, I was working and I was listening all night to Public Image Limited albums from the 80s. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I'm damn near elderly now. Let's see. Joe Cool is saying Stranger Things show is a crazy flick. Indeed, North Carolina to Utah reference was crazy. I've never seen the show.
I know. Well, we were talking about. Well, you said the universe will talk to you, and I said, "Oh yeah." The other thing, there's like a handful of things in this show. The show of season 4 came out in May, June, July, and I'm just now watching it. But I'm sitting here watching it now, like a month into working with you, and there's so many things in this show that stand out because of you. I'm sitting here going like, I'm a little freaked out. Yeah, because of you. I'm like, the universe is talking. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'll make a phone call during
Daniel
North Carolina.
Becker's saying, "Bees, you would probably look good in a bowler hat and a bar stash." You know, I cannot stand facial hair. I cannot stand having like I can't do it. I could not do it. No. I don't know. I gotta be.
Hi, Frankie. Frankie's leaving.
Bye, Frankie. Fine, Frankie. Hey, is Bernie still here? Bernie, are you still here? Are you hanging around in the background somewhere? I don't know if he's
Turbo Christ is here, and he showed up, but I didn't see Bernie in a while.
Yeah, I think he might have
Says
gone.
he's here.
Okay. Let's see.
Probably mixing chemicals.
I guess some of them concrete columns would have to have 1 cube of concrete under them. 2 to 4 tons. Some concrete columns. I don't know what we're talking about.
Wait, you were.
I don't know. Bernie's saying I will do. We're going to do another stream together in the next week sometime soon. What's he talking about?
He wants to do collab. There's another comment.
Oh, yeah.
We're,
Wanting to hang out.
yeah.
And
yeah, we're gonna do. Me, him, and Cam are gonna do something soon. But me and Campbell are working on something. Also, something special. We're conniving behind the scenes.
Doing a get together.
Yeah, we're y'all pay attention in the next. I think right now, what the hell did we decide? Hold on, let me look at my note. What we just I can't. It's been a long day. Okay, next
digging holes.
Thursday. I don't know the date, but next Thursday, I think at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time that is for y'all, but right now we're planning on doing something. We'll explain later, but we're gonna do something special that's for the community. And so there'll be more to come on that. We're working on it, putting it together. So stay tuned. We got something interesting we're going to do that's y'all going to be interested in seeing. Bear with us. Okay. And then me and Bernie and Cam are planning on doing I think I'm planning on going on their show, him and Bernie and Cam's show next week. I think that's on Tuesday, if I'm correct. I might be wrong about that. And then so I don't know. We got a lot going on, so stay tuned. Okay, Bernie's saying we're also going to do a panel together next couple weeks, including Paul Cook, Benjamin Bonson, What the Flock, Stuck Beagle, and more. I don't. Now that might be. That's not what I'm talking about right there. That's something different.
Oh, more. Like you said, there's more.
So there's more.
There's more.
That's not it. This we're working on something. We're trying to find the right people to do it. And I don't want to give out any information because we're not there yet. But it'll be happening. We're right now tentatively next Thursday Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. is what we're shooting for. And you're going to want to see it. So, okay, James Sharp, in a camping function, you can line larger rocks from your fireplace. Oh yeah, inside your tent. Yeah, I've seen that done before. Matter of fact, the last time I seen that was Ryan Zim. No, I think Ryan Zim tried that on one of his videos. Was the last time I saw somebody do that.
Also to heat up water for like a back.
GT's asking, show me your balloon rocks.
And Pearson's going.
Where? Oh, I'm not.
I don't know.
Hi, Ann. Ann's out of here.
Sorry, and I must have set off Ann's PTSD too. She's got Meltard PTSD, same as I. If the building's melted, wouldn't it be an empty shell? Why are they solid? I can't understand a statue being solid. You know, here's my thinking. Okay, if you got a melted building, okay, and on the outside they're saying, oh, it's a melted building. Okay, well, have you ever thought maybe to look inside? Because if the outside melted, does that mean the inside melted? Well, what if it didn't melt? What if there's actual brick structure inside of this thing you're saying is a melted building? I would rather see what's inside than what's outside. But see, you're not going to ever know that because all you do is look at pictures on the internet. and it goes around and around in a circle, and you never get nowhere.
They took
Moron.
a field trip.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. But we got something for that.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
They took a field trip. They found some lava caves or something.
Yeah, yeah. They found some same kind of shit you can go down to Lowe's and Home Depot get. It's called a lava rock. They sell it by the bag. You use it for landscaping material.
When I was just more concerned about their safety because it looked like they didn't do enough research on what it is to take a hike through a cave.
Yeah, I noticed
I was
that.
very watching. I was just that's got painful. I'm like that made me question a lot more of going, where's the research when you're preparing to do
I
something?
commend the effort for getting out and
Field trips
going
are
and
fun.
doing the boots on the ground. What I don't commend is the fact that they did the same bullshit they do sitting at home and saying, look here, everything is exactly what we said it was. I looked at it, and you know what I saw? I saw the same shit you can buy at Lowe's. As a matter of fact, I was at Home Depot yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, and I saw bags of it. They were pretty good price. So
Well, the cave they were in, and then was it called the Ape Cave? And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's see.
Everybody knows you don't go full melt hard.
Oh, I just snippets. Just
Like, how do you not drown in the shower?
You're a moron!
You're so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
I guess Bernie's not in the chat. I guess he's given up and gone and played with Amber. He don't want to talk to us. Let's see. Is anybody figured out where we're going to go on our whole major city Google Drop yet?
a whole major city Google Drop.
Yeah, we're going to do a whole major city Google Drop.
It's a city.
Yep. It's a major city. It's a major downtown city core. We're going to go look at a major city downtown core. The whole thing.
That's our field trip.
Yep. On one Google Drop. One live stream Google Drop. Based off that video you just saw right there. That's what started this process.
It looks like a warmish season for state. Not wearing shoes. Try not to step in gum.
And that was actually a very famous person's feet you were looking at. Just saying.
Are they not around anymore?
No, they're around. Yeah, it's a famous actress.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Was that from the 80s?
Was that from the 80s?
The famous actress's feet. Actor or actress?
Oh, no, that was actually a film from 2001, right? Right before, I think it came out in spring of 2001. So right before, they dropped the towers. You want to see it again?
Her pinky toe stands out like with a wide foot. So is that a dude?
Oh, it's a girl. Well, I don't know. These days, who knows what's what? I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, but it is a very famous person.
I want to run like a beagle to a tree. Run like a beagle, lift my leg and take a pee. I want to run. Yeah.
Very concerned.
As you should be. Watch this.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
That one where he throws the beef patty out. He falls over. Hey, you can't make this shit up.
Oh. Anybody got any other questions y'all would like me to try to attempt to answer? Or is there any here that I've missed? I mean, what's going on here? Tell me, where are we at? Okay, here we go. If the building, well, no, we already read that one, didn't we? Yeah, we did. 6R. Why so against astrology, Biggs? I'm not see. I explained myself clearly earlier. Yet here again, I'm gonna have to explain myself yet again. It's not that I'm against astrology. It's that they've changed the dates. They erased history. They added 1,000 years. They did something to our time. It's not, we don't know where we are on this time frame. Astrology was created in antiquity. So if they changed the time after they created astrology, that means astrology is it's no good. It's all based on astrological what is at what date. Okay. I'm not saying astrology is wrong. I'm saying that our time frame is wrong. If our time frame is wrong, then we can't. Astrology is no good to us.
Can you look at it now, though?
But not, you can't. Like, I put no faith in astrology anymore because it's not. It doesn't line up with our current timeline.
But can you read the sky and know that what time frame we would be in?
Can I? No.
Yeah. Is that astronomy, though? Not astrology. To read the sky and do like a calendar.
Here's another thing. Let me throw this monkey wrench into the pot of monkey wrenches.
Yay.
If we're under this firmament, this dome, okay, we're on a flat earth, okay, and we know that the stars are not stars, okay, what are they? Who's to say that they can't be changed and altered and moved?
Things get rearranged all the time.
I don't trust astrology. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying, I'm telling you what
whether
I put
mankind changes things or even God, creator.
For me personally, I don't put any. I do not base any of my research on astrology. I have studied astrology, but I have put it away because I do not feel that it has any validity in my research today. I just don't. And that's my personal opinion.
Navigation.
If you want to go get your astrological chart read, or if you want to find out what your zodiac sign corresponds with somebody else, then feel free. But for me, I do not feel it has any validity for my life or my research.
Yeah, astrology is a little different than astronomy.
Astronomy is the study of the stars, and astrology,
like navigation on the seas and stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is, yeah. I mean, well, it's kind of two different things, but yes. But then again, it's like astronomy. I mean, it's like I said, it's how do we know? How do we know that what is up there is actually what was up there? Because how do we know that they can't that these things can't move?
Well, they retrovert.
Okay.
They were just talking about it. They like they're cruising along, and all of a sudden they go backwards. They don't really
Yeah.
stop, but they said, "Oh, it's retrograding." I think it's called. So that is like holding it still, or like changing time in itself. Of saying, well, if it's not consistent and moving on its course, and it retrogrades, that changes things.
Yeah. It's like the Mayan calendar. It's based off our calendar. You know, what we came up with, we lined that up. If we changed the timeline and then we lined up the Mayan calendar to our timeline, what the Mayan calendar's off. You know, it's like I don't base any of my research anymore on timelines and predictions and astrology and anything that has to do with lining things up with time. Time's not real anyways. There's that.
I muted it.
Happening now.
Joe Cool was like, yeah, there's that story in the Bible where the sun didn't move. It alters
with
time.
The staff, yeah. As long as the staff was up in the air, the sun wouldn't go down. According to
there's stories from antiquity where there was no moon. There's stories in antiquity where there was two suns. There's
there's
a lot of questionable things.
I think
to question.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot going on we don't understand.
That those are more questions than answers.
Celestial navigation. So I mean, it's no, it's not that it's not against astrology per se. It's against using astrology for my research and my personal life. I mean, I guess I hope that's clear to you that I'm not like saying that astrology at one time wasn't correct. I think it probably was. Why else would they create such a study as astrology if it wasn't correct? What would be the point? Why would you create something that was not usable?
Here's Turbo Christ.
Hi, Turbo Christ.
Do it. Okay. I go to click on it and it moves, but
I didn't touch it. What does it say? I think it's all very complicated holographic projection. I think that's a very, very strong possibility. Yes, there are ancient stories where the stars and everything in the sky appeared to short circuit. Yes, that's true. I think that's very, very, very possible.
That the sky would go black for no reason, short circuit, like you were just saying.
Yeah, I think that exoterically, yes, that maybe there was a short circuit, but esoterically, I would say it's probably all a holograph.
Kind of like with the simulation theory.
Yes.
Of God's mind kind of thing that you talked about.
And not holograph as in you like a holograph on your credit card. I'm talking about a real holograph.
4D dimensional. Because we live in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's imagine going to the holiday. Have you ever seen the TV show the Orville? And I don't know what they call it on there, but they have a room where you go in and you turn this room on, and the room becomes whatever you've programmed into, and you go into this reality, and everything. It's like you're in this reality. You can do anything you want in this environment. They had the same thing on Star Trek. But it's that idea. But I don't think personally that it is a computer simulation. I believe it is a thought simulation, a mind simulation. It's the creator's simulation. It's the mind of God projecting this holograph that we call reality. But I don't feel that it is a computer in any way, shape, or form like the Matrix. No, I do not believe it's hardware and software.
He
It's
also
mind,
said
thought.
this would
It's
explain
light,
why
energy.
it's hard for people to measure the proper distance of celestial objects and the bodies because it's holographic.
Mhm.
Because Maggot said that telescope in Arizona is, well, I believe it's infrared. It's an infrared laser.
I don't.
You don't know
I can't remember the one in Arizona. I know they got the one in
Utah?
Rome.
There's one, I think, in Arizona or Utah called Lucifer.
I have heard of that one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I think it's in either. It's pretty close, about the same, Arizona or Utah. I can't remember. And it's an infrared laser beam telescope. So
I don't know. So what?
what do you think, like, if it's a God stimulated holographic life we're living? Put that on a bumper sticker. What is the I want to say goal in life?
What? Okay. All right. In a nutshell.
I love nutshells. Summaries.
All right. Here's my take on what we're doing here. Why we're here, what our purpose is, what is going on in a nutshell. If you go back to the beginning of the universe, you had the creator, and the creator, imagine a single point. Okay, and there's nothing other than the single point. And this single point is the creator. Call it God, call it Bob, call it dickhead, motherfucker, creator of all. I don't care what you call it.
Cheese on apple pie.
Cheese on apple pie, whatever. It doesn't matter. But the single point, okay, the single dot of existence is the creator. And the creator's sitting there one day, and the creator's sitting there, I am the creator. I am awesome. I am everything. I am all there is, all there ever was, all there ever will be. I am the shit. But, damn it, I can't experience myself being myself because I am myself. I can't experience what my creation is because I am my creation. So, the creator had a genius idea to create creation, the universe, and in this universe to create these abilities, these experiences, these environments. And then the creator took parts of itself. Imagine the creator as an ocean of water, and then tossed out droplets of water being our souls, and those souls are little pieces of the creator. Okay, and those souls' job are to go out, and they start off as a one-dimensional or two-dimensional probably thing, maybe a speck of sand. Okay, and they, through this changing consciousness, this sand rolls into a rock, and that rock rolls into something else, and through time, this thing, this two-dimensional grain of sand becomes a two-dimensional rock, and then a three-dimensional rock, and then whatever. But then it evolves, and it becomes conscious. It might become at some point an animal, and it goes through an evolution of being an animal, a stage of where it's experiencing God being a turkey.
So
and the
like
turkey is going to have a different conscious experience than a duck or a horse or a fish. Okay. And God is experiencing God being a fish. Okay. Or a drop of water or a rock or a fart in the wind. Okay. And then there's humanity. Okay. And this humanity, okay, has evolved through different things, not evolution, but evolved as in it's changed. Okay. I believe that we were genetically modified at one point.
Consciousness.
Okay. But this happened a long time ago. And through this consciousness, okay, we raise our consciousness through generations of reincarnation. And what happens is we incarnate into these meat suits and we have these experiences, okay? We learn, okay? And we have these different experiences. We are God experiencing the universe as different people, okay? And we will come in, we will have these experiences, we will get things right, we will get things wrong. Okay. Then we'll reincarnate over and over and over again. And each time, hopefully, we will raise our consciousness. And over time, our consciousness level will raise us out of the third dimension through the fourth, through the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and we'll raise our consciousness. And every time we raise our consciousness, okay, our soul, our light body will become lighter and lighter and lighter. And the ultimate goal is that we're trying to get back to the center, which is the creator. And so this soul goes out and goes to the lowest form and then comes back to the creator. Okay, the goal is to raise consciousness through reincarnating over and over and over again in different levels of consciousness, in different frequencies, in different dimensions, until you get back to the original soul creator. Okay, and guess what? When you get back, guess what you do? You start all over again. And the idea is that you're little pieces of the creator going out to experience the creator being the creator as JJ or as BEAGS or as a dumb shit meltologist. Okay. We're all here to experience different forms of consciousness. That's why there's so many. That's why everybody's so different. That's why when you go to the hospital, everybody can have different problems, and you can have 20 different people with the same problem, and every one of them's different. We're all different. We're all different pieces of the creator experiencing the creation in different ways. And then we have to learn these lessons, and it's like if we come onto this earth and we incarnate and we decide through stupid choices to kill somebody, right? That's okay, because guess what? In the next lifetime, you get to experience being killed, probably by the person that you killed. Okay.
I was going to ask a little bit about when you mentioned the consciousness levels and lessons learning. Is it a good versus evil kind of experience and lessons to learn?
Well, there is no good and evil. That's religious
Love
shit.
or
There's
hatred.
There's love and fear. Okay. You got
Hatred.
love and fear. You got light and dark. Okay. And you have to have both. You cannot see the light without dark, and you cannot see the dark without the light. You have to have both. If everything was love and light, right, life would suck. Okay. It's like in the Matrix, how they said the movie The Matrix, they said we made a perfect world in the first Matrix, and it freaked people out. They hated it.
Was
They
boring.
made it have bad too, because we have to have both light and dark. It has to be there. You can't experience love without pain, and you can't experience.
A lot of people would say, well, losing a loved one, them passing away, sucks, rather than living in a perfect world where nothing bad ever happened. because that would mean everybody lived forever and nobody passed away.
Right. I mean, people that want to live forever. Why would you want to live forever? You don't want to do
Because,
that.
well, it's that pain that people don't like to deal with of when somebody passes away, whether it was a baby, a child, an elderly
See, that's the
parent,
reason that we get so
or you
upset
didn't
about people that pass away is because we don't understand that it's just a new. The end is the beginning. Okay, and that person's fine. It's their human body, their meat suit has died, but their soul is alive and well. And so, you have a child being born and they're alive for one day and they die. Okay. But they experienced something in that day that they needed to incarnate to learn. Okay. And then they're probably going to reincarnate very quickly. And they're probably going to be right back here.
That brought up a question. Do you think, with the theory of the creator simulation, do you think that we're at an end point of the creator experiencing everything already?
No.
Do you think I want to say do you think he's done? Because how many stillborns do you need? How many wars do you need? How many?
Infinite. I think it's infinite. It's
for every person to experience it at some point, and for him to collect all the data. It's just recycle over and over.
Imagine an infinity symbol. It's never ending. It's.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying the reset point. We're coming at a reset point because there is a reset point. Looking at Mudflood, going, what is this? What happened? Where is everything? Where these people come from? What's the orphan trains? What's a brain fart?
Well, I think that there's quite a few things going on that it's kind of a multifaceted question. I think that the creator put in the kind of these cycles that basically reset the system so that we don't get too comfortable, that we don't grow too extravagant and too out of hand, and that it changes and makes us revert back as societies and as civilizations back to a lower form, so that we can start it, so that we don't so that we don't Tower of Babel ourselves. Okay, that we don't start building a tower to the creator. You know what I mean? That we get knocked down every now and then so that we can start over. But I also think that there are groups like the elite that understand these cycles, and then they use those cycles to their advantage, and they also try to manipulate those cycles to their advantage, which is where I think we got the Mudflood from. I think that they saw this cycle coming and they created these Mudfloods in order to come back and take these buildings over, kind of try to preserve them in a way, try to take advantage. But I'm not sure, and also I think there's that the creator has the ability to, if we just all of a sudden get out of hand, that the creator can just reset this place and say, "Oh hell no!"
Aren't we out of hand? The Kardashians have been on the shows for like 20 years.
Kardashians?
That 20 seasons or something. I'm like, we have reality shows up the wazoo. We have kids dying from laced marijuana, and just the way things are pretty much going right now. It looks like everything's out of hand for a reset.
Yeah, but you're looking at
mainstream media.
Such a small, tiny fraction of time that is so minute in the overall scheme of the history of the world. It's a very tiny, minuscule piece of time.
For our time frame of
seems like a long time to us.
200 to 500 years for if it's every reset, or just every reset included?
I don't think every reset is a major reset. I think there's different levels, and you can learn a lot of that through studying the Mayans. That at looking at the cycles, the cyclical nature, and how different things can happen at different times. They studied that. Was one of the things they studied very well. I don't know if any of this is helping, but I'm just.
No, it's interesting to like talk about out loud.
I mean, it's all really complicated stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's even comments in the chat of just kind of like people want to talk about this. It's just almost hard to talk about it because nobody talks about it out loud with somebody else.
Well, we suffer from a problem in our society today that people are scared to death to talk about politics and religion. And, I don't talk about politics because they're completely fraudulent. There's nothing real about them. There's no reason to talk about them. It's pointless. It's all rigged. There's nothing that happens in politics that is not rigged. Nothing. I don't care what you're talking about. Okay. And then religion, people get so bent the fuck out of shape, but I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you what my views on spirituality and what's going on with the creator in our realm, and take it or leave it. It doesn't matter to me if you believe me, if you accept it, if you don't accept it. I don't care. I'm not trying to change your mind or piss you off. Either way, if you get upset about anything I'm saying, look in the mirror. Don't look at me, because you're not getting upset with me. You're getting upset with yourself.
I think sometimes like people look like they're getting upset with you, but it's just the challenge of questioning what they were told their whole life. Because like Joe Cool was asking me, what do you apparently believe? Because you and him both have the same kind of upbringing in a church. I don't. I wasn't brought up in a indoctrinated religion.
I'm glad that I had that indoctrination, because it helped me understand now my research. When I studied religions all around the world, I had a basis, and so I'm glad that I have that background, because I have read the Bible multiple times. I have done in-depth studies of the Bible, so I can talk about. And a lot of people they haven't read the Bible, and they say, no, I don't believe it. No, I don't follow the Bible. But okay, I can say that I have read the Bible, and yes, I did understand it. Well, you didn't understand. Yeah, I did understand it. I was a Christian for 18 years. Okay, and I've done massive studies of the Bible. You don't know. Okay, I don't talk about 90% of the shit that I know. So don't ever think that you know what I'm don't think you know what I know. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
I honestly think you and Joe Cool would have a really interesting conversation, because I like giving him questions and he gives me an answer, and then I tell him that his answer is scripted, that he's just reciting what he was told from when he was younger. And then I ask him and talk about it. He's open to talking about it, because it said because he doesn't get like hot-headed, stubborn on, and say it's just what he's been told. And I'm trying to get him to think about stuff that he thinks he knows really well. And I'm like, but
that's a good okay. A lot of people will say, well, my child had a near-death experience, and when they were going towards the light, they saw Jesus. Okay? Well, let me explain that to you. Okay, what happens is when you, let's say you're a 3-year-old child and you're walking down the hall in your house and there's a picture of Jesus on the wall, right? Well, you don't know who that is. You're 3 years old, but your subconscious sees that picture, okay? And your subconscious picks up your parents talking about Jesus, okay? You don't understand it, but your subconscious does, okay? So then when you have this near-death experience as a 3-year-old child and you see Jesus and you come back and you say, I saw Jesus. Well, you did see Jesus. Your subconscious created Jesus because it was comforting, and it was like what your subconscious had heard and you didn't even know it. And we are so much more complicated than we're told.
No, complicated like cheese on apple pie.
And here's another thing: when we die, the people that are let's say a Christian and they're expecting to see, angel farts and unicorn clouds with God sitting on a cloud and pearly gates and all this stuff. When they pass on over to the other side, they'll go through a transitional period where they will probably see these things at first. And the reason they do that is that your soul will set these scenes up as you transition so that it doesn't freak you out, that you don't see what's really there and that you see what you're expecting to see, and then that'll slowly fade away as you come back into consciousness outside of the third dimensional reality and you're in the higher dimensions, and you will process out of that religious dogma back to reality. And there will be other souls there that'll be there to help you on the other side to transition back in, but they understand your indoctrination and they understand that you need to be babied, basically
deprogrammed,
yeah, from your incarnation. So don't worry about it. And that's why a lot of people see what they think they see. They hear angels singing and they see the face of Jesus as they have a near-death experience and they go towards the light. They do see these things. They really do, but they're not real. They're your subconscious creating them for you so you don't freak the fuck out when you're having these situations. So you see what you expect to see. Because imagine if you all of a sudden you have this experience where you actually see what's there and you got to come back. And then you're like, I mean, what would be scarier? To see what you expect to see or see something you had no idea was there?
Well, like if you know what's there, wouldn't you just question whether or not, am I supposed to be there? Why am I here? Why can't I just stay there?
Right. Can I please stay here?
Even if at first...
Don't make me go back to that horrible place.
Well, people who have near-death experiences that say they went to hell.
Because they see what they wanted to see.
Because they're a crappy person in life and they're maybe they have addictions and they treat people like shit.
Now the big problem, and the a lot of religions talk about this, is suicide. And purgatory. And the problem is the dream, the movie What Dreams May Come, Robin Williams, where his wife commits suicide and she goes into purgatory and he goes in to save her. If you've never seen this movie, it's fucking phenomenal.
Sounds
what
familiar.
They're showing in the movie is that, look, purgatory's not real. Okay, it's not this real place. Okay, hell's not real, heaven's not real. Okay, none of this is real. This is all religious dogma. Okay, but what happens is when you commit suicide, you're in such a bad place mentally. Okay, your mind is in such a bad place that you can project this purgatory like the woman in the movie, and you can't get out, it will take you your process to change over outside of this dimension will be very difficult for you. You will transition out of it, but to transition out of it is very difficult because your soul gets stuck in this depressive purgatory like state.
Would you call it like the train station that Neo gets stuck in?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, but
There's
it
a
can
way
be
to get out of it, but he can't figure it out until like somebody else has to do it. That's like a purgatory thing to help somebody get out of it.
See, that's how we get out of this state, is that the souls, we have soul groups, okay, and we have people that we work with in our lifetimes and in this dimension and other dimensions, and they will help us get out of that, but it's very difficult. That's why the religions are so against suicide. That's why it's considered such a bad thing, is because you have to go through that process, and it is very, very difficult, very difficult to get out of that purgatory like state.
Like addiction is purgatory here.
No, no.
Watching somebody struggle with themselves, living in this world, they don't feel worthy because they're slipping into that suicide mode.
Yeah, but you can pull out of that here easily. You can snap out of that. It's a free will choice here. When you're in that purgatory state, you really should watch that movie. You don't know you're in that purgatory state. You don't know you have free will. You don't know you have a choice. You think you're in this purgatory and that's it. You've killed yourself. You know you've killed yourself, and you feel like you've gone to purgatory, and you don't know you can get out. You don't know. You think you're stuck. You think you're in this in between.
So they're like torturing themselves over guilt to be stuck in that mindset.
Whatever. I mean, you're people commit suicide for all kinds of reasons, but you're just stuck. Your soul is stuck in an in between state, and you don't realize you can get out of it, and and you're not you tune out like the souls that are trying to pull you out of that. But your soul group will do what they can to help you get through. You really should watch that movie. That movie is so good. What
Well,
dreams?
it reminds me of when somebody feels like they're in that pit, they're stuck. Whether they're
But
here,
I didn't study this based on that movie. I studied this in other other writings, but that movie is a very good example of what I'm talking about.
even if they're saying they don't hear voices in their head, they just feel like they hear like the demons talking to them, keeping them down, like the devil's whispering in their ear, saying that they're worthless, they're no good.
Well, it could be different for everybody. You create your own hell.
Would that be like a weak mind compared to a strong mind of being influenced and then working towards a higher conscious level? Or those lessons that you have to learn in life? Because it's the duality is the black and white. There's both struggles in life to feel like whatever your struggle is. It's simplified, but it's still a lot of coming out.
I mean, it's
because it's like I'm trying to like ask the question with deprogramming. What I keep referring to is so by the books, so to speak, and then thinking outside the box. Like this conversation's helping, but I probably won't think of what I'm trying to say till later. Because we're talking about something that nobody wants to talk about in such a way of, if it's not in the book and by the book, then we don't talk about it. I've got questions that are very much outside the book.
I mean, suicide's I think a lot of people have had to deal with suicide. I have I was just kind of thinking, I've only had one person that I've known personally that had commit suicide, and that was I'll tell the story. It was a guy I knew in high school, but he was an acquaintance. He wasn't. I wouldn't say we were friends. He was just a classmate. And I knew his friends much better than I ever knew him. But he was an all-star baseball player, and he had a cheerleader girlfriend. He was really smart, A student, just all around American kid. He was not a he wasn't like the best looking guy, but he wasn't an ugly guy. He had a very normal life. He was middle class, just all American kid. Okay. And he on his, I forget what birthday was, like his 16th or 16th birthday, I think, or 17th birthday, something like that. He said goodbye to his girlfriend that day. It was his birthday. It was on his birthday, and they were supposed to see each other later that day or the next day or something, to do something for his birthday. And she didn't see anything weird. And he went home, and his parents were home, and they were like, okay, we're going to go out and get the cake. And they went to the store to get the cake. And when they came back, he had shot himself in the head and left a note that he didn't want to live in a world with so much cruelty and poverty. That was all he said. And there was no warning, no rhyme or reason, no nothing. And the kid like sat beside me or behind me or something in U.S. history class, and I didn't notice anything, and nobody noticed anything, and just out of nowhere, and just killed himself. But and I'll never forget his girlfriend. Now this is kind of a side story, but I remember his girlfriend. I really felt sorry for her because the next year she started dating another guy, and he went to a party and got drunk and was leaving the party, got a flat tire, went out to change the tire on his truck, changed it, but forgot to put the lug nuts back on, went down the road, flipped the truck, died. Then the next year she was dating another boy, and he flipped out on her, showed up at her house on her front porch, and shot himself in the head in front of her.
Oh my
Three
goodness.
guys, three boyfriends within 3 years, the same girl.
Wow.
She was never right again. She was.
No, I wouldn't be either.
So I can't imagine. But that's the only like personal. I think that's the only personal experience I have with suicide. But I mean, literally no warning at all, none, zero. So.
The only one I have, again, it's like I didn't know her, but she was the cheerleader. We were like 8th grade. She was the cheerleader, and she was just in a different group of friends. Didn't know her. Just another day coming to school, and all the kids talking about why she did it because of how she did it. And the parents, the adults, the staff, whatever, being like very stern hush on it because, oh my God, she was using her bed frame as a bench press. She took the legs off of it's a metal frame, I guess. She
Yeah.
was under the bed to do like this, like a
Okay.
bench
All right.
Well, she let go of it and it cut her. That's how her parents found her.
On purpose?
Yeah.
You don't think it was an accident?
They said it was.
That's weird.
To say she was a skinny little cheerleader to take the legs off the one side of her bed, get underneath it, and do some push-ups for it to, with the mattress, the bed springs and the mattress on the metal, however the metal frame was.
That's strange.
She had to take the legs off. They said that how her parents found her.
That for some reason reminds me of that movie, The Virgin Suicides. If you've ever seen that,
I don't think so.
that was a
There's
weird.
a lot of movies in the 90s. It sounds very familiar, but yeah, it might have been around the same time the movie came out. But I just remember we were in 8th grade and I had never heard of suicide before. And they were talking about the fact that she killed herself in the bathroom.
Well, they say that the ones that are that commit suicide, that you don't see, there are no warning signs.
No,
but
because
they say the ones that try are just looking for help. That they're not the one. Now sometimes they die because they overdo it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they cut themselves too much or something. They overdo it. They're not trying to kill themselves, but they say that the ones that are really serious, that you never know, that it's just, and it's exactly as I experienced it, that you had no warning, no.
Well, she was the cheerleader. She was middle class. She had good grades. She was viewed as nothing. No warning signs, nothing wrong. Why would she be triggered? What would bother her? Her life was safe. They lived in a great community. I went to the school district that was outside of technically my school district, was more shitty and kids weren't unaliving themselves left and right in this more well-to-do neighborhood.
Yeah, it's
pressure.
It's sometimes I think a lot of people that they're going through, whether they just want, attention or just want to be noticed, or even people that are really serious about it. I think they just need somebody to talk to sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes they feel like their problem is so big that they don't see any way out of it, and they need just somebody to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, your life's fucked up, or yeah, this is bad, but hey, guess what? Here's what's about my life. You're not alone.
A lot of the kids are in middle class. They're safe. They have to have good grades. They have to be in all the activities. And a lot of times they always end up feeling like they're suffocating and they can't breathe. And they feel like at any moment they're going to fail and they're going to get reamed for it. I was like, when I started working in the schools, I saw
Hold on. I got to stop you here. Hold on. Daniel Becker's saying Robin Williams went too far with his sexual choking play. I guess that was the ultimate orgasm. That, sir, is completely incorrect. That is actually not correct. I got to stop you on that one, because what happened with Robin Williams was he had a degenerative brain disease. Hey, JJ, can you find the documentary? Look up Robin Williams.
We were talking about him earlier today because the kids were watching Aladdin.
there's a documentary that his wife made.
Are you looking
The
him up?
news got a hold of the story before the family knew what was wrong with him, and they put out this bullshit story about Robin Williams, and it's not true. That he had
Is this about when he died?
yeah, he well, the documentary was done years later.
Oh, I meant the comment.
Yeah, you know.
I don't listen to the news as much as possible. Even
Now
when
that
it's
actually did
celebrities.
happen to the lead singer of NXS, but that did not happen to Robin Williams. That is blatantly not what happened. That is not. I'm not saying he didn't commit suicide, but he.
Wife?
If you look into it, you will find out that he actually had a condition, a degenerative brain disease that actually is known to make people commit suicide. It's a very
Is that it?
No, it's done by his wife. His wife will be the
What's this? What? Look up his wife.
producer or the it's done by his wife. It's gosh, I wish I could remember. Robin's, I think it's called Robin's something. Maybe Robin's Wish, Robin's. He had it. Oh man, it's real. I highly suggest you go watch it because look, Robin Williams got a shitty rap. He was. It didn't happen like we were told, and I think it's
I
important.
never believe what the news says.
Well, you know, I heard it originally, and I remember thinking that it didn't like make sense why he would commit suicide, but I didn't question it because I was doing other things. But then this came up later, and I saw it, and I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
believe.
Whether I just take it as they're not here anymore, they're not going to be making films. Like some people are saying they sometimes fake their death and they just go live off on a. I always say they're just living on their island. Or the celebrity elites.
If I can find it,
and whatever creepy crap they do or don't do.
Robin Williams brain condition. Okay, there's a article with his wife.
Lewy body dementia.
That's it. That's what he had.
Robin's Wish.
Robin's Wish? Is that what's called? Yes, that's it. Robin's Wish. That's it. It's on YouTube. Here, I'll put the. Did you find it? Can you put the link in the chat for me?
Can you put the link in the chat then?
That is it. Robin's Wish.
Is he wanting the video itself?
The video link in chat, yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Does he know how to do it?
2 seconds.
Yeah, he's just clicking.
I'm clicking. Here
Buttons are toys.
There you go.
There's the link.
I believe that is.
You can highlight it.
Oh, it started playing on me. Okay, yeah, that'll explain that. I don't know. I try to. That one just kind of like, I don't know. I grew up on Robin Williams TV and movies, and I always liked him as an actor.
I actually did too because of Nick at Night. When they came out with the older shows being played, when you watch that at a certain age, certain characters, people through like their energy through a TV, impact you. That's why we were sitting here. The kids were watching Aladdin, and we're just doing our stuff in the background, and we can hear him playing Genie, and his voice was triggering. And I looked at him and I said, "It's really sad to think that." Just thinking that he's not here anymore. because of his talent.
And now Daniel Becker's saying, well, Anthony Bourdain's suicide was staged. Not everything you hear is true. This one was obvious. And there was some definite weirdness on that one. And I don't know
Of all the crap he ate.
more details on that.
Yeah, I just look at things like, okay, he's just living on his island somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't know a lot about the elites and their
but I did know about the Robin Williams one. So
in details. I know as much as I can handle looking at it because a lot of it gets dark and creepy.
yep, he played in Bicentennial Man. Yep, he played in so many movies. I'll never
a lot of stuff.
I'll never forget.
Fire.
I went with my grandmother to go see the movie Patch Adams with her, and I will never forget. Now she was a straight-laced Christian woman, like
that scene where he's on the cliff.
Her, you did like she was very straight-laced, but I'll never forget the scene where he made the vagina door. Do you remember that? And all of a sudden, like I was sitting there like, oh my God, I was so embarrassed because I'm sitting next to my grandma and I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And all of a sudden my grandmother started, I'd never heard her laugh so loud and hard in my whole life. And she thought that was the funniest damn thing she'd ever seen. And I'm just like, and I just always appreciated that he could make her laugh in that way. That I just thought always thought it was cool. But yeah. So.
How did she handle the scene where technically his girlfriend was murdered and he was mad at God? And he's standing at the cliff talking to him, going, why would you let this happen? And that he was threatening to throw himself off the cliff. And he says, you know what? You're not worth it.
I don't remember. She was real like diehard Christian. So I don't know. She didn't say anything. I don't remember that.
That scene from Patch Adams stands out more than anything besides swimming in spaghetti.
That was a great movie if you hadn't seen it. And Bicentennial Man was a great movie. That was a really good movie. That's a long epic movie. I like it, but that
I didn't see Bicentennial.
Oh, that's a real good movie.
Because he's like a robot.
Well, he is a robot, but then through time he outlives everybody, and then he starts creating replacement parts for his parts as they wear out. He creates biological mechanical parts to replace his parts to the point where he literally goes to Congress, I think, and asks for to be considered a human. And I don't know, it's really, that's a really interesting movie.
Yeah, he found the clip scene.
Great stuff. Death to Smoochie. I mean, he just did so much good stuff. Mork and Mindy. I mean, like, on and on and on.
Yeah, I watched that on Nick at Night, and I'm like watching this guy on a simple set with all this talent oozing out of him. Like
I'm not saying he was a perfect person. I mean, you know, he did a lot of drugs and alcohol.
Nobody is.
He wasn't perfect. Nobody's perfect. You know, show me a perfect person, I'll show you a fucking liar.
Right here.
There's nothing perfect about any of us.
No.
You know. So I think that's about the gist of that. But well, I think we've kind of gone as far as the train can go tonight. I've had a long day, and I think I'm about tired of myself and you. So
I hope y'all
Thanks.
can have a
Such a way with words. I throw my M&Ms at you. Oof. Oof.
Don't you tease me.
I hope you don't step in dog shit.
That's not nice.
I said don't.
I stepped in mud today and I about slid. I found bricks. Oh, this was interesting. I forgot about this. I was digging down and I was digging this trench down and it was right beside some stairs and there was a layer. I got down about 6 inches under where the stairs stopped, where the ground level, the stairs stopped and the ground level started. And then I dug down 6 inches and I found a layer of bricks that weren't mortared. They were just lined up and they looked like another set of stairs, but they weren't. They were just laid down there, were 6 inches underground. And the lady was standing there and I said, your mom and dad must have put these here because they had originally grown up in that house. And she said, no, those were there. Those would have had to been there when they bought the house in 43. And like she had never seen those bricks. And now they didn't build the house. The house was built before that. So
were they laid out like a sidewalk?
Yeah, it looked like was another stair step, but it was not mortared, so it was just laid in the ground.
So the ground
as a patio base, basically. But it looked like literally like another step. But it was just interesting to me that that these things had been under that ground since before 1943, and nobody knew they were there. I brought them home with me. But
how many bricks?
Oh, it was probably 20 more. I don't know, 25, 30.
Are you gonna like do a science experiment and test them, see how old they really are?
No, I mean, they're you can use bricks for I don't know. Use bricks for things. I mean, use them as fill, or I don't know. They're.
Are you gonna mail them to people?
Well, it's like, okay, I either got to throw them on the truck and take them home with me and maybe use them, or I got to throw them in the trash can, and I don't know. So I kept them, but I just thought it was interesting. They didn't know. They had no idea that was there. I mean, and we think we know.
Yeah, the ground like takes over. As they say, nature always takes back over if you don't.
Oh yeah,
keep up with it. Which
well,
is,
if you look at Chernobyl, you look back at what's there now, and the nature is really taking over the Chernobyl area after, that meltdown.
Yeah, it really melted.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just.
Is that really what happened?
Radiating. It's radiating heat. We need to radiate them.
Joe Cool's throwing up a whole bunch of links there.
Channel links. He's being hippie. I haven't seen hippie in a while.
She's still around.
That's what hippie shakes would always do, is throw up the channels and stuff. But
yeah, I think she's having trouble. Like
her mom is sick.
Yeah.
That's
her mom is having trouble. I think that's why we hadn't seen her. And she was getting a lot of shit from the Meltards. When I was getting thrown under the bus from the Meltards, she was getting thrown under the bus for the Meltards, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I know they were really treating her like shit just for helping me. They were treating her like shit, which is just basically shows their ass and shows both cheeks of their ass. What kind of people they are. God, they're just horrible people. The whole lot of them.
They're trying to sound nicer. Well, a couple of them are. I guess they're trying to sound nicer.
They're trying. They know that their shit is that they know they're on a sinking ship is what it is, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, backpedaling.
They're in trouble.
They're backpedaling.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Like I said,
They're changing their narrative. They're tweaking it. They're slowly.
Yeah, very slowly. They're
Was the sounding nicer and then actually explaining things instead of just being like, well, if you don't get it, I don't know what to tell you.
but the problem is they're still throwing out the same old horse shit. You know, they're putting lipstick on a pig is what they're doing.
Their main agenda narrative is there, but they are bringing in and laying it alongside flat Earth. Number one.
And you know, it helps that, you know,
And the educational
Campbell and Bernie and Paul Cook have now come out, you know, saying they're saying they're agreeing.
Yeah,
not
they're
me, but
calling it bull.
they're not for
But,
this mythology stuff. I mean, they you know, that really is a good thing that people are actually standing on the wall with me, because
well, then there's the others that are.
it's amazing. It's about time that we get, you know. And here's the problem, guys. They didn't know this was going on. They did not know. That's why they did not speak up until now, because they didn't understand what was happening. And so now they know.
It's only
and
been
now
like
they
a
can
year.
speak up.
I think it's only going on like a year with Meltology taking off. It's not
Well,
even a full year.
It's longer than that, but it has really thrived in the last year. And I have only been on, like, investigating into it for the last since January of last year. So, you know, this year, yeah. And so I'm just, it's
That's why I was still trying to wrap my head around it, because I've only been helping you out for like a month now, and I was like, what? I didn't know any of the names. I didn't know any of the crap going on. I had Tartarian, the main channel with the documentary on it, but I hadn't looked at it in months. And that was the only video I watched from him. When I go back and that red line's on it, it was the only video sitting there. So I reviewed everything. And I'm sitting here, I reviewed everything, and then I'm listening a little bit as much as I can, because the only melting happening is my brain with the stupidity coming out of their mouth when they push that narrative, that Meltology narrative. My brain is just like screaming for me to stop listening. But they talk about everything else.
And see, that's the problem, is that the other people,
the
other researchers like myself, when they got to this, to looking into this, they saw how stupid it was, and they stopped. And they said, well, I don't need to do anything here, because this is so stupid, nobody will believe it. But the problem is that a lot of people did believe it. And so what I did that was different was I showed the bullshit they were doing. And that they couldn't combat. They could combat Karen saying, how do you not drown in the shower? Because that's just Karen B talking shit. What I did was I used their own shit to sling it at them. And
because
they didn't know what to do. They were, oh!
They got,
we can't combat our own shit.
yeah, because that's what I see in the earlier videos of looking, even the documentary itself, when nobody was questioning him. In his own documentary, he gets snooty and hostile. He's like, don't say it's this, because it's not. If you can't see it, then you're just stupid. And I'm like, this is your documentary. This is what you're putting out there to echo in people's heads, and you're hostile and aggressive. And I'm like, wow.
You think
and then everybody else,
Jerry to camp. I mean, he literally screams at the screen. You stupid motherfuckers! You can't understand this. You're stupid. You fucking idiots.
And that's how, like, that until this past week, literally this past week, I've watched a couple other channels just listen in, see see how things are going. See, are they still, I don't watch them all the time, but I check in. I want to see if they've come, as I told you earlier. I said, I have hope that they'll come to the light of realizing some things, which just sounds funny. But also I look at it going, I need a mental challenge. I need to distract myself from the hurricane crap and everything else going on. Let me listen to something.
I hadn't been. I've been working on other things. I needed a break from them. They really.
Well, I was completely shocked. I thought the iceberg thing was a stupid rumor to make them sound more stupid, and then they were actually talking about icebergs.
They're serious. They're
buildings.
fucking serious.
I
They've
was
done
like,
entire videos on that alone.
I was just like, and then I told my better half, Mr. Joe Cool over there, and he's like, so what happens is it's floating in the water and it melts? And I said, all the evidence sinks to the bottom of the ocean. What do you do then? What do you do then? I'm like, and he's like, well, they don't have any video of it melting.
It's literally so like every. I keep wondering what in the hell they gonna come up with next, because they have come up with so many new, incredibly whacked out ideas and concepts. It's like, what the hell can they possibly come up with next? Because I know they will. They're gonna come up with something. Oh, it just gets better and better and better. But it's not funny because there's so many people that believe this shit.
I was looking at Alaska for that one project idea going on to look for any evidence of major cities back in the day. And I'm sitting here going, there's a lot of freaking mountains up here. How come they're not talking about Alaska? They should be all over Alaska and Canada. But Alaska is like melt heaven up here. It's Meltology heaven up here. It's nothing but mountains. And I'm sitting here going like, why aren't they talking about Alaska?
I think it will be interesting later, and me and Aaron Pearson have talked about this, is that, it'd be interesting to later do, well, she wants it now, but to do it, to do an actual study of this melted buildings phenomena. But I feel that we have to get rid of the current Meltology horse shit before we can ever do a serious research dive, because they have tainted the evidence so badly that
fresh new.
I can't use that shit they've put up.
Like you just said, this past week, basically, they're tweaking their narrative. They're sounding nicer.
Bernie. Hey, Bernie. That's for you.
I thought he read it.
He did. We were talking about it. I was just telling him the other night.
He told me to read it, and I'm like, the hurricane happened, and I didn't go to the library beforehand.
That's a great book if you hadn't read that book.
And apparently I got to get that other book about signs. Something. It looks very boring.
So that's for Bernie. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I would like to do proper research on that, but you know what? It's still even then, it still is not as interesting to me as the Mudflood research.
And they sit there and say that Mudflood is not interesting, yet they can't do any of their whatever they're doing without mentioning it.
They don't believe it happened. That's a clear
which is because they want to call it ash building ash or something,
right?
And not mud. But I'm like, you said chicken or the egg, which one came first? To make a brick, you had to have the mud, so to speak.
Right. Where if it is brick ash, where the fuck did the brick ash come from?
You had to have the buildings did not exist.
You got to have the clay to make the brick building, to have it melt to become the brick ash. Where come on,
like a cycle.
Yeah,
The building did not exist without land and the resources to make the building.
and I'm not saying that
Pick it up
geology
and
is
then
what
make a
they tell
building.
us it is. That's not what I'm saying. And they'll say, this is one of their arguments. They'll say,
Well, yeah, you must believe in geology, and geology isn't real, so we know you're full of shit because
But they
geology isn't real.
use they say that, but then they sit there and use all of the geology terms.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you're using the narrative that you say is
Go to
false.
Wikipedia and start reading about geological terms in order to prove their theory. It's like
They're sitting there looking
it doesn't
at
exist yet. We're
photos.
going to go over here and we're going to use it to prove that it exists. Make up your minds. Try
And
that for a change.
I'm like, you sit there, you look at a photo, or you're doing a field trip, whatever. You're using the terminology that is geology referencing, describing the rock.
I
the
wouldn't
layers
have
of
a
the earth.
problem with if they said, what if
Yeah.
this is what happened? Or
The
is
attitude.
it possible that this happened? Or
Hey,
could
Andrea.
it be that this happened? No, they're not saying that. They're saying this is the facts. We have the truth. We know what happened. This is what happened. We have the answers. This is true. That's the problem. It's not speculation. They're presenting it as fact, and it's not fact. It's
Until this week. Until this
choreographed.
I'll just say this week or the last few episodes from a handful of channels.
Hi, Andrea.
They are tweaking that narrative that they have never really said it that way. They're being nicer about it.
Oh yeah, they're
backpedaling.
From the salt from brick.
They're backpedaling with their.
They know they're in trouble. They're on the Titanic and they know it. So they're fiddling on the deck of the Titanic and drinking their champagne because they know the boat's sinking, but they don't know they don't want to jump ship because they're afraid people will see them jump the ship, and really they're just going to go down with the ship, and that they don't have to go down the ship. If they want to go down with the ship, they can go down, but they don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
They could they could come out. They could come out and they could say, okay, yeah, okay, we made some mistakes. Yeah, okay, we need to do better research. Yeah, okay, we're going to do better in the future. Or they could continue spouting the horse shit that they've been doing, and they're going to fail. It's going to implode
They
on them.
said
they're infighting already. They're fighting each other about they're already at each other's throats.
They said all mountains are melted brick buildings. Then they got rid of the word all and said most. Then their own definition of meltology was across the whole field at one point. But then there's pockets of survival. And then there's, heat waves where not all of the bricks in a building were affected the same way because heat damage affects things differently, and
it moves through and hits these and not those. And
see, now I'm sitting there going, if you had done maybe a good
bricks do tricks,
a good month's worth of research.
Oh my God!
If you like 9 months later, you're backpedaling and trying to tweak your definition, terminology, storyline to create something more creditable instead of doing this 9 months ago when you were just spouting out all this stuff without research.
Look, I love speculation. I think we need speculation. Speculation is a good thing. If we just say
ego problem,
what we exactly know, we'll never get anywhere. Okay, but we have to stay. Look, when I'm doing my research, it is my speculation that pavement lights are a cover up for the mud flood. Okay, I believe they are, but it's also my speculation. Okay, it could be that it has nothing to do with mud flood, but my speculation is that it does, that it is a cover up for mud flood. Okay, same with viaducts. It's my speculation that it is a cover up for the mud flood. But that's my speculation. And
the
I'm
main
telling you
evidence.
it's my speculation. I'm not telling you it's the absolute fact you must believe. You must know that I am the truth. I am the light. Okay, look, it is my speculation. Okay, and I'm okay with that. But that's not what these people are doing.
The
And
main
that is where the
evidence is
problem lies.
that's the one thing I'm like, the main evidence that's out there is that there is something hiding in plain sight.
Did you
And there
see
are
the Eddie
private
Bravo
holes.
on Joe Rogan this recently?
The what?
Did you see Eddie Bravo on Joe Rogan?
No.
Okay, he goes on there and he was saying, have you heard about the mud flood? Have you heard about Tartaria? Have you heard about this old world civilization? And oh yeah, by the way, there's a theory of an electromagnetic event where things melted down. So it's permeating to the mainstream, people. We need to be on our A game. And right now we're on our J game.
Are you using me as a reference? J game?
No, but that worked pretty good though. Joe Cool knows what I did.
Oh my god. I was gonna go the
It's about get to melt it. It's what?
The JB game.
Yeah.
No.
The joint game.
I need to change my name. I can never hold a bottle in front of the camera again.
Woohoo! Oh my goodness. No, here's the thing. We are on the precipice. I love that word. We are on the precipice of breaking through to the mainstream. And right now, if we broke out today to where Mudflood and Tartaria and Old World and Meltology went mainstream today, we would be the laughing stock of every major news station around the world. That's the truth.
Well, that's because they make a joke out of everything.
They are going to connect us whether we like it or not.
Okay? Oh, yeah.
And so you need to be aware that right now, as Old World, Tartaria, Mudflood researchers, we are being connected to Meltology. And if you don't agree with Meltology, you better start piping up and stand and be counted, because right now we're going to be associated with this research, whether you like it or not.
Have your notes ready, people, to debunk or put into check the Meltology theory, because, well, it was pointed out as a reminder of their storyline that it wasn't like 250 to maybe 500 years when the melt happened.
They think it happened around 1800s.
Like recently.
They think it happened exactly in the area that we think that.
And I'm sitting there going, but everything you're showing looks weathered, not.
Well, they don't believe in erosion.
I know, my God.
You have to understand you got to. Here's the problem: people don't understand what their whole narrative is. You have to study these people to understand how stupid they are. They literally, like, when you get to these different things and you ask these questions, they have a little stupid answer for everything. They don't believe in erosion. So why does it look weathered?
Because I'm like, if you're gonna spout the claim that geology is 100% all crap because it's based off of a globe model, then you better change all of the terms of what we're standing on.
And that's a good
point. You can't even call a brick because of the minerals it's made out of. You need to call it something else. You need to own it and call it something else.
I don't believe we live on a globe, okay? I believe we live on a flat earth, okay? And I believe that how that actually is made up is a very much more complicated thing that even I don't have all the answers for. But who's to say that there's some plumbing of some sort, some inner workings, some things under the ground that we don't understand?
Like lava.
Like lava. Maybe. Not saying it is, I'm just
I don't
saying
know.
maybe
There's
there is
something there.
some sort of system that we don't understand underneath the ground, and it doesn't have to be on a fucking globe. You tards.
Because if you're going to say volcanoes aren't what they say they are, sure. But you're saying volcanoes aren't real because it's based off of a globe model. Are you going to say earthquakes aren't real and hurricanes aren't real because it's all based on a globe model?
Right.
Landslides, cave-ins, globe model, everything we have been told because we live on this fictitious ball since grade school is based off of a globe model. So we have tsunamis, we have earthquakes, we have all these natural disaster type stuff that because they slapped it on a ball. Then all of a sudden you're like, it's not real.
Andrea saying, talking about melted is cover up for geopalma. And that is a good point. Look, Paul Cook is nailing the research on the geopolymer, and these people, they totally ignore geopolymer. They don't.
Well, they were ripping into it the other day.
And Paul's out there, proving that shit all the time. Y'all need to get on board with Paul and go sub Paul's channel.
Now it's funny, they were ripping into that using geology terminology. Ooh, that rhymed. Ooh, that was gnarly. They were ripping into that poly crapola stuff by using the terminology of the narrative that they say is full of crap because it's all based on a globe. And since we live on a flat earth, I'm like, okay, so what's the proper terminology if all of that's crap? Why aren't you teaching that? That would be the basic educational undoctrinating yourself from the false and given the real truth of going, it's not called this, it's this. Whether you found it in a book hiding in someone's basement or you're like, okay, 99% of geology's story based on a globe is crap. Here's the sliver of information that we have to go by because of the minerals that are in a of
buffering
of the mineral. I know I get buffered.
Buffering and
the minerals and elements that we are told are given a name for a reason. You have to go with that 1% of truth out of the educational system because you got nothing else to stand on.
I'm still waiting for somebody to explain how this, let's get this out, let's get my props out, how this turned into this. I'm still asking somebody to explain how that shit happened.
It was microscopic. This will turn into this. It won't show up. This M&M will turn into this crystallized rock structure, and then I can eat both of them, right?
Must be nice to have some M&Ms. Me and Ross don't have no M&Ms.
Peanut butter. I got cookies too.
We got cookies.
We got cookies.
We've been sneaking cookies on breaks. Thank you very much.
I'm just eating right in front of you.
I don't eat on camera anymore, and I'll tell you why. Because one time I had a cold, this past winter, and I was chewing cough drops to get through the shows. The only way I could do the show because I was dying. And I don't know how many jackknockers say, I wish you wouldn't eat during the show. It's very rude. It's disgusting. Blah, 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 and just ninnied the shit out of me about, and they were saying I was eating. I wasn't eating. I was chewing on a fucking cough drop. Well, cough drops, I was going through a bag of them at the time. But I mean, it was just like, oh my God, you ninny ass people. What the
I'm not going to sit here and eat a sub sandwich and be like,
Well, no, I don't feel that's, I wouldn't do that. But I mean, I won't even eat a cookie now just because because of that. Because it was like I got ninnied so much about just that.
I will grab 1 or 2 M&Ms to
Damn.
nibble because it's like a fidget.
It's like, do you want me to do a show or do you want me to eat some cough drops during the show? What do you
By
want?
the
Because I
time,
can't do
yeah,
both.
starting the show, and by the time that midnight rolls around, I already had my coffee, and the nibbling on small things is like a fidget without fidgeting. And then now it's 3 a.m, and I'm like, it stimulates a little bit to pay attention and taste good. I like peanut butter.
I like peanut butter, yeah.
I like
Although I
peanut butter
found
on
that if peanut butter doesn't have molasses in it, I don't like it. There's something about the added having that molasses in there that changes the flavor just enough that if
We
it doesn't
do
have it, I don't like
natural.
it at all.
We do natural Skippy. We've been through a couple peanut butters, but if molasses is in the peanut butter, the kids get the shits. It was like 5 years ago. I had to be like, we can't have molasses in the peanut butter.
You know, I was watching something recently about, and they were talking about how molasses isn't real. That it's if you want, what was that talking about? That I can't remember. It was interesting.
That's right, Joe.
I can't remember. I tell you what, guys, let's go ahead and end it for tonight because it's getting late and I've had a long day and I'm sure
we could go on and on and on and
just
on and
about
on.
tired of us and we need to save it because we got a lot coming up in the next week that I think we're going to get into. And I don't want to overdo you. We want you to come back and hang with us. I'm going to do the major city Google drop coming up. Sometime hopefully the next week is what I'm trying to do. I got to get it ready. We got me and Campbell
You need to
working
communicate that
on
because
something.
I'm not
or a
inside
couple
your head,
something.
and I don't know what you know.
Yep.
You
It'll
sent
be
me
interesting.
You sent me that message that you were teasing Oz with this idea, and I looked at my husband and I'm like, he thinks I know what he's talking about. I'm like,
Oz has been trying to guess all week what city I'm going to do, and he's named about every city in America, and he still hasn't got it right. So I've been having fun with that because it's just fun to dangle the carrot in front of him. So
I didn't know this was a project idea until you said you were teasing Oz with it, and I'm like, but I don't even know what you're talking about.
I think I told you.
No.
He just asked to do BEAGS to do a show with Campbell this weekend.
Do what?
Bernie. Let's do an episode together this weekend with Campbell.
With
what Bernie said.
He just posted that.
Nope, you didn't tell me. There's a lot that you don't tell me.
We're
from Florida later, Gator.
What day, Bernie?
Chit chat with Campbell and your texting thing.
Sunday would be easier for me. Saturday's probably not good. Just because my weekends are weird. I got things going on that are out of my control. Bernie, we're gonna do. I think we're gonna try to do maybe Tuesday. Are you talking about two different shows? I'm a little confused because here's the thing: me and Campbell are working on something for next Thursday. I think we're maybe.
Bernie's probably left out of the information like I am. A little bit because you and Campbell have your own little personal texting thing going on.
Well, he knows things I don't know.
I know things that you don't know, but I mean,
they have so many shows. I don't know what shows when and where and who and how. Just send me the information, Bernie, And besides, you're supposed to email me anyway, so they'll give you an excuse to actually get off your keister and actually do it. Okay, I'll talk. No, we'll do it. I just need to know more details about the exact time because I've got to work. I got to work things between other things. So let me know more. Let me know more. I got this big's got to have pointed directions. Anyways, we'll see you soon. Thanks JJ for hanging out with me. Thanks Joe Cool for hanging out in the chat. And thank you to new Patreons, Dave Wiener, Ozbeast, and thank you, Ann Pearson, for dinner last week. And I sure hope everybody's doing well. Go check out my new Stuffed Beagle Light channel. Go sub to it, trying to get it up to 1,000, trying to get that channel. The idea is going to try to monetize that channel and push people towards this channel. But it's going to take, I got to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of viewing. So please go watch a video, help boost those numbers up so I can get that going, because that way I can keep this channel what it is and then have that channel drive, because I'm not going to ever grow without that damn monetization from the dickheads at YouTube. Love and light, Bigs out.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Don't you get it?
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.